Hey everybody. I see that there's a bunch of people popping in. Hello everyone. Let me know if you can't hear me very well. It's been a little minute since I streamed. I'm eating chicken soup that my sister made for me, so yeah. Pizza? Depends on the pizza, but sure. I think I don't care about most stuff, you know what I mean? Like, let's just say that I'll eat a lot of stuff that's older. I'm not too picky. Not too picky about that part. How's everyone doing? How are all the listeners doing? I just wanna see how everyone is holding up. What's going on? Any special plans for your week? How has stuff been doing in your life? I just sound like a complete, you know, just because you're a writer does not mean you're a good public speaker. That's all I'm gonna say. Oh, hello, Simp. How is stuff doing in your life? Shut up, party. I'm gonna sip my soup over here, okay? Anyway, how's life going, everyone? I hope everyone is doing really well. Today we're going to be talking about some videos. We got a video by Wooly. I've been stonewalling Wooly for a while, so we're gonna prioritize this as much as I can. We might take a look at the male gaze in video games. I forget who recommended this video. I'm going to be frank. I'm not sold on the male gaze being a problem, but maybe that's my... I don't know. Anyway, I don't see... Let's just put it this way, okay? Let's just put it this way, okay? I remember distinctly when I was 16 or 17 years old, and I only had one friend at that point in time in my life. Only one. Because I was antisocial, to put it bluntly. In all senses of the term, kind of, more or less. But anyway, long story short, I remember sitting with my friend, and she told me that she liked being the only woman in the room because she knew that all of the men's eyes would be on her. She admitted it to me out loud. And I thought, okay, whatever. Didn't care because I really don't care. But yeah, so apparently there's a problem. It's called the male gaze in female character design in video games. Okay there, boomer, right? But anyway, so we might take a look at this video. Will we agree? Will we hard disagree? I don't know. Just the title alone is... There's a little bit of a red flag there for me, but we could be surprised. We might be talking about AI in education tonight. Maybe. We'll see. But I kind of want to speed run this lady. I'm going to be speed running her, aka I'm going to be listening to her super fast. So I have the playback speed higher than usual because I just want to get the main gist. Now, we got to take a look at what's going on in the background of her video here. Guys, I think she has One Piece on her shelf. She has all of the manga. This is just all manga here. This is all manga. She's reading a lot of manga. That's all I'm going to say. That's heckin' a lot. That's kind of cool. Let's see. Who's here in chat? So, hello, Leo. Hello, Simp. My uncles asked me the same questions during an awkward pause in the conversation. Really? Hey, Arm. Long time no see. I hope you're doing well. Leo. Somehow winter never came to my town. Oh. Are your uncles like as awkward as I am, Arm? Because I will admit, I'm male gaze or male gaze. Oh boy. Hey, Sylvius. So, well, it's true if you got a room with just the guys and a woman enters, any woman, the dynamic instantly changes. Yes. And by the way, I just want to be very clear about my friend. She was by no means a looker. Okay? She was not hot. She was a very average woman. Young woman. Okay? Very average. Like my type of average. Like where I'm at on the scale. Very, very average. Plain Jane. Just a very normal young lady. And she loved the attention. Okay? So any woman telling you that they don't like the male gaze, they're lying to themselves because they probably never received it. And they're like the fox with the grapes that, you know, the fox in the Aesop's fables couldn't get the grapes. So then the fox tells himself, well, the grapes are probably sour anyway, right? The sour grape situation. Now, there are some times where men are rude, crude, lewd, and disgusting. And I've experienced that personally myself without even showing a photo. Them just finding out that I was female in a largely all-male game has resulted sometimes in weird stuff happening. But generally speaking, setting those men aside, probably small dick energy at play. I don't know what their problem was. Epstein dick energy. But anyway, I think those kinds of gross guys, there's a place for them in society and they will be shamed by most other men. Like the amount of men in that Discord who came to my side when they felt like this other guy was being inappropriate toward me and the other female in the corporation. Let's just say I never felt unsafe because the other guys were there and all the other guys are normal and they know how to talk to a woman. But you get the odd guy who's an absolute animal. But that does not mean that there's a problem with how men look at women, personally. There is sometimes an issue, but I don't think it's always an issue. Sometimes it's just biological, and women gotta live with it. Same for women. Room of women, one dude enters, vibe changes as well. Oh my gosh. Okay, so do you guys want to hear another story from the Tim Hortons that used to have a crack dealer in it? Do you want to hear another story from there? Okay. If she wasn't a looker, she probably enjoyed some attention, not used to it. Yeah, absolutely. So so as people who have been here from day one know the Chieko lore, Checo used to work at a Tim Hortons at a hospital. And most people might not realize this, but largely the demographic for a Tim Hortons worker is a female. And usually they range between 20s to 60s. And they're almost always lower economic class, not so well educated, because it's a coffee shop franchise. Now, some Tim Hortons more recently have had an influx of male workers from the Indian population, but generally speaking, most of Tim Hortons workers are women, right? They're females. And the Tim Hortons I worked at was no exception. But every now and then, something would break. So they would have to call, I'm going to call him Bob. They would have to call Bob in to fix XY machine. Now, on a scale of 0 to 10, Bob was a 6. An aging Chris Pratt, if you will. Gregarious, charming, fun, chill, hardworking, but very normal. Oh, thank you, Miro. Yeah. Since I'm talking, I should probably take that off. But anyway, whenever he came in, let me tell you, the energy of that room changed. And I think he was married. Like, everyone knew he was married. He had a wedding ring on and everything. Did not matter. When he entered that room, it was like instant eyeballing, instant watching, instant analyzing, instant flirting, instant whispering things at each other. It was... well, I wasn't whispering about him because, I was too busy being depressed about the fact I was working at a Tim Hortons, but, instant everything. It was really nutty. And honestly, if it had been reversed, if it had been a single woman in that situation entering in a room with a bunch of guys behaving that way, I think there would be at least a small HR report write-up. Now, nobody made any physical moves as far as I recall, but yeah. Okay, so let's see who else came in here. So welcome in Sylvius. Yeah. Manga on manga? Yeah, there's a lot of manga in that woman's room. I'm all... Welcome in, Miro. Welcome in, Dane. Hello, everybody. Thank you for coming in and listening. We are going to speed run very soon. How to write a book in 30 days from outline to edits. Why? Wait, they were thirsting after this guy? Yes. Yes. In terms of looks, he was kind of closer to Anakin. Like, he had that kind of scruffy charm. But I don't think he was particularly, objectively extremely hot. He was just a man. And they hadn't seen a man that was accessible to them. Because, yes, there were some male doctors that might flirt a little bit, but most male doctors would not, because there's a hierarchy, there's a social stratus, there's a lot of barriers between, that economic strata. But there were some women who could cross it because they were really pretty, obviously. Then, it doesn't matter what guy you are, you're going to flirt with them. But, all of the other normal women who were between a 3 and a 6 in terms of attractiveness absolutely were thirsting after Bob, because he was genuinely sweet. He was a really good guy. I appreciated him because he was timely and he fixed stuff. Yeah. Bobby has the moves. I mean, he wasn't even making moves. That, you know, like, he wasn't even that's the crazy thing. He literally came in to do his job, and he smiled at the women, and he treated them with, you know, a modicum of respect. And he had them, you know, in the palm of his hand, more or less. He was a really great, like, I can't say again how much I appreciated him, because at one point I worked in this one area, and he would have to come and fix something. And, yeah, it was, you know, he was a good guy. Don't get me wrong, but like, he was really average, and the girls were totally thirsting. And I'm talking, when I say girls, there was like a 70-year-old woman there too. And she was also like, anyway. Yeah. All right. So this woman is suggesting that she knows how to write a book in 30 days. And we're going to break down very quickly first the Chieko rule of thumb. Okay, so we've done this before. So if we have a 30,000 word book, let's do a 50,000 word book. We're going to do a 100,000 word book. And then we'll do 150 just to be safe. Hopefully everyone can see this on the screen. But if you're not watching this, don't stress yourself out. You don't actually have to look at this, because I'm going to walk it through. Now, assuming that you are a slower writer and you're only writing 2,000 words a day, 2K a day, you're going to take 15 days to write this book. But if you are a little faster, let's say you are 5K, which is what I was doing when I was ghostwriting. I had to do this in order to not be homeless. You could complete a 30,000 word book in 6 days. Now, you might be wondering, how many pages are in a 30,000 word book? I'm gonna just look it up. They're saying about 100 to 120 pages. Very slim book, usually self-help. That's what you're going to get. So, of course, we're going to do this for the 50,000. So we're going to divide by 2,000. So this is 2K a day and 5K a day. Okay, so you got that. And so that's going to be 2K a day is going to be 25 days. And 5K a day is going to be, I can't even do math. I should be able to do this. This is terrible. 10 days. And then a 50,000 word book is probably around 200 pages or so, by the way. Okay, then we have 100,000K word book, right? Sorry, 100,000 word book. And we divide it by 2,000. So that's going to be 50 days. That's about, let's say, 1.5 months, right? That's almost 2 months, really, right? Almost 2 months. And then 100,000 divided by 5. Okay. It's 20 days. And so on and so forth. So you can see how if you're crawling at 2,000 a day, the bigger the book it is, the more time commitment you're going to be seeing yourself. So this will be around 30 days. My brain actually decided to start working. Now you might be asking, Chieko, what about editing and revising? All right. In this situation that I'm giving here, I am not including editing or revising. Your basic edits that you might do, a spell checker on the way, any autocorrects that you might have. If you have like what I have here, for example, on the side of my screen, I have basically like a little bit of a writing aid that can help me figure out what's going on, which I often disable because it drives me insane. But essentially, this does not include revising or editing. And honestly, if you have an outline and you know what you're doing, there's no need to be revising. You shouldn't be questioning your vision when you start writing as an architect. Now, if you're a gardener, that's a whole other kettle of fish. The workers, thank you for your service. Wink, wink. Chieko, thank you for your service. Yeah. I can only max 1K a day. 2K is quite fast. A lot of authors don't write that much a day. My mentor writes 2K to 5K a day. When at the height of my ghostwriting, I was writing 6K. When I was sick with COVID, like the, you know, like not the sick with COVID after the first 7 days or whatever, like when I was absolutely ill with COVID and I could barely get out of bed because I was just tired. I didn't get I wasn't coughing, I didn't lose my taste or anything like that, but I had dizziness and I was extremely fatigued. I went down to 2K a day. Like if things are flowing like they should, 5K. Now, you might be going, how many hours of work is this? I'm basing this off of the idea that you can write 1K in 1 hour. Now, some people can't write 1K in 1 hour. They can only write 500 words in 1 hour. God help them if that's the case. So if it's 2K a day here, this is 2 hours to 3 hours, let's say. And this would be 5 to 6 hours. Remember that as a ghostwriter, I was writing full time. I was extremely impoverished. It was shitty. But it was interesting. And I got a lot more confidence about my writing skill from it. It was great writing for other people in a sense because I didn't have to feel guilty about the ideas being shitty. I could just focus on my technical skills, which was immensely helpful to me. And it kind of helped me also overcome my fear of... I shouldn't say that. I have not overcome my sensitivity around feedback. I think I can still get really sensitive and overthink things, but I try not to emotionalize it, but what will happen is I will overthink it. I will definitely overthink negative feedback. I will doubt myself instantaneously. I'll be like, oh, I was shit. I was absolute shit. And it might be true. It might be true that I was shit, but many times, you know, I just simply didn't know, or I had to still learn, or they were wrong, right? So it's not always just about being shit. It's about learning and picking yourself up and trying again. But yeah. Yeah. 2K a day. Simp can only max 1K a day. He thinks 2K is fast. If you think 2K is fast, you're not going to be able to... you're not going to be able to self-publish. You're going to have to try to go for an agent and get yourself like a cushy publishing deal so that you can like be like George R. R. Martin and do nothing and like, you know, feed off of your hopefully famous books without, you know, lifting another finger. But essentially, like, 2K a day is not fast. 2K a day should be average. Like, my mentor is doing 2K a day. Yeah. We're going to watch your favorite video ever. I'm now disabled because it drove me insane. Brain hears. Hello, Shay. I'm not sure what you're saying there. I'm doing a more architectural approach this time around, but in a way that can capture my gardener side to maximize it better. That is what I want to help gardeners do. I don't want to take away the gardener's ability to write. I don't want to do that. I don't want to take away their method of feeling inspired. But what I do want to do is I want to remove the mystery around writing. Because I don't think it's as mysterious as some people make it out to be. It would take me 6 to 7 hours to write 2K? Maybe I edit too much when I write? Yeah! Oh my gosh, Simp is making me want to fly to UK and just watch him write. I did that one time to 2 to 3 people when I was like tutoring them on how to write. I actually just was like, write me this thing, let me watch you write. And it was mind-boggling how some people can't commit a sentence to the page and just let it go. It's like, wow. I spend 1 hour writing a text to a friend sometimes. What is going on with people? How? Okay, I get if it's a love confession. Okay, I do get love confessions. I would always do when I was writing letters to this one boy I was crushing over. I'd be like analyzing my own stuff to like see if everything was okay. So I get it when there's like love on the line. But this isn't love on the line. This is something you're going to edit anyway. You're going to revise this and cut shit anyway. This is what this is what I tell my students all the time. Why the fuck are you editing when it's probably going to be cut or reworded later on down the line? So I always tell my students, because I teach ESL, right? I always tell my students, you edit after you revise. You edit after you revise. Because there's no point in editing what you've already... anyway, I'm already going on a tangent. I'm already spiraling. Being high makes you more anxious. Okay. I'm absolutely a speed demon when I'm in the zone, but then I get easily exhausted. That's fair, Shay. That's fair. Yeah, just getting it out. Greetings, everyone. Greetings, Jonathan. I'm getting it's Leviosa. Well, the problem is people shoot themselves in the foot, okay? It's the same thing with that girl who Simp brought up, which is tragic. She had been working on a book since she was 12. And she did this amazing marketing for it. Came out. It was absolute garbage, apparently. And now she's having probably an internal crisis. And do you remember that other girl that we reacted to who is a little bit, in my opinion, annoying and unlikable? But she's the one who's pouring her heart into her great novel. Part of the thing that is really important is to just push something out and then revise. The writing process goes pre-writing, writing, revising, editing, publishing. This is the 5-step process I teach to all of my students. And it is here, revising, where you check your ideas or your information, or you check plot consistency, character progression, world building consistency, scene flow, pacing, all of this good stuff, right? Major content will be changed during the revising stage. Imagine, if you will, spending 2 hours to write 1K, okay? Spending 2 hours to write 1K. Let's say it's a scene with a guy on a boat, and you get really invested in this, and then your beta readers come back at you, or your substantive editor or your editor comes back and says, what is this scene? It's the most useless scene on the planet. Cut it. You just wasted 2 hours of your life. Now, you could say, well, at least I got some writing practice in. Yeah, but the writing practice would be even better if you could, like, let yourself make those mistakes and go back and look at it later. Right-wing girl extraordinaire. Yeah, do you remember that girl? Anyway, let's listen to this thing. Let's listen to this person who says that you can write a book in 3 days. Let's see if her advice is solid. Because in my opinion, and I'm going to be brutally honest, I don't think gardeners can easily write a book in 30 days. I think architects, you know, people with a more architectural approach, I think they could maybe handle it, but I don't think it's easy for a gardener. You'd have to be a very mature gardener to be able to write a book in 30 days. It says from outlines to edits. So is she going to talk about revising? Okay, I'm putting it at, the speed is going to be at 1.6 because apparently she's a slow talker. So let's buckle in here and let's see what's happening.
One of the comments I get on this channel quite frequently is something along the lines of, wow, you've written so many books. I'm so far behind you. I have a lot of writing to do to catch up, or I can never write as quickly as you do. And so while I do have some videos that were like general tips on how to write faster, I wanted to do a video that's just A, a breakdown of how I wrote a publishable book from start to finish in 30 days, and B, why it's not very realistic to expect that most books are going to be able to be written in that kind of time frame. In recent years, especially since indie publishing came to the forefront, speed has really been valued in writing more than it used to be. Like when I was traditionally published, I was in fact discouraged from writing more than one book a week, one book a year, because traditional publishers don't usually want more than one book a year from most authors. And there's often a clause in your contract that says you can't sell another book to another publisher. Sometimes there's parameters on it, like you just can't sell a book in the same genre, or you could have a pen name. But anyway, it's not really encouraged oftentimes for you to write just like a crazy amount when you're in traditional publishing. Of course, that's somewhat genre dependent as well. There are definitely some mass market authors that write a lot, and especially if you're popular, you know, they start to be happier to get more books from you if you're writing, selling very well. But in indie publishing, you know, a lot of what determines how much money you make is speed. And of course, not every successful indie author writes quickly, but if you can write a good book quickly, that is an advantage because you have a lot of voracious readers, or you can cover more genre ground. So when I got into...
Okay, she's absolutely right. I remember talking with my mentor about this the first year we talked about it. And one of the things they told me was that it's important to create a backlog. So, for example, if you go into publishing on Amazon, let's say self-publishing, you can't just put out a book and then tootle around and go off and do your thing and come back a year later and expect people to care, especially if it's in a series. So they told me that it's really advantageous if I could put out a book every 2 weeks for 1 year. Think about that, everyone. 2 weeks, every 2 weeks, publish a book for 1 year. That's what they told me. And the reason why they encouraged me to try to do this was because in order to create a readership, you need to provide a backlog. You can imagine your Amazon author page is like your YouTube. And what you ideally want is, let's say a React streamer, let's say Asmongold, reacts to your YouTube video. You ideally want to have a whole library of other books, or in this case, YouTube videos, for them to react to, or for the people to go and see, oh, this is what this YouTube channel's doing. I like this. I want to subscribe. And ideally, what you want to do is, if one of your books hits a person and they're like, man, I like this author, they're going to go to your author's page and they're going to look for other books to read from you. And you want to be able to start providing that as fast and as soon as possible for self-publishing. And that sounds insane. But if you think about it from a YouTube standpoint, a content creation standpoint, it absolutely makes sense. It feels gross and it feels inauthentic to a lot of writers. And it should, because many of you who are listening, who are perhaps interested in writing, you are all going to be writing because you love it. Okay? You're going to write because it's in your soul, because you have a story you want to tell. I can't believe I said it's in your soul. That sounds so friggin' lame. But anyway, it still is going to be important to you. And so for me, anyway, I personally think that you shouldn't beat yourself up if you're not writing a book in 30 days, because it's about who you are and your experience. But if you're in it for money, if you're in it to grow an audience, you're going to have to buckle down. I banked out a book in a month and a half. It was 104K words, no outline, no plan. Herman, that's why I said immature. That's why I said immature gardener. Did you catch up? Did you listen to my exact words? I said a mature gardener can do it. But your average newbie gardener is not going to handle that. How old were you, Herman? Hey, Wooly. Were you in your 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s? Sorry, guys, if you hear chicken soup sipping. 50s, yeah. That's okay. Okay, yeah. That's all good. I'll be there before I know it, I'm sure. Yeah. I think your age helped you out, Herman. I really do. If you are a young person who hasn't read a lot, who hasn't had enough life experience, who doesn't also have a strong vision, you're going to struggle. And this is, I'm talking about writing within a month. It took you a month and a half to write 104K words. By my estimation, if you're doing full-time work as an architect, you should be able to do 104K in 20 days. Oh, Sylvia, sorry. I didn't realize. Okay, so gardeners are people who have some planning. It's usually quite sketchy in their head. Sometimes they write with no plan at all. They'll just start writing on the page. It's almost like stream of consciousness for them, where they're just exploring. And basically gardeners have a a great power to be very flexible and organic sounding. But one of the problems that immature or young, as in years, youthful gardeners, or immature or less experienced gardener writers, is that they struggle with completing things. They can write themselves into a corner, or they will have to do multiple revisions and editing to get things to a readable state. If you're more like me, I'm more architectural, I heavily focus on the pre-writing, and this makes my writing go faster, and my revising is almost non-existent, and my editing is very easy to handle as a result. And it's one of the reasons why when I was ghostwriting, within half a year, I was promoted to the premier writing tier. And within a year, I was on a short list for writing, like for authors. Because I have a very particular approach, and I was very particular with my outlines. I was very particular about knowing what my clients wanted and trying to give them the best that I could. Now, was I always perfect? No. But my particular style of writing, architectural, allowed me to write 150K words relatively fast. Now, does that mean I was always writing 5K a day all the time? No, because there are sometimes things in your life that happen. For me as a woman, hormones can get in the way. Life stuff getting in the way. And even architects can get writer's block as well. Usually it's because of other stressors coming in and kind of impinging on the vision. Or if you just can't see it because the client is messing with you, for example. So generally speaking, if we're talking about getting 150K words done within a month on a regular basis, you're probably in a better position if you are an architect. But like I said, if you are a mature gardener writer, or if you have more self-discipline as a person, or if you are older with a certain type of work ethic, you're going to be okay. Yeah. So aim for architectural writing from the get-go? No, Sylvius. No. Saying, once again, I don't want to shit on my gardener friends. The only reason why I'm making my YouTube about architectural writing is because I don't see other people talking about architectural writing. I honestly don't. There are a lot of people who talk about just write what you feel. There are a lot of people who talk about just don't be afraid of the blank page. And I'm kind of done with that. I'm promoting a voice for architects. If you are not an architect, you're not an architectural writer, don't beat yourself up about it. Just know that I might not be able to help you as much, because I don't want to pretend to be able to help a gardener 100%, because, like I said, I have a very prescribed way of writing. Is it overlooked? It feels overlooked. Hey, Ben, I'm going to just quickly... Sorry, guys. Just had to do something else. Keyboard ASMR. Sorry, Miro. So, Sylvius, I'm not trying to tell you to be a gardener any more than I've tried to tell a woman to be a man or a man to be a woman, right? That's the way it is. It's not, how can I say this? Being an architect or a gardener is kind of like a gender in a way. It's how you perceive and process something, and it's very often instinctual and true to who you are. However, I think both can learn from each other. And so I do not consider myself to be entirely 100% architectural. I'm about 75% to 80%. But I will say that if you are intending to put out a book every 2 weeks, okay, if you are intending to do what my mentor said and put out a book every 2 weeks to create a library of books for your readers to get into, you better heckin' have a lot of organization down in your life. And so this is where I'm trying to say to my gardener friends, I don't want you to change. I don't want to tell the gardeners that they are shitty writers because they're gardeners. What I am trying to share with people is how I view writing, and they can pick and choose what tips and what things that I do that they think might help them. That's all that my channel is about, Sylvius. I'm not very interested in telling you what you should be. But if you want to create content as a writer in a very intentional way, okay, it is better to be organized. At the very least, you at least have to be organized. Now, people like this lady here, and like me, and like my mentor, we are probably, most of us are writing books between 30 to 50K. No more than 90. Okay? So Herman is absolutely correct. He said this. Herman said, a lot of these rapid release authors work on a formula and they don't exceed 80K word counts. He is absolutely correct. So you want to find out a formula that works for you. And it's not that they're formulaic per se, but they're usually, let's say you're writing romances. There's a way to write a romance and you can get into the rhythm of it. And so once you figure out your niche and who you want to write for, then if you're writing these smaller books, somewhere between 30 to 90K, you can definitely write these books quite quickly. As long as things are okay, as long as you're not mentally stressed out, as long as, other things aren't happening in your life, as long as you're not ill or, struggling with any other mental struggles, you will be fine. We just covered the movie Taken the other day, pointing out that the dad was actually a piece of crap, and that's something that's overlooked when he's kicking butt. Is it overlooked? I always thought that he was like an anti-hero, but anyway. Herman said, poke around and do what works for you. Absolutely. She's typing 2K words right now. Generally, if you liked outlining stuff in high school and you're very rigid with schedules, you're probably an architect. Herman is correct. It's like Sebastian Bach in the keyboard. It's a type. Yeah, it's an approach or a mentality, Sylvius. And how you approach your writing will also be kind of determined by, like I said, your end goal. Now, there are some gardeners who are out there to make money, and they do quite successfully. I'm not saying it's impossible for a gardener to make regular cash writing, but I can tell you this, that when I was ghostwriting, gardeners struggled the most. And all of the projects I was brought in to fix were for gardeners, not architects. And you could tell because they would start a chapter, run into a wall, stop, and then restart in another section, stop. And so like there would just be chunks missing and stuff. It was interesting. Let's just say that. Herman might not, said Shay. While a lot of us need the help. I've spewed as many as 200k useless words in a week sometimes, but it's an absolute trash fire, and I'll never look at any of that again. Gardeners can do way too much work for absolutely no benefit. See, that's where I'm trying to save gardeners. That's what I'm trying to say, okay? Is like, just if you have enough of a plan where you don't feel stifled, but you know what's going on, maybe you can at least say, hey, this is salvageable. If we extend the metaphor, a gardener should be able to organize his flowers in beds, and an architect should allow for an unplanned third floor or decorative fountain. Oh, Willie. Yes, absolutely. Dex said, I think it's a method, but that people are more inclined and find one easier than the other, and you can work on being better at the other. Absolutely. Yeah. It's like I said, it's like being a man or being a woman. Like we all can learn from each other, from the different genders can learn from each other, right? So the same thing. Gardeners can listen to architects. Architects can listen to gardeners. Cooks are a good metaphor. Some need to write out or follow recipes. Some just go. They might be the same people. I hated outlining stuff because I do it automatically in my head. Writing it down was for me slow and redundant. Not everyone has that talent. Yeah, not everyone has a talent to do it in their head. I personally need to handwrite out a lot of my stuff or write it out somewhere in a document because visualization is how I manage my language. And we've talked about this before. It's like my Achilles heel because I think everything in images. So I actually have to take a lot more time to solidify what's going on before committing. Okay, let's keep listening to this lady talk at super high speed.
Indie publishing, the first book that I wrote that was like, well, it's my most successful book to this day. And I wrote the entire thing from idea to outline to first draft, second draft, line edits, published in 30 days. Actually, a little less than 30 days. And I went on to write a number of books in about 30 days' time. So it is entirely possible to do this. The book in question, Beauty and the Goblin King, was only 40,000 words. It's not a very long book. It is a retelling of Beauty and the Beast. So the plot was somewhat already pre-existing. That isn't to say that fairy tale retellings don't all have their own twist, and sometimes it can be surprisingly tricky to figure out exactly how to spin your own twist on a fairy tale, but nevertheless, I do find it easier to write retellings and like very tropey books quickly. You are saving a lot of time on the plot structure by doing this. Like romance writers can often write very quickly because there are very expected beats as to what's going to happen in a romance novel. So you're not spending nearly as much time figuring out your initial outline. How are you going to bring all these elements together? And when you are writing, you're less likely to get stuck in some horrible tangle in the middle of the book because the plot is pretty straightforward. There's only so many ways that a lot of romance novels are going to go. And there's some other genres that are kind of like this as well. But my heart really lies with fantasy novels, and fantasy novels generally don't have quite so obvious of beats, and there's less reader expectation or desire for a fantasy novel to have such precise beats. That isn't
Okay, she's absolutely right. And remember what Herman said earlier. When you're writing something more tropey, so usually mystery novels, romance, probably certain types of kids' literature, you can get away with a lot. There are very specific beats that certain audiences look for, and as long as you hit all of those beats, you're good. And there's nothing wrong, okay? I will never shame an author for doing this because I'm one of them. Let's be real here, right? Like you're not like sometimes this is what you just got to do. Okay. And this is just reality. You can't expect the whole universe to kind of go around you and just be like, woo, like, it's just, yeah. Sometimes you just got to do it. But as she points out, with fantasy, it's not so easy. It's not like there's a stock expectancy about the genre itself. So She has Wattpad writing? Yeah. Well, that... she does have some good advice. Yeah. So far, what she's saying here makes sense to me, but she is correct in the sense that fast writing, just like Herman said, and I would agree, is very specific to certain genres. But does that mean that you need to be trapped in your fantasy book for a year? The answer is no. No, you do not. Herman, who is a gardener, pounded out his 104K novel in a month and a half. Okay? It can be done. And anyone telling you differently, it just has maybe less experience, has a longer way to go, or their personality is such that they tend to be a bit more cautious with their writing, and so they're slowing themselves down in order to feel more confident about their writing. Or in the case of some people, they might not have realized that they're actually shooting themselves in the foot by editing as they write, which I honestly do not recommend you highly edit yourself as you write. It's better to literally just write and then go back and rewrite after you've written. Like, as soon as you splurged out everything, that's when you can go back and do revising, because there's no point in editing something that you might cut out later. Like, why would you waste your time on that? What if you follow a specific fantasy subgenre? Yeah, I think Leo, like, for example, romantasy, which is technically a fantasy subgenre. Yeah, I'm sure that there are.
To say there aren't common beats and tropes and plot progressions in fantasy and some of these other genres, but generally I would say...
Oh, Ben, apparently she talks really slowly, so I upped her speed massively, because we have other videos to watch, okay, guys? We're just really touching on this briefly before we move on.
It is more difficult, for sure, to write a fantasy novel that is good in 30 days. So when you hear someone say that they're writing, an insane amount of books in a year, like I wrote 40 books in just a little over 4 years, and I'm not doing that now. I am currently taking about 6 to 9 months to write a novel, because the books I'm writing now are very complicated and they have a lot more unique character progressions, and I have to spend a lot more time figuring out exactly what the characters want and where they're going and how to make their plot arc satisfying, how to bring it all together, and how to show the world and develop the world, and how to work out external versus internal plots. It's a completely different beast. It takes so much more time, and if I had only ever written the things I most wanted to write, these fantasy novels, I would not have ever written such a colossal number of books. So when you're comparing yourselves to other authors on sheer number of books, like, all books are not created equal, not even close. There are some authors that can write more complicated books very quickly. Some people just have brains that are amazing as far as how well they can work for plotting. And also, if you're looking at like professional authors, they might be able to afford more in the way of like house cleaning, childcare, assistants to handle their marketing and things like that. So you don't want to compare yourself to those people in that regard either. Like, I could definitely get more writing done if I had people to handle other aspects of my life for me. But, I'm not going to compare myself to like the output of Brandon Sanderson, because I have a feeling Brandon Sanderson never has to like figure out his whole shopping list for the week and like spend time making a whole healthy meal with chopping vegetables and searing meats and stewing potatoes, all the things that I spend time on a daily basis. So this video is not like...
I think she makes some really great points here. Man, I like this lady. I'm probably going to do an instant subscribe at this point. I like her because she's pointing out that it's never good to compare your output to another writer's output thoughtlessly. Okay? You can't just be like, oh, I'm not putting out as much as X person. Because A, you might be writing something different that requires something completely different from you. It doesn't take into account where you're coming from, your experience, your personality, your writing style or approach, right? All of these things have to be taken into account when you start comparing yourself to somebody. And like she said, not all books are equal. So just because I enjoy reading certain books, or just because I'm writing certain books, doesn't mean that I think that these are shaking the world and are going to be absolutely fantastic and are going to like be America's next great novel. That's just not the way it is. And the The sooner you're real with yourself about what is going on with your writing, the sooner you can accept who you are as a writer and move on to the actual business of writing. That being said, there are so many writers who start writing a book or who find out that I was a ghostwriter and start telling me about their book. And it is very clear to me that they have no staying power. They haven't put out anything. They haven't had any public feedback on any of their writing. And they seem to think that they're going to somehow magically maintain a brand. And it's kind of like, you know, optimism only goes so far. And so for me, as much as we meme on Wattpad, if you are able to put out an update regularly, something on Royal Road or Wattpad, you're probably doing a sight lot more than many people who think that they can become a writer. And if you want to make money and create a backlog, you got to get ready to write a lot. So I do think it is helpful to compare yourself and to look at how other people are managing this. If you want to make money, if you want to, you know, become professionally serious about your writing on a certain money-making level. You just got to think about it. Sanderson literally writes 8 hours a day. Do you know how many K he gets per hour, Herman? Do you know how many K he writes? Like, what's his writing speed at? Like, what does 8 hours translate to? Is it 2K per, like, is it 1K per hour or 500 words an hour? But she also points out, like, your life is, so, like, for example, I shouldn't beat myself up if I'm not able to produce as much, given that I'm juggling one full-time-ish job and 2 part-time ventures, 3 part-time ventures if you count writing. So anyway, like, you gotta be, you know, don't crush yourself in comparison to other writers. That's not helpful to you. Sanderson's prose is sort of weak for a top author. Well, Simp, there's being analytical and objective. And I think that has a time and a place and is very helpful for writers to look at and analyze, or for literary academics to analyze and break down. But in terms of making money and in terms of getting clicks, we have to sometimes lay that aside, because not everything that is well written is going to be trashed. Sorry, not everything that is well written is going to be appreciated, and not everything that is trash is going to be, you know, put in the trash. Because there are lots and lots of people, myself included, who will read garbage because we just want to have fun. So sure, he may not have strong prose. I think some people in my Discord have strong ideas about some of the directions he's taken his content as well, right? Some of his choices for his characters have disappointed certain people in my community. But quality, while I think quality is something we should all have in mind, and I'm a huge proponent for objective standards of excellence, we also have to remember that your average consumer doesn't care about stuff like that. Sanderson has a 2K minimum requirement for himself, or 10 pages. it's pretty resourceful. Once again, I've only read like one of his books way back. It didn't get me obsessed. But I think it works. He's what I would call a competent writer in the sense that he gets people reading and he gets people interested. And at the end of the day, for some people, that's all that they need. I would like to believe that all of us here are arbiters of good taste. But let's be honest, we all have something that we like, that we know is poorly done, but we're still enjoying it. So, you know, minimum, 2K minimum a day. See, that's what I'm saying. 2K minimum is you have to be able to do 2K minimum. I would push for 4K, like 4K would be, like if I was doing full-time self-publishing, I would try to do a 4K, 4 to 5K a day. Yeah. Sanderson has a unique talent to hook me in the first few chapters and throw it away on the first point of view. That's totally fair, Willie. Or enjoy something because of how bad it is, like Sylvius adjusting his monocle taste. Quite so, yes. See, that's one thing I will say, guys. Like, I know a good book when I generally see it. I can I obviously have studied classics. I know a lot of literature stuff. But I'm not going to lie to you guys and pretend that I'm you know, reading Steppenwolf and War and Peace every single day. I got a Warhammer 40K sitting over there that I'm still working through. Yeah. We're not going to talk about what's on my Kindle, but anyway, like let's all get off of our little high horses here, guys, okay? We all like us some guilty pleasure. Sometimes we don't know because we're enjoying it too much. Not going to pull in an example so not going to put in examples so nobody gets upset. Here's another one, okay? Asmongold was playing a video game. I forget which one. And he was like, oh, this is so good. And people were like, no, it's not. You haven't played this game over here. So then he went and played that game over there. And he was like, what was I even thinking? I didn't know. Because he had what we call the frog in the well. I don't know if you guys have heard the Japanese saying, the frog in the well. Oh my lord. Orient my fingers properly on the keyboard. The frog in the well doesn't know the ocean. It's a Japanese phrase, I believe. And essentially the essence is that you only know what you were basically exposed to. And so if you're only exposed to shit, you're only going to know shit. But that doesn't mean that shit is going to be somehow terrible and unenjoyable. That's the problem, right? It goes back to Joe Louis. I love me some Joe Louis. Kind of craving some Joe Louis. But anyway, I love me some Joe Louis. Joe Louis. But you can't have Joe Louis every day. You got to have some meat. If you're Leo, you got to have some veggies. Right? Go read PGR. Woolie's crying somewhere in the corner. And sometimes we, yeah. Okay, so let's keep going. So far, I'm liking this lady. She's really, she's getting a thumbs up from me so far. But we'll see if I'll take my sub back.
You guys should be writing a book in 30 days, or you should be able to do this, or this is how you can write any book in 30 days. Like, no. Most people are not able to write most books in 30 days. And in fact, I don't think I could have written any book in 30 days if I hadn't already had quite a lot of experience as a writer working in traditional publishing, having editors, going through like rigorous editorial processes and studying the craft for years, because that gave me a good sense of like just how to work out plot problems, like what are going to be some of the common problems and how to get out of them. The more you study the craft of writing, and even perhaps more importantly, the more you actually write and finish projects, the better you will get at figuring out how to solve these problems to some degree. With that said, I am currently really struggling with my current manuscript. Like, that still happens to me all the time, where I'll get stuck for like a month or two and I just can't figure out what the heck is wrong with this damn thing. So, still happens. But now, let's talk about how I did write a book in 30 days. I need some brain fuel. Magic Mind has really become a part of my daily routine ever since they first reached out to me to work with them last year. One thing that has hit me hard in my 40s is BookBub, which is one of the best places to market a discounted book. Like later when you have a series, especially, BookBub can be great. And I think their minimum for a novel is 40,000 words, or like an equivalent number of pages. So I would always try to aim for at least 40,000 words with anything that I was writing. And you want to start with like an easy plot template. There are books you write because you have this grand, unique vision. I definitely have those. But sometimes you just want to write something that's easy and fun. Even if you are this writer who's capable of spinning amazing plot lines, sometimes I still like to take a little break and write like a simpler book that's where I don't have to think so hard about every twist and turn. Just like as a reader, you might want to cleanse your palate after reading some really big involved book with just some like fun little rom-com or something. As a writer, I feel that too sometimes. No shame in writing a short, easy, either frothy or just like really gripping, exciting pacing kind of book that you can execute very quickly. So I started with the fairy tale.
Okay, see, this is where I'm saying we have these pretentious a-holes who sit around and are like, oh, Murakami, oh, War and Peace. Okay, we all need to calm down here, okay? And we need to all admit that we sometimes like to dabble in something that might be lower tier entertainment. And the same thing goes with writing. You can be capable of writing something extremely complex and stuff like that. Like you can be like, woo, but every now and then you want to like shit out a shorter book that's easier and more fun to do. And I'm going to be honest, if someone comes to me and says, I want to be a writer, and I ask them, what have you written? And they tell me, I have not completed a project yet. My next question will be, why do you want to write? And then they'll say, oh, I want to get published. And that's when I start getting worried. Because I'm not saying I'm a golden template here, and I'm sure this lady would agree too. But I completed my first book, my first complete book, which was absolute tripe, Gathering of the Stars, when I was, I want to say 16 or 17. Absolute tripe. It would fit right. No, it wouldn't fit on Wattpad because there was very little to no romance. Because once again, my brain was on a whole other wavelength. I wasn't doing the romance thing really. But if you haven't completed a book yet and you want to sell a book to people, I'd start sweating if I was you. You need to complete something and get feedback. Stat. Because there's no way you got to tell yourself that you're going to swan into some industry or into some field with your big book or your big, your first opus or whatever and think that people are going to start clicking and start enjoying your stuff right off the bat. It's just, you gotta be ready to iterate faster, especially at the beginning. Start with something simple. Don't start writing a series. Write a single book that's contained, that's easy to do, only 2 to 3 major characters, keep it simple, and complete it. It's very much like my itch.io, where I sometimes, when I used to have time, I used to do little video game prototypes. And the goal I gave myself was to learn something new and to finish a game that could work without falling apart. And that's how I view my writing as well. That's how I view writing, period. It sounds like that's what she's saying. When you first write, don't kill yourself with a series. Don't even kill yourself with 100,000 word book. So if we go back up here, aim for a 50K book as an exercise to test your skills. If you don't want to waste time on a 50K book, try to write a 30K. It's a light novel. Murakami does write short books. Yeah, see? Everyone is... Most people who who are writing regularly need to take mental breaks. There's no harm in it. It's like the saying, if you never swam in the ocean, every pond seems deep, kind of. What would we think of Martin if Tolkien had been lost to the west of Martin when it exists? The Dragon's Bride. Right? Sanderson writes fast, and it shows. Yeah, I like I said, I only like read one, and then it was one of the Stormlight, and then I was like, Murakami does write short books. Yeah. Once again, I'm not against a long book. I've read long books. I've read Malazan books, and Russian novels. But as a writer, don't try to write, the next, Malazan or the next Dorothy Dinette or the next War and Peace. Like, it's just, or the next Murakami. Don't try to do that out of the gate. It's a waste of your time. Okay.
Beauty and the Beast, and I just kind of worked out a very easy outline based on the fairy tale. And when you're working on kind of a common plot line, and some of the common ones, like in romance, is like a Pride and Prejudice riff, a Beauty and the Beast riff, a Cinderella riff. It could be fairy tales or popular novels that have stood the test of time, like Jane Eyre. And you're just kind of coming up with like a thing that makes this unique to you. You're changing the setting or you're changing the scenario. So in the case of Beauty and the Goblin King, pretty obviously, I wanted to kind of riff off of like Labyrinth, hot Goblin King kind of vibe. So the concept was, instead of a beast, we have the Goblin King, who has been cursed. Also, it's a sexy book, so there's kind of a sexy element to the curse. And beyond that, I did not change a whole lot, except a few little things that unfolded like as I was writing. You don't need to reinvent the whole wheel with these types of books. And although I'm talking romance, this also applies to some other genres of books that have like your simple, basic plot lines. Romance certainly isn't the only one. But yes, the main point when you're outlining is like, don't get fancy. Don't start putting pressure on yourself to make every little bit of it unique, or to just give it something that's going to take a ton of research, something like that. Don't get involved in anything like that. And then you're writing an outline. Now, I know there are people who just are the seat of their pants type writers who don't do outlines and they still manage to write quickly, but I'm not one of them, and I have no idea how you would do it, so this is not the video for that kind of advice. For me, if I'm going to write something quickly, I need a simple beat by beat outline, like what each chapter is going to be, like one sentence. I'm going to walk myself through the entire plot and make sure that I have everything lined up before I start. And then you're going to start to write. You're going to follow that outline, and you're only going to deviate.
Okay, so if we go all the way down on my fan fiction page, the first book I started writing was 25 chapters long for fan fiction. And then there's a whole bunch of smaller stuff. Then we have another large book and a whole bunch of smaller stuff. Smaller stuff, all of it small, all of it Naruto. Don't ask questions. All of these are shorts. Just me having fun. All of it. All the way up. All the way up. So it would be, while I was writing these longer pieces, I would write a whole bunch of shorter, smaller pieces on the side as kind of experiments or whatever. Now, you might be going, are you suggesting fan fiction? And the reason why I actually wrote a lot. All right, so let's go back up here. The reason why I sometimes recommend fan fiction to people is because it takes the onus of creating something fresh and unique off your back. And this can just help you focus on your writing, period. And so it's more about your adjective use, your sentence fluency, your word choice, pacing, all of that. And then once you take off your training wheels, so this is a training wheel situation, okay? And she talked about her fairy tale. Her fairy tales were her training wheels. She was literally modeling her ideas off of somebody else. And you might go, well, that's kind of shitty and inauthentic. No, it's how you start to learn. How do you think little kids start walking? Mommy and daddy are holding up their arms or under their armpits or whatever, and they're helping their little kid walk along, right? Your dad has always got his hand on the back of your bike, you know, so that you don't tip over. You're never doing a Boruto fanfic? No. The last time I wrote fan fiction was in 2022. It's been a while. It's been a hot minute, and I left it unfinished. Oh, well, it is what it is. But what I'm trying to say here is I did this naturally. Nobody told me to do this. And it became more obvious to me over time why I was doing what I was doing instinctually. And later on, when I read what Stephen Fry said at the beginning of his poetry book, it was like I finally felt vindicated for the position I had started creating for myself. I had started creating a philosophy for myself of why this works, why you should do this, why you should model, why you should do what my mom did when she educated us. And this lady is also saying the same thing. Basically, you want to learn how to put stuff out and practice your writing techniques without fussing over the world and even the plot. You just want to put something out and get iterating. It's literally like programming a video game. And I don't like it sometimes, the way gardeners talk about it. And that's why I have a little bit of a beef with some gardeners and how they talk about it. So they are like, well, you know, I just wrote it and it just came to me. And it's like, well, that's great for you. That's bully for you. What about the rest of us who don't have that big brain? What about the like you're not helpful. It's like those bros in video game development. And you go to them with your problem and they're just like, learn to code, or they don't even tell you the right advice, or they try to rewrite your whole code and it ends up not even doing what you want it to do. So anyway, long story short, I don't think it's helpful to talk about writing this way for some new people. And I'm speaking as well to any gardeners who are frustrated with their own output. I don't think it's helpful for a gardener to come in and say, well, you just write and it will be fine. Because for some people, they've done that. It's not good enough. And that's why I'm very thankful for Cozy Creative saying this. And that's why I'm saying it, is you really need to focus on writing something short, sweet, simple, straightforward, non-stressful. Stack Overflow, oh my lord, I tried Nraken. I tried. It was bad. I went everywhere. I eventually just went to AI because AI gives me less lip. But I can't trust AI because I don't know enough programming to know when AI is telling me something wrong. Do you see what I'm saying? So it's a tough one. But at least with AI, it spawns it quickly and you can iterate it and see if it works or not. But I don't find AI to always be helpful. But anyway. So I really appreciate what she's saying here. And guys, if any of you want to write, I don't want to discourage you from writing. What I am encouraging you to do is don't doubt yourself too much. Only doubt the scope of your vision. Because you might be burdening yourself with a story you are not yet meant to write. There is a file folder in my filing cabinet with notes and notes of stories that I would love to write. I simply can't write them now because I don't have the skill or the vocabulary. So it's going to sit in my filing cabinet until I have the time and the means to write those stories. And this, I hope the same thing goes for you. Don't feel like the story that you just thought up 2 weeks ago has to be the story that you're working on right now. Write it down in detail as much as you can. Put it in a filing folder and write instead a simpler story. I regularly use Stack Overflow for programming stuff. Yeah, I just find that some people are not very helpful. That's all I'm saying. AI doesn't tell you import 800,000 libraries, which I appreciated. The story that I'm writing now was thought up 2 weeks in advance of writing. Yeah. But once again, Herman, we're talking about people who get married to a story when they're not ready to write that story. When they come and say, I want to write a series. Well, have you written any kind of book to completion? Well, no. Okay. Why are you writing it? Well, I want to make some money. I want to get published. I might try to send it to a literary agent. Okay. So that's a whole other beast. You're going to need to do a lot more work. And frankly, you might be better off trying for something simpler, getting feedback. Never marry yourself to a story. That's a major mistake. Yeah, like, I just don't want a newbie writer who's never completed a story to feel like they have to write this story right now. And that's what she's saying here is like, start simple. Don't kill yourself. Writing a book to get money. Arm is laughing, crying. I know, Arm. I know. Don't make me cry too.
From it. If something just kind of comes up organic.
That right-wing girl needs that advice. That right-wing, I try not to think about that right-wing girl because I just felt so stressed out when I was listening to her story. Money.
That feels really right and just clicks in. You will know this feeling if you're having it. Sometimes things come up that just, they fit in so perfectly. It's almost like you didn't even have to think at all. They just, bam, pop right in like a missing piece of a puzzle. If you get something like that, you should always roll with it. But if you start like overthinking a certain element, and like I was coming right off of traditional publishing. I mean, I'd written a few books, other indie books in between, but mostly I still was very much in a traditional publishing mindset. And like in traditional publishing, it was very common for my editor to question a lot of things as far as like, why does this need to be here? Did you resolve this character's arc satisfyingly? You know, is this fleshed out sufficiently? When you are writing just like a quick, fun little book, chances are your readers are going to be also reading it very quickly, and their motivation for reading it, like if it's a romance, all they really want is to like have those satisfying beats hit for them. And they're not going to be sitting there and analyzing like, did the sister character that appeared in chapter 3, did she ever like have a satisfying purpose within the greater thematic narrative? No, I know this is where some people will start to hate me for saying like dumbing down literature, that you can just kind of gloss over certain elements of a book. I really do feel like certain types of books have different aims for why people are reading them and what they care about while they're reading them. So there are pulpy fantasy novels that no one...
Oh my lord, this lady is like my long lost sister, but with like more gray hair. Holy moly! Oh my lord! So happy! Oh. Okay, so here's the thing, okay? Do you remember how I often talk about modern storytelling and mythological storytelling? Modern storytelling is really a focus on realism, and there's often a lot of interest in the psychological workings of a character, and things like continuity is really important for these kinds of things. And unfortunately, modern storytelling has often, with its realism, when it becomes bro-coded, it becomes gritty. Now, mythological storytelling is my word. It's more similar to archetypal. You have to watch some of my other videos to know what I'm talking about here. But it's less about the realism, and it's more about the spiritual or emotional realism or experience. Let's say that. And so it is more about emotional, and by emotional, I also mean sublime. Let's say emotional experiences, and then up here, I'll change this to spiritual and sublime and archetypal. And the focus here isn't on continuity, it's on the aesthetic of the moment. And this is an extremely Japanese thing, in my opinion. The Japanese know what this is about. They really do. It's this moment where you mentally are saying, this shouldn't happen, this couldn't happen, but it feels right. And there is oftentimes books, a book or a video game, that can rise above the modern storytelling mode and access a more archetypal storytelling mode. And it doesn't matter if in your head you're going, but this shouldn't happen. It still feels right. And it's not, I don't like using the word emotional here because it's not just about the emotion. It's about a feeling of sublimity. And I often link it to the concept of the numinous, which is a term that Tolkien also applied to certain types of fantasy. It's like the moment where Arwen sees the vision of Aragorn with her potential son. It is the moment when Theoden screams death and all of the Rohirrim run down the hillside on horses into an oncoming horde of orcs. And if you haven't felt this before, if you don't know what I'm talking about, I can't help you. But let's do a poll in chat here. Okay, I'm going to start a poll, and it is going to be going to start a poll. Okay. Let's see. Numinous. Yeah. Numinous is, according to Oxford Languages, numinous is having a strong or religious or spiritual quality, indicating or suggesting the presence of divinity. It's similar to the word sacred or spiritual. Okay, so we have 11 votes. 91% said yes. And there's some people who said no. Okay, I'm not going to ask the people who said no to out themselves. But there is an experience that you can have when you engage with content. It will almost feel mimetic. It will almost feel like maybe it's linked to your ancestors or your faith. It can make you cry or feel an emotion, but you don't have to feel the emotion the same way that you will feel an emotion when you hug your mom or kiss your wife. That's not the same kind of emotions we're talking here. It's incredibly deep and almost breathtaking. And answered late, I had to get a dictionary. It's a very special experience that you can have when you are basically like when you are writing or reading or engaging with content. And when all of this to say that there are lots of men who might look into what a woman is reading in a romance, and what he doesn't understand is that while romance has high psychology going with it, okay, right? There's a high psychology, and there has to be a minimum of continuity for the story to make sense. Continuity and realism are not the key parts to a romance. The actual reason why a romance will never die and why even the most intersectional feminists cannot kill romance is because romance is fundamentally mythological. And the moments that these women are seeking in their books at the cost of continuity is these aesthetic experiences, these aesthetic beats. Now, does that mean that these beats that they're experiencing in these porny books are spiritual? No. I'm not saying that. But what I'm trying to suggest is that romance is a blend of modern siphoning off of a more mythological reality or need. And it's an aesthetic. This aesthetic of the moment is what is so crucial. This aesthetic of the moment. And these women seek it, even if it doesn't make sense in the story. And you might go, this doesn't make sense. I don't understand women. They're so illogical. No, it's not about logic. It's about the aesthetic of the moment. And at the lowest form of this storytelling mode, the aesthetic of the moment is like the most easily accessible. And that's what the women are seeking in their books, is this aesthetic beat. Now, is it sublime? No. Is it spiritual? No. Is it archetypal? Yes. Most of the time it is, actually. It's not sublime or spiritual, but it's definitely aesthetic, in the sense that it creates a specific emotion that they want to experience again and again. And I think guys also experience this and want to have it too. They have their own ways of accessing it. I read Playboy for the spirituality. Once again, aesthetic of the moment for me is the lowest level of mythological archetypes. So, for example, there's a moment in Naruto where his parents are skewered by Kurama and they're talking to him as a baby. And you can feel an aesthetic of the moment. It's a Japanese aesthetic of the moment. Mentally, your realism is screaming and you're thinking this is stupid. But the aesthetic of the moment, if you're awake to any kind of mythology, if you're awake to any of this sublime stuff I'm talking about, you will sense the aesthetic of the moment. You will know what I'm talking about, even though it doesn't make sense. Now, does that mean that what that scene is spiritual or ultimately sublime in the same way that Arwen looking at her son with Aragorn is sublime? No. I'm not putting it on the same level. There's different levels. There's different like tiers of how this works. But you could say that the mythology storytelling is like a deep well, and some people go in there with a spoon, and some people go in there with a bucket. And the Japanese people, for some reason, I don't know why, what it is, what they're drinking over there, but they, for some reason, they do have a higher ratio of accessing this in their storytelling. And I'm not sure why, but like a lot of Final Fantasy does it. A lot of anime can achieve it. Ghibli does it. So yeah. Okay, let's keep going. I'm going to delete these. Actually, I'm reorganizing my night because Ben got back to me. So we're going to be reorganizing stream a little bit so that Ben will... Let's press play on this, and then I'll communicate with Ben for a second.
One cares that much about like the deeper thematic thing, unless they end up becoming like a classic. For like, sometimes themes arise even if you don't mean them to. But there are books that are more geared toward entertainment that people are not thinking that deeply about. And as a writer, you don't need to bring the same mindset to them as you do to like your great work. Disheveled editing Lydia here. I have a different cat now. I also just wanted to point out that, you know, the focus of this channel is being like realistic about market conditions and what it actually takes to make a living as a writer. I feel like sometimes I need to remind people of that. Like, not that it probably matters, because, you know, if you want to comment and complain to me about the decline of literature, I can't stop you. But I've been in this for a long time. I've had a lot of friends who have been in it for a long time. So like, I know what it takes to survive, what you sometimes have to do just to keep your writing flowing and like making money off it, so you don't have to stop writing altogether. So like, I'm realistic about these things. That's why sometimes I say, you know what, go write your fluff and don't work too hard on it. It's not because that's what I really like my ideal of literature. I'm just being realistic about like, if you want to make a living, sometimes you have to cut some corners. That's been true for a long time. Some great writers who have made amazing works have also written some very fluffy, pulpy books. So anyway, you're going through your outline beat by beat, chapter by chapter, and you're just not getting too hung up on things that aren't perfect. If something is not completely resolved to your satisfaction, or you feel like something didn't occur as perfectly as you wanted it to, you're just going to let it go and move on. Now, with the caveat that at the point that I was rating a book this quickly, I had a lot of experience writing already. And that's why I want to reiterate that you're generally not going to jump into your writing career doing this, like right off the bat. It's much easier and you'll produce better quality works quickly if you already have a good bit of experience writing other stuff already. But some people just have the knack right off the bat. Some people never acquire the knack. So I can't really tell you exactly what point, like, okay, you're ready. For me, it was about like 10 books in. Okay, so you get the first draft done. Bam. You're fixing anything that really, you know, if you feel like it's a glaring problem and you can fix it easily, just try to keep things as easy as possible. And then you're going to move on to just line edits. And again, you're not going to get super hung up in your line edits either. I have a whole video about line editing if you really want to like dig into my line editing process. But my line editing process for like their written to market, quick, Amazon treadmill kind of books is very different than my line editing process for the books in my fantasy world that are like my babies. I probably take 3 or 4 times as long line editing with my babies. So when you're doing the line editing with like a quick read, you're mainly just trying to like make sure it reads well, it makes sense. Like you're not getting really over analytical. When I'm going into deep line edits, I'm probably reading the whole thing like 3 or 4 times, really analyzing like, do I have repeated words? Can I make this description more vivid? Can I just tweak this dialogue? I'm really digging in and trying to find ways to like really let the book shine. Whereas when you're writing quickly, you're mainly just trying to make sure there's nothing terrible, anything that's going to pull the reader out of the experience, make them pause and go like, ugh, that's terrible writing, or what the heck is going on here? That doesn't make any sense. You just want to make sure like it reads nicely. It's an easy, fun read without anything that's going to get people stuck on it.
If you look on this side over here, Simp, if you take a look at this side over here, she has other books, and to determine the entire library of a person simply from one camera angle, I think is unfortunate. I wouldn't say that. I will say this. She has been extremely honest about expectations. She said, if you want to make a career writing and self-publishing or going into indie publishing, you have to come to grips with the fact that you have to pump out a lot of stuff. And she's absolutely right. And if you are aiming to write fast, don't write something complex. She's absolutely correct about that. She's also absolutely correct insofar as she is talking about writing tropey stuff with the aid of years of experience writing. So if you are just coming in as a new writer and you don't know what you're doing, it's obviously going to take you longer than a month. Obviously. But as you get more and more books done, you will figure out how to get more stuff done. Herman, who is a gardener, got a 100,000 K book done in a month and a half. Now, I will say this. She is being extremely realistic because she is really laying it down clearly, okay? She is absolutely correct about the line editing. Do not be doing line editing before your book is done, because you don't know if that paragraph you just spent an hour re-editing over and over again during the writing phase is going to even be there come the revision and editing phase. So just get it out there. And she herself is admitting there's a difference between writing something more complex and writing something more tropey. And she's saying herself that if you're not writing something tropey, and if you're a new writer, don't kill yourself trying to get this done this way, unless you're a natural architect. It took me three books that I never published, but I finished them. It took me 3 books to figure out that I was an architect. And by the time I hit my mid-20s, I was like, oh, this is what I am. This is how I'm going to work. So you should try writing books, try to finish them, and in the process, try different techniques and see what works for you. But don't try to go for a series. It's not going to happen. I'm not fully sure it would work for a male target audience. If you, the one thing I would say I disagree with her is the idea that fantasy is fundamentally different. I disagree. I think fantasy can absolutely have patterns. And if men think that every single book that they've read is not pattern-based or trope-based, they got another think coming. I definitely think it could work for a male target audience. And in fact, Simp, maybe the reason why a lot of men aren't reading is because stuff is too oh my lord, party. You're absolutely right. Oh, our dad loves spy thriller stuff. Oh my gosh, Clive Cussler. Yeah. Massive. There is tropey stuff out there written for men. You can absolutely do it. And in fact, I would argue maybe the stuff that isn't tropey and is trying to be pretentious and elevated is why men aren't reading it. Maybe if stuff was more like a light novel and easier to access, more men would read it. She just seems very normal to me, which is refreshing. Yes. Yeah, I agree, party. She reads what she writes. According to Leo, she's recommending stuff that's pretty solid. I don't know, though. I'm not sure. There's no more trope heavy hero on the face of fantasy bookdom than Kaladin. Yeah, I just I'd have to go through and see what book she's recommended, or maybe Leo can screenshot what he saw. But essentially, don't mistake heavy world building with not having narrative patterns. Don't mistake lore with narrative. Lore is not narrative. You can have all of the lore going on, but you still need to have narrative, and that narrative will have a trope in it. There will be a pattern in it. It's going to be a hero's journey. It's going to be band of brothers. It's going to be a curse. It's going to be a corruption or a blight. There's good versus evil. There's going to be something. Isekai leans heavily on familiar tropes, and it's mostly read by tropes. Yeah, Isekai is just a trope. Male read picture books. Source, am male. That sounds like Ben. It's not like a rewrite of Beauty and the Beast. You do realize that, like, Tolkien and George R. R. Martin are heavily influenced by other mythologies and politics, right? Yeah. In fact, some of the greatest male writers were simply riffing on other writers that came before them. I'm just saying. Male writing is just as tropey or pattern-based. All writing follows a pattern. There's only like 5 types of conflict. So, yeah.
Paragraph.
Don't get it twisted.
Like and once that's done, you just need to make sure you got an amazing cover and you can publish it. So the time frame for these things for me is probably like 1 or 2 days to like conceive and outline the plot. Although generally I'm conceiving a lot of the plot on the back burner in my brain while I'm working on whatever the previous book was. Then I'm probably taking like 3 weeks, 3.5 weeks to actually write the whole book, and then probably like 5 days to line edit, and then put up a pre-order or just publish it straight depending on your strategy. And that's how you do it. Now, again, I'm not saying that anybody necessarily should be doing this. One of the problems I think with indie publishing, one of the reasons it can often feel like the quality of writing is diminishing, is because of this self-publishing treadmill and people feeling pressured to write books increasingly faster so that they can have a big back catalog. And I got very much stuck in this situation where I started out in traditional publishing. I was writing a book a year. I was taking all this time on it, going through rigorous edits, both on my own before I gave it to my agent, then sometimes another edit if my agent had a few notes, and then maybe 1 or 2 big rounds with an editor. It was a lot of work just to produce one book. And then, the books didn't do that well, which is common. And then your publisher's not that excited about you anymore. And that was when I moved to indie publishing. And when I started with indie publishing, I was still writing somewhat slower. I started with the Cursed Soul trilogy, and those books took like 3 months each to write. But I could see that if I wanted to make a living, like a good living at it, which I very much needed to do at the time, I would have to write faster, if at all possible. And that's how I got into writing so quickly. It is very grueling, and it is not my best work, although it did help me become such a better writer in such a short time that I think, although the books themselves maybe are not always my best work, there are some really good writing that came out of it. Just kind of the way sometimes writing doesn't need time. Sometimes it only needs inspiration. And inevitably, if you're pushing yourself, sometimes that inspiration is actually going to blossom anyway. And I think I leveled up tremendously during this time. So I wouldn't necessarily say that it's all bad for writers to write quickly. Far from it. But I also really don't want to do that my whole career, because you're not going to write like a really well thought out epic fantasy, for example, in 30 days or even 3 months. And you can kind of compare writing to cooking sometimes. Sometimes you just want a burger. Sometimes you want an entire, holiday spread with like 8 dishes, some of which took 3 days to prepare. And sometimes both of those taste equally good, but you wouldn't necessarily want to be stuck only eating and cooking one or the other. And you will also level up as a cook if you take the time to perfect your burger as well as your holiday meal. there is a time and a season for different types of writing and reading. So yeah, mainly I just wanted to explain to everyone who has commented like, wow, you write so fast, I have so much catching up to do, that like, it's complicated. It took me a long time before I felt confident writing that quickly, and it's also not something I could sustain for very long. I really sincerely hope I never have to try to write 10 books a year ever again. And if I did try, I'm not even sure if I could at this point. I think that my burnout after several years of doing this was just so severe that I'm not sure that I could really ever do that again. But I'm glad I did for the time that I did. I definitely improved as a writer as a result of it, but it is a very specific set of circumstances that leads to that kind of writing. So I hope this was helpful. I know that there's a lot of people have tried to write a book in a month, thanks to the NaNoWriMo challenge, or as we're now calling it, various other non-NaNoWriMo things. Have you ever written a book in 30 days? And what was that experience like for you? Do you have any thoughts on writing fast versus writing slow? Different types of writing in different time frames? Give me all your comments.
Okay. I'm going to stop it there. But essentially, long story short, I agree with her. You can write a book in 30 days or even a month and a half. But you need to have experience. You need to be approaching a certain types of genre, and you need to be organized on a level. Either in your brain, if you're like Herman, or you're writing it down, you're going to have to do it. Now, as she pointed out, it's not something you want to do eternally. So when I was talking with my mentor about this, my mentor told me that you should try to write that much you should try to publish a book every 2 weeks over the next year. And I was initially on board with it, but then everything hit me really hard from 2023 onward or whatever. So I've had to dial it back. Obviously, those kinds of plans are kind of backburnered, but I'm still going to approach it in the sense that I'm going to give myself time to do something that's good and not phoned in. But at the same point in time, I am going to work on creating a backlog. And why? Because you still need it. And as she pointed out, even if what you put out is mid, it's better than putting out nothing. Let me repeat that again. Even if what you put out is mid, it is better than putting out nothing. And that's why I don't appreciate when certain people get on their little pedestal and they crack jokes about fan fiction writers. Well, it's a lot more than you, isn't it? Because you haven't lifted a finger to write a sentence. So I can be very critical of writers. I can be very critical of certain levels of literary quality. But at the end of the day, I will never shit on a new writer trying out things and just writing, because that's part of what has to happen. Writers need to go out, make mistakes, get feedback, and learn. And honestly, you're not going to learn a lot if you are struggling to finish a book within a year, because it's just taken you a year to do something. And I'm not 100% sure that has taught you much. I would rather see smaller output at a faster pace, because at least then you start trying out new things, trying out new genres, trying out new, approaches, etc., etc. Audra Winter got killed. Some of the feedback was brutal. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. You get these people who are like, oh, I'm going to write next big, great novel. I'm going to write this big novel that's so important to me. Well, how is that going for you? Right? How's that going? Not great. It would have been smarter for her to put out smaller books that were tropey and easy to write, and then slowly work herself up to the big time. This overemphasis on writing this amazing novel that's going to be the next, George R. R. Martin killer is like stupid. I don't recommend it. Don't pressure yourself into an early grave. Don't pressure yourself into it. It's just not going to, it's not going to work. Okay. Book chat. I've been added. Okay, so Leo found a thing from like a clip of what this lady recommends. She recommends Emily's book, the Emily series by Ellen Montgomery, solid. Betsy Tacy books, don't know. Little House on the Prairie books, I hate them, but they are technically really well done. Jane Eyre, like, good choice. Little Women, I mean, well written. I liked it when I was a teen, but I think I never read it again. Mrs. Bridge and Mr. Bridge, don't know. A Tree Grows in Brooklyn, In Pursuit of Love and Love in a Cold Climate. I Capture the Castle, Lark Rises to Candleford, The Bell Jar, The Secret Garden, A Little Princess, solid, etc., etc. For sci-fi fantasy, she likes Mercedes Lackey's Valdemir series. I mean, Lackey is pretty solid. Tanith Lee, I think I've heard of Tanith Lee. Emily Wilde's series, The Hollow Kingdom, Seraphina, ElfQuest comics, so on and so forth. So, I think she clearly knows how to read well. Yeah. All right. I'm going to shift gears, guys. I know it's a radical shift. So if some of you have places to be or stuff to do, feel free to jet. I'm going to be shifting gears and playing a game. I'm going to be playing Final Fantasy XIV. We're going to do some MSQ tonight. Let's just say that my MSQ buddy Ben, I wasn't sure. Anyway, I kind of effed up today. Streamer error. I wasn't sure. I hesitated. I went for something, but anyway, long story short, I'm going to switch gears. While switching gears, I'm going to put some water on. We're going to do a little bit of Final Fantasy XIV MSQ. So I understand if anyone wants to go and doesn't want to be spoiled or doesn't care about Final Fantasy XIV, you are free to be free of my chatter. I don't know, Miro. What about you? Are you going to be joining us? Video about books completed in 90 minutes. Who are you and what did you do with Chieko? Woolie's like, blink twice, Checo. Is water wet? I don't know. I thought you had done it already on the character Miro because of what you said in Discord. So I wasn't sure what was going on there. Cafe is busy now, says Epic. So I have to be a lurker tonight. But so far it seems like this woman has done a better job arguing her points than others. I'm going to be honest, guys, okay? I'm going to share this. I genuinely like how fresh and how real this woman is, okay? She is not lying to you. She's telling you the way things are. She's saying, your writing isn't going to be great, but you're going to learn from it regardless. And if you want to get into a certain, get to a certain level of confidence and grow your brand, this is how you're going to have to do it. Oh, okay, Miro. Sure, yeah. Obviously, if you want to join, you're obviously welcome. But I had assumed that you had just done it by yourself. She needs to read some stuff written by men.
Thank you so
Sure, but I think there are absolute ways for men to write for men within a month. Herman, you wrote within a month and a half a book that was quite large, right? Audra Winter needs this video and Right Wing Girl needs this video. A lot of people need this video. And the reason why is I want people to free themselves of this misconception that they have to have their shit together. And you can just go and finish something simple. Do something simple and just literally throw words on the page. Set it aside for about a week. Go back in. You could even go back in with someone to sit through the trauma with you and get it out. Get it sorted. There's no point in editing as you write. There's no point in revising as you write. And there's no point in trying to write a series or something massive for your first time out. You're literally shooting yourself in the foot. Did you just give us permission to do something else than watch your stream? Kind of, Sylvius, kind of. Yes. It's a matter of not, oh my gosh, Herman. Mwah. It's a matter of not overcomplicating things and being consistent. Yes. And once again, this is me trying to, and this lady, and Herman trying to help people, anyone in chat who's listening. Don't beat yourself up if your first stuff on the page looks like absolute dog shit. You are not going to be Murakami. You are not going to be George R. R. Martin. You're maybe not even going to be Brandon Sanderson. You might actually be worse than Brandon Sanderson at this point, right? That's not the point. The point is you can look at them as like distant mountains that you can one day reach to. We all started at the bottom, most of us anyway. Maybe not Herman. Correcting typos is a gateway drug to proofreading your uncompleted work. Yeah. Yeah. I'm telling you guys, don't do something crazy big. Okay? Just get stuff out on the page, right? And I'm speaking to any gardener or any architect out there who has a dream. Start writing now. And don't think like, oh, this adjective isn't perfect, or, oh, the scene doesn't quite make sense. Get it out on the page. But some of you have come to me, like Shay, and said, I can get stuff out on a page, but it's absolute trash, and I know it's trash, okay? And that's where you can come to someone like me or someone like her and ask, how do you outline? That's why I'm doing stuff about outlining. That's why I'm talking about stuff from an architectural background, because I want to provide an alternative way of thinking for people so they can try this kind of approach to getting something done. Anyway, while talking, I'm going to turn some display capture off. So you're going to see a black screen for a second because I'm going to be logging into Final Fantasy XIV. And we're going to hang out with Ben and Miro. And honestly, if anyone else wants to join us, we are on Dynamis. If you want to come and hang out. Oh my gosh. But I want to okay, I'm logging in as my Catboy. So once again, I don't want to make anyone feel like, oh, I need to stay here or whatever. Like, don't ever feel bad about dropping stream. I'll see you later or around. Always reach out to me on Discord if you want to chat. I should also repeat again, I am a busy beaver these days. But if you have a short piece of writing, I have one piece of writing I've been looking at from Shay. But if you have a short piece of writing, I'm just going to take that off for a second, since that's quite blaring. But if you have like a short piece of writing you'd like me to kind of respond to, or you want to bounce an idea off my head, when I can find time, if it's not time sensitive, I'm more than willing to give feedback. And you can even let me know ahead of time what kind of intensity of feedback you would like. How intense, how dare I say bitchy do you want me to be? No, I'm kidding. I would never. That is terrible. That would be terrible. Okay. Can everyone see this? Okay. I'm going to go to solution 9. With my gorgeous Catboy. And I'm going to look at something. Let's see. Simp shared something about Aquitar. You know, the problem about certain takes on writing Simp that I have is, like, you have different groups of people from the same side of things, and and I will say this, okay? It goes back to what I was talking about, writing, reading MM stuff. There are people who genuinely think that reading MMM stuff is, like, stunning and brave. And then there's people right now who are struggling with feeling guilty about reading MM stuff. or writing it for that matter. And it just shows you that when people like Asmongold say that women's literature is uncontested and they're just getting away with it, they have no idea what they're talking about. It just shows how unconnected they are to what's going on in the female world. Women go after women all the time. And women are women's heaviest and hardest critics. And that's just the way it is, right? Let's all be extremely real here. And honestly, I'm of the opinion that it is important to take criticism and think about, like, hey, did I fuck up? Like, what went wrong here? But essentially, at the end of the day, like, you gotta be ready to accept criticism to a certain degree. But you also have to be realistic about the criticism, which part of it was helpful, which part of it was not helpful. Don't care much for current day 14. Have a good one, Chieko in chat. Good day, Wooly. I'll see you later. Life-shattering feedback. Soul-crushing, please. Thanks for the great stream. I was lurking because I was cooking. I'm out because spoilers. Have fun, everyone. Have fun, math teacher Josh. I'm less worried. Well, you are always welcome to stay, Deck. Oh, Party is leaving as well. Yeah. We are wrong title screen. Yeah. Like I said, I know 14 is not everyone's cup of tea, and these are spoilers because we're going to be doing some new content. I'm just gonna check with Ben. We're not in the same instance, Nico. Oh no. Okay, so I should go back to the Aetheryte probably, right? Okay, I'll try to come back. Yes, it is basically Phantasy Star Online, Deck. You are absolutely 110% correct. I played Phantasy Star Online, one of the versions, for, which instance? One? Okay. I'm gonna come back. I'm coming. Yeah. Yeah. Very much Fantasy Online. Anyway, I played it for one day, and, oh, hello. I'm just gonna check my, screen, what it looks like, because I'm a little worried. I want to give people in the chat box privacy. Okay, just a little concerned here, but I think it's working. Thank you, Party. Party broke down and got us tea and cookies from Macca's. How is Miro and Ben today, by the way? I didn't specifically check in with my fellow MSQers. I don't want to also get, like, I'm just gonna triple check my settings here. I baked cookies earlier this evening during stream. Oh, that's nice. That's nice. Oh, did Ben already go in? Okay. Okay, I guess we're going in. All right. This room. So, Raha and Alphino are patrolling the city. Stroll and Alice continue treating Levin's sickness and those injured in the attack. Okay. So, Shale wishes for a moment of your time. If you have a moment, Nico, Geode wants to take stock of the current crisis. Oblivion may be lacking the finer details in certain areas, so we'd like you to lend your perspective to the conversation. Okay. So we're going to get a cutscene. Ben is super busy, yeah. We'll get straight into MSQ. Sorry to drag you into our meeting, but we need to get a better handle on the threats Alexandria is facing right now. Okay, this is the recap. Not at all. Much has happened since the state funeral, and a clearer idea of where things stand would be beneficial for us as well. Okay, so this is a recap for those of us who may not remember the story. First things first then, let's discuss the state of the machine malfunctions. Every single sector reported instances of sentries attacking citizens without provocation and vehicles suddenly becoming unresponsive to controls. Okay, yes. There was the gray-haired guy behind it. And while these malfunctions were resolved fairly quickly, they nevertheless resulted in a considerable number of injuries and deaths. But, says Bouclamat, you haven't heard anything about new incidents since then, right? Right, says Shale. No additional reports have been logged as far as I know. That's the good news. Okay, so there's been a lull. Handy. The bad news is, says Galulja, I tried to take control of the soldiers when they started hurting people, but they wouldn't listen to me, even though I have the king's authority. Once things calmed down, I was finally able to make them give up their weapons, but if it happens again, I don't know if they'll ignore me like before. Yeah. The King of Resolve's authority is about the highest there is. Who is this man that can override it with such impunity? Probably somebody from Foundation. Foundation. Calyx. He lived in the age of the Storm Surge, as I did. Or maybe he's not from Foundation. He might be from the folks who opposed Foundation? Maybe? Lest you forget, he was known for his... Oh, never mind. Foundation preservation. OMG. He was known for his advancements in electrope technology, and it was he who established preservation for the purpose of furthering his research. Yeah, okay. So he's the people behind Cryle's parents, basically. The wasting disease which afflicted him, however, was said to leave him scant years left to live. He must have chosen to undergo conversion into an endless, that he might continue his efforts into the present day. Okay. Preservation's early goals seem noble enough, exploring treatments for 11 sickness, designing Everkeep's core system, that sort of thing. Why harm the people he was ostensibly trying to help? ? I do not pretend to fully understand Calyx's motivations, said Sveen. Only that he appeared incensed by what he saw as mankind's failings. He asserted that the strategy of adapting our species through generational succession was outdated, that evolution now requires us to forsake bodies of flesh in favor of eternal preservation. He's afraid of dying, period. We've already seen how he's employed the simulant to convince Alexandrians that endless conversion is their only hope for survival. Eternal life is assured for the 5,000 who registered their neo-regulators. FOMO! FOMO! But this is merely one part of Calyx's greater plan. He wants the key to interdimensional fusion. With that relic in his possession, he will draw ether from the reflections and expand his efforts to create endless 1,000-fold. Yes, well, we better not hand it over to him, I suppose. If we mean to foil Calyx's schemes, then our only option is to determine where he's hiding and put him down. Oof. Which, unfortunately, is easier said than done. I've been scouring the terminal we found in the depths of Everkeep, but I've failed to uncover even the slightest trace of his activities. Give me a little more time, though, and I'm sure I can sniff him out. I'll help you. Smiling. While Galulja and Shale are working on that, I think I'm going to take a look around town. I want to make sure no new problems have cropped up, as well as search for any information that might lead us to Calyx. Okay. You're welcome to come along. Another malfunction could happen at any time. I'd be glad to have some brawlers at my back. Chest pat. Count me in! Raha and the others are helping Oblivion patrol the other levels of the keep. So, shall we stick to the streets of Solution 9? That's handy. Sounds like a plan. Thanks, you two. I appreciate the company. Wuklamat said, I have to speak with the city's administrators about bringing in the Landsguard. I want our soldiers around to protect those who are moving to Tuliolal. Alphino and Alice will be joining me for the meeting, so the three of us can cover that sector as soon as we're done. If I may, I'd like to join Nico's group if you'll have me. Well, sure. The more mouths to ask questions, the merrier, as long as you are aware of the dangers. Thank you. I'll do my best not to be a burden. I'm more worried about you, Geode. Don't do anything stupid. Pfft, you'll change your tune once we get back with the goods on Calyx. Then the drinks are on you. Come on, let's continue this outside. King baby? Oh. Jonathan, who's your favorite character, do you think, from Dawntrail? Can everyone, like, share their favorite character from Dawntrail so far? Like, I think my obvious answer would be Quana, but that might be also Catboy Supremacy. Right? Catboy Supremacy? That's a nice outfit you got, Miro. Very nice. We look so fly together, like we're not gay at all. Right? Estinian. Ben likes Estinian. You also were kind of happy to see a certain dragon, were you not? Geode. I'm gonna go into the cutscene, boys. We're going to stay on track. Chieko is going to be like alter Chieko today. I'm going to be like in the mood. Wow, people are looking nervous and worried. I think I'm reading that body language correctly. Sorry, I was off in my own little world. Shall we get started? The people seem uneasy. Are you alright, Geode? Let's see what there is to see. Let's ask Geode if he's okay. I'm gonna eat a cookie. Me? I'm well enough, given the circumstances. Okay. It was the Queen's fondest wish that her subjects remain shielded from the horrors of death. Well, we could have all told her that that's a stupid waste of time. And so they were for the longest time. Then the moment mortality once again becomes an unavoidable fact of life, they are greeted with an outbreak of bloody violence. Oh, that's true. Many are bound to give the endless alternative serious consideration. Indeed, and I do not blame them for that. It is only natural that such thoughts should come to mind. What I cannot forgive is the way Calyx wields fear and misery to manipulate people into making that choice. No one, not Calyx nor anyone else, should dictate how we cope with the specter of death. As one who lived as an Alexandrian, I wish to put the choices for this country's future back into the hands of its citizens. Do you think we can handle the responsibility after everything you've seen of us? I believe it is what I've seen that has convinced me you can. I awoke 4 centuries later to find our people living and laughing beneath Alexandria's banner. Though surprised and bewildered, I was overjoyed to see it so. You all deserve to be happy. She's very sweet. She's a very sweet character. Well then, says Geode. Is somebody gonna die? I'm wondering if someone will die beyond Calyx. We'd best not let you down. I thought Otis was also kind of cool. Now I suggest we move as a group. We don't know if or when a battle might find us. Oh, I believe someone came prepared for such an eventuality. Oh, she's got a book. Is that the grimoire you retrieved from the old castle? Yes, my parents gifted it to me when I was a child. They were adamant that I should learn to protect the things important to me. was fortunate enough to have a tutor in the arcane arts, so I lay claim to some small measure of skill. Okay. You're a summoner? Brain rot class? Question mark? If that's the case, it might be better if you split into 2 groups after all. It would certainly be more efficient for information gathering. I guess that makes sense. The 2 of you can take the west side of the recreation zone then. Nico and I will take the east. Wow, we're partnering up with someone who is not Wuklamat or Sphene. This is fresh, very fresh, very well. We shall end our patrol in the plaza just past True View and wait for you there. Okay. Ben loves Estinian. Jonathan says Shale is his pick. Interesting. Miro, what about you? What about you, Miro? Do you have a favorite character or no? Miro says, myself, because I am the cutest cat boy on the planet. I just can't. Does Miro have a little chin beard going on here? I think he does. He hates it all. Yeah, oh yeah, that's right. I forgot about that. We'll let Miro just stew over there. Okay, I'll click on Geode again. Let's do the rounds then. We'll see what's what and chat to the people we meet along the way. Pay special attention to anyone who looks overwhelmed or overly excited. Hopefully that will earn us a tidbit or 2 we didn't know before. Okay. Wow, we don't have to click through all of those dialogue boxes when we're escorting people. Oh, that's great. Instead, they have like this cute little box up here. I'm not going to click on it, but yeah, that's nice. That is... Wait a minute. Why am I going this way? Hello, myself. Okay, Miro is thinking. I'll leave him to think. We're talking about our favorite characters. Shay, we can ask about WoW as well. What's your favorite character in WoW? Somber Citizen. Are the sentries and air wheelers safe to be around now? I just know it's going to happen again, and maybe next time I'll be the one who dies in a horrible accident. I need a Neo-Regulator. Becoming endless is the only way. Even Queen Sphene said so. She's not the Queen Sphene you think she is, my buddy, my friend. Okay, Geode. What do you gotta say? Discuss True View. Ah, the memories. I used to drink around here all the time. Ben, is that you? I made sure not to overdo it when I had work the next day, but once we were past the busy season, or when the ladies weren't amenable to my company, oh, well, you'd have to scrape me off the street outside in the morning or afternoon. Oh, wait a minute. No, this is not Ben. The worst I ever got was on what would have been the worst day of my life, if only I could remember it. I was still wearing a regulator back then. It was also the day I first met Shale. Ooh, Geode/Shale incoming? Although I guarantee she's forgotten it completely. What? Romance? I'd be amenable to some romance right about now. What has me in such a fine mood, you ask? Well, I have just registered my new regulator. I was leery of becoming nothing but memories at first, but now that I've gone through with the registration, I've never felt more at ease. Also, once it was done, the regulator displayed the current numbers. Of the 5,000 slots available, over 3,800 have already been filled. So, if you're still hesitant, you've not much time to make your mind up. Mark my words, friend. When there's only a few slots left, it's going to get very ugly. I'm gonna hard pass on the whole upload my consciousness thing, I think. Yeah, that's like a no for me. You want to hear my story? While I appreciate you offering a sympathetic ear, there's not much to tell. If you must know, a good friend of mine died when those machines went crazy. His air wheeler dropped right out of the sky and he didn't survive the crash. Ooh. Damn fool wasn't wearing a regulator. I know that's not so strange these days, but he'd never bothered with one. He was at peace with the idea of dying someday, and I thought I understood what that meant until it happened. Nico, a word? I feel like there was a new factor in these stories we've heard. One we haven't considered during our discussion with everyone in the back room. The victim of violence wasn't wearing a regulator? Yeah, that's it, says Geode. The vast majority of residents have always worn regulators, so it's not a detail we'd normally think about. With the supply of souls cut off, though, more and more people have been going without them. We need to look into the casualties from the recent attacks and check whether or not they were equipped with regulators. My guess is Calyx went after people with no regulators. Let's ask around on the street over to the east. It was pretty chaotic at the time. Maybe we'll find eyewitnesses who can help us confirm if this was a pattern or not. It's probably going to be something where he's using the death of these people as like a way to pressure people into like feeling like they gotta get it. I got the dialogue boxes. You got the dialogue boxes, Miro? That's weird. I legitimately haven't heard you this full of energy. Tim, I came off of a major, amazing writing video of a lady who was basically in my echo chamber with me. So, yeah. And now I'm playing Final Fantasy and I have my super hot Catboy with a tattoo. And Ben is right here. And Miro running off to the distance. You can see them over there. Miro's running back. Ben is still going. But yeah. Love your favorite Dawntrail character tab. How's it going for you, Tim? Discuss the Hover cargo. It was once my job to deliver goods by Hover cargo. That's why I know a fair number of names and faces throughout the city. The little ones who jump for joy when I brought them packages. The old lady who'd always greet me with a smile. I'd hate for anything bad to happen to them. Yeah, well, death comes to everybody. Right, Miro? Right, Miro. Death comes to even cute cat boys. That's just the way it is. You're feeling brilliant? I guess we're coming off of a weekend. Tab says, Emmett and WoW will need to have characters have a favorite. Oh yeah, Blanchy. I'm talking about Dawntrail. For me, it was Koana, Easy, GG, Otis. Actually, kind of like the sheriff, the side character sheriff. Hello, how are you today? But only because he's handsome and he had a deep voice. Please let me know if I may be of service. Citywide casualty data unavailable. Government officials are currently processing reports from all affected zones. Can you narrow it down to the recreation zone then? You must have some estimates on hand. Recalibrating parameters. Injured 87 individuals, casualties 19 individuals. Casualties equipped with regulators 0. It was targeted to make people feel more unsettled and unsafe. You wish to know if the people who died in the machine rampage were wearing regulators? I'm sorry, but I was assigned to clearing away debris. I didn't see any of the deceased. No bodies were present by the time I arrived, so I assumed the ushers had already done their work. Do remember there were patches of white dust scattered about that were quite a chore to clean up, but nothing else worthy of mention. Nico, I think it's time we rejoined Crown's being. I was half joking with my boast to Shale, but we may have stumbled upon something major here. We should share our findings and keep pursuing this avenue of inquiry. Didn't Crow say to meet them in the plaza just outside of Trueview? Let's get going. Okay. I think Arveld was my favorite character overall for 14. Checo loved Shaloni. I did. I actually didn't mind Erinville as well as a character and where they were taking him. I just had a bit of issues with the final zone and how they handled his grief. I think his mom, the characterization of his mom, if you recall, kind of freaked me out, right? Like, I felt like the mom was, like, gaslighting him. I don't know. I remember how I had that weird reaction. Krile was robbed. I agree, Ben. Yeah, it's going to be one of my criticisms. Krile and Aaronville were actually robbed, and that's weird considering the final zone, but I think it was poorly handled. But once again, I'm not blaming the individual writers. We just talked about it earlier today. Writers have their ups and downs, and there's writers that have to work into their new role. I actually think, and a portion of my video will talk about this, Ishikawa and Yoshi P have to, like, are the ultimately responsible for what happened. And I'm sick and tired of seeing people in the forum asking for Ishikawa to come back. She never went anywhere. She was right there. She was writing Smile with a smile on her face. She fucked up a little bit. I still don't think it's a shit story. Like, overall, I don't think it's a shit story. I've read shittier stories on Wattpad. Just go over there. I can even recommend some to you. But yeah. People get in their heads some sort of idol worship about their favorite content creator. When their content creator stumbles a little bit or has a challenging thing happen, they go into full denial mode and then start, like, going after people who are essentially not 110% responsible. So essentially you're saying that the people who were killed by the malfunctioning machines weren't wearing regulators, ? Well, the numbers are still tentative and only apply to that one zone. We don't know how they'll stack up against overall data, but this is definitely more than a coincidence. I think it's safe to say that anybody who would remove their regulator was a priority target. Yep. To create fear, to make more people get a regulator back. Now that you mention it, the person I was treating for injuries wasn't wearing one either. Uh-oh. But why? Why are they being targeted over everyone else? Well, like I said, we don't have to think so hard here. Based solely on the lack of a neo-regulator, we cannot judge if a person has no desire to become endless, or they simply fail to acquire one of the limited devices. But those who wear no regulator at all, they've clearly rejected the old system of using souls to revive themselves. But another way, they've chosen to live their lives in the knowledge that death is an inevitability. Yeah. Chances that such resolute people would wish to become endless are far lower, I would imagine. And so Calyx has chosen those least likely to accept his vision as victims to stoke fear and panic. Well, thank goodness we all finally arrived where I arrived at. There's no need to kill anyone. Yes, Geo, there is. Obviously. But the way things are, the people were already fearful enough. He could have found 5,000 willing citizens without all this madness. Okay, Krile says, you make a good point. Perhaps the sowing of terror is in service to another scheme, or he has some other need for the lives he's taken. Soul harvesting? I'm gonna ask about the dust. Did they try to harvest souls? Did they do a soul? Right, the sanitation worker story. She saw no bodies, but mentioned piles of white dust. Was it in Thor's bedroom? But dust, but no bodies? Now, where have I heard that before? Do you recall when we went to save Aaronville from the sentries in the outskirts? Escher Malachite told us much the same thing. When I arrived, I found no body, only a pile of dust, which the wind quickly scattered. Confused, I questioned the residents, but none knew what had become of it. Ah, yes. Nice, handy flashback there. Very Naruto-esque. Both stories speak of missing remains as suspicious enough, but the shared mention of this dust is too much. Yeah. They probably, like, sucked out all the ether and there's just, like, nothing left. Kind of like similar to what happened in the 13th or whatever. In that case, we should confirm if the substance was present at other sites and attempt to ascertain its nature. Following this thread may lead us not only to an explanation for the missing bodies, but also the intent behind Calix's murderous actions. He slurped up their soul ether. Wait a minute, we're getting a call? Hello? Oh. Nico, we need your help. I've lost control of the soldiers in the residential area. They might be trying to hurt people again. Oblivion members are on the way now, but are you close enough to join them? Yes, I can use the ether network if it's not down. If it is down, I have eternal jog now. Damn it, our new investigation will have to wait. Let's go. I mean, we could go there and see some people getting killed, and then we could take some white dust back. You know. Handy. Miro says in WoW, my favorite character is probably Chen Stormstout. Cryo was only here in Dawntrail to be a trust avatar. I disagree, Miro. I think she was an actual character. She was just underutilized. But she wasn't just that. That's hyperbolic. I just care about Cryo more. She's been a bro since... Absolutely, yeah. She ended up being what we would call a static character and a catalyst. Because her... To a certain degree, her... I'm going to stop talking right now.
Stay away from me. Leave him alone.
Are you all right?
Do you have a dopamine rush? What does it feel like? I think you should go to Tuliolol and chill there for a bit.
A sentry walked into my apartment, even though I'd locked the door and everything. I managed to run, but the man who tried to save me...
No weapons, which is to be expected, considering all the sentries were meant to be disarmed. Yet it was ordered to attack all the same, even if that meant using its bare hands.
I'll leave matters here to you. I'm going to do a sweep of the surrounding area.
Cryo is what we call a catalyst, and she's more static than I would have liked. But they didn't put a flaw into her. That's part of the problem.
Do you know anyone else in this sector who no longer wears a regulator?
I don't know if
Uh-oh.
I've seen Isadora and her boy with theirs recently.
Uh-oh. Oh no.
Go to them, quickly!
Death.
Wyaquay!
I'll be fine. But Isadora's in bad shape.
Healing time? White mage time? Am I a white mage?
Mother,
Uh-oh.
Mother, please.
Isadora!
Is my boy a summoner? His physic is no good at level
She wasn't
100.
struck anywhere vital.
Useless.
I'm sorry. If only I'd gotten here sooner.
Yeah, but it's useless at level 100. As we all know.
Everything will be all right. I promise to make your mother better.
Cries in Summoner. Now, if I was level 5, it would feel...
Thank you, miss.
The boy... I think the boy clocked her. Oh no, it's the sad music.
Will she sleep like that forever?
Sorry, Dick, I didn't see you.
No, not forever. She'll wake soon. I'm sure of it.
That's good to hear.
Oh no, it's this music.
Thank you for saving her.
It's the Alexandrian music, I think. Yeah, it's from Final Fantasy, whatever. Lutenberg said Sven was their fave, struggling to even remember any of the other new Dawntrail characters. Oh, I remember quite a few. The Galul Jaja, the dad, great guy. Bakul Jaja, I liked the transformation from bully to, you know, tragic, traumatized person. And the two heads was always interesting to me. Of course, I liked Kuana. Obviously, Graha's arrival, peak for me. Estinian floating around, very fun. I actually don't mind the character of Sven. I'm not into female characters, generally speaking. But, I just think that Kryl and Aaronville... Yeah, I have thoughts. But don't worry, guys. I'm so close. I'm so close. I just started wrapping up the PPT presentation for some of my research. I'm going to finalize all of my scripts. And then I'm going to start putting out videos about Dawntrail. And I will probably have 4 to 5 videos. So buckle in, buckaroos. Forgive me, I was reckless. You shouldn't have had to waste time tending my wounds as well. Did you see our other comrades back there? He stayed behind in the lobby, but I heard the sound of fighting. Uh-oh. Yeah, he must have fallen protecting the residents. Yeah, he's not looking too good. Like my inventory. Holy Hannah. We're gonna have a problem, folks. Oh, this is gonna be rough. Oh, this is gonna be rough. Oh, okay, well, who needs that, right? Oh, holy Hannah, what's this? I'm gonna just take that off. And I'll take that off as well. Oh, this is bad. The real trauma is my inventory. Our comrade, do you think he may have been struck down? If he's wounded or worse, I should go to him. I think he doesn't have a pulse. Wait, please. It isn't safe and you still need rest. Would you stay with Milos and watch over Isadora for me? We will tend to your friend. Thank you. Please be careful yourself. Yeah, I think we're getting a body bag for him. Just keeping it real here. Just keeping it real. That inventory is giving me autism. Yeah. I'm trying not to look at it. Yeah, what they should have done is they should have cut down the amount of people, honestly. And then they should have used the Adventuring Guild. That man, this is awful. Uh-oh. Why? Why is this happening? Yeah. Yeah, they should have just said, here are some Joes from the local adventurers guild who are going to sign up with you, and you're like running with Hubigos and more Hrothgars and stuff. Isadora is going to be all right then. I'm so glad. I've just finished my administrations here. Our Oblivion comrade was beyond saving, I'm afraid. Yeah. That brave soul. He gave his life to save another. He died protecting me. I don't understand why any of this is happening. That sentry was behaving normally like any other. Then, all of a sudden, it tried to kill me. Weapons or no, Calyx commanded them to commit murder. Of people without the regulator. Is it over? It came as soon as Wayakwe sent word. I'm sorry. By the time we arrived, it was already too late. Then Geode could be in trouble too. Once we have this radius locked down, we need to find him. Why? Has something happened? Possibly. We're not sure what, but he stopped responding to our communications. We need to prioritize securing the residential sector, though, at least until we regain control over the sentries. Ooh. Then we should search for Geode. Oh, are we going to have more death? I agree. Since most Oblivion members have sworn off regulators, if our theory holds true, then they could be prime targets for the next attack. Please do what you can to shepherd the residents to safety, but avoid the sentries at all costs. Yeah. Our thanks. Here, take these communicators. What a cool Ellison bro. That's a cool bro. We've made modifications to them to prevent Calyx from intercepting the signal, and have been using them to coordinate movements with allies in the vicinity. Wayakwe has one too, so I'll ask her to keep hailing Geode. Good luck and stay safe. Okay. Geode said he would sweep the surrounding areas, so he shouldn't have ventured too far. Let's get going. Yeah, my inventory is struggling. I'm gonna be honest. Miro and Ben, let me know if I'm going too fast or too slow. Miro only has 16 slots free, so I too have problems. Yeah. Let me know, Ben, if I'm going too fast or too slow, okay? Okay, we're all worried about Geode. It's probably not looking good. There's our friend Miro, just minding his own business on a bench. Destinating. The voice of the Sphinx character is amazing. She does sound great. Okay, no sign of him. Let's go east. You have chat bubbles on? Limited. I did not put tell on chat bubble. So you can send me tells. Well, we'll see your tell probably if you have it on, but you won't see my tells to you if I send you a tell. You see no sign of Geode. Wayakwe's voice crackles forth from the communicator. Geode, Geode, answer me. Oh, uh-oh. Okay. Oh, I love this music. The voice of that Sphinx character. The voice acting in this expansion has been hit and miss, but generally speaking, I liked most of the stuff from the second half onward. Has been solid. the Catboy Cowboys were peak for me, but Sphene has a great voice. Otis's voice was fantastic. Quana's voice was fantastic. Bakul Jaja's voices were fantastic. Galul Jaja's voice was fantastic. I personally found Wukla Mat's voice to be a bit grating, but some people didn't mind. At least she wasn't shrill, that I will say. Could have been worse. You see no sign of Geode. The neighboring residential radius would be the next logical place to look. Okay, here's Geode going.
This is the only place left. Let them be safe.
Uh-oh.
Geode, are you there? Answer me, please.
I'm here. Sorry for the long silence. I've been busy.
Oh, you're alive. Thank the gods.
Okay.
Where are you now?
The radius next door. The lobby is secure. I'll scout the second floor. Then I'll join it.
Uh-oh. Not the bun woman. Oh yeah, here we go.
That dust.
Dust? What are you talking about? What's happening?
They're not just collecting souls. They're draining the bodies of corporeal ether.
Well, at least he got the information out. At least he got the information
The
out.
dust that we saw was all that was left of the victims. They must have modified the soul cells. Shit.
Oh boy. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Just beat it with, bash it with your gun. Get the fuck out of here! You have to go feral in these circumstances.
Be here. You need to run now.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
A trap.
Oh, this is fascinating. Oh, I like this kind of shit. Oh, wow. They're taking out Geode? Oh, no. Oh, this is great.
Take care of the others, eh?
Heh. Just, like, grab one by the legs and beat the others with... Like, no? Am I mental? Like, just grab one of them. That twist is indeed good. I like that twist. I love that twist. I would have liked to have seen, like, a bit more action. You know what I mean? Geode gonna be dead, though.
No sign of him so far. This way, maybe?
He got the important information about the body. He got the important information about sucking out the corporeal ether. Which we already figured out ourselves, because we are all lore geniuses, right? We already figured that part out. That part was like, no-brainer. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. That was Geode. Oh dear. Uh-oh.
A shame. I had hoped to leave here with at least one more cell's worth of ether.
Oh, it's Calyx, of course, the douche.
But seeing how eager you are to interfere, I shall cut this foray short.
Calyx. What could you possibly stand to gain from these atrocities?
Ether sufficient to generate 5,000 endless. How would you acquire it?
How would I?
Until I have the key, the reflections are closed to me. Thus do I make do with the sources at hand. 7% of Alexandria's current population will yield the energy to convert 5,000 into endless. With 11%, operations could continue unabated for 800 years.
I think we need to stop him. Like,
Our
soon.
bodies are fated to decay sooner or later. These ones refuse the gift of eternal life, so what difference does it make if I return them to ether now?
Wow.
I will not waste time and resources on meaningless conflict.
Or we could just, like, start attacking him right now.
Worthwhile resistance.
Like, we could take out a solar Bahamut, because it's, like, one of the fastest, easiest burst DPS. Instantaneous. I will halt your harvest by defeating you, bish.
It was foolish of me to even ask. I return to my work then. There is much to do if I must take the key by force.
Tiamat says they were reclaiming corporeal ether when they did the funeral rites at that point. Now processes have changed due to everything being shut down. Yeah. I think that makes sense. Jonathan likes Calyx. Yeah. He has a great voice. But, even though he's a cute little boy, straight out of Death Note, we need to shaft him. It's time to shaft him. But I like that twist. That was a good twist. I suppose going ape on the thing is useless because, like, they would have... Like, he can leave at any time, you know what I mean? Wow. Okay, that is Sag. Respects. Wait a minute, what is it again? Respect. Okay. Let's see what's going on here. This pile of dust, these ashes, and the soul cell he left behind, was that his twisted way of returning Geode to us? Damn you, Calyx. Damn you and your careless cruelty. He was our friend. Even so, some might say every death was justified if it meant 5,000 endless could continue their immortal lives. And if a reflection's stolen ether allowed for more endless, why, that too would be a noble sacrifice for the greater good. Yeah, the Ascians thought that too. Who could think that? Well, let me tell you about the rejoining. Not I. says Crow. You're preaching to the choir. Certainly not I. We know only too well. There is not noble in this sacrifice. We will remember. Just like we always do. We have to stop him. We have to find Calyx and put an end to this madness as soon as possible. Yes. And under no circumstance can we let the key fall into his position, Nico. It falls to us. We will thwart his plans here in Alexandria before he can terrorize innocents in reflections elsewhere. Or, hear me out, he gets free so we have like another 9 years of insanity. He'll be our new Xenos. He doesn't waste time. Yeah, I appreciate people who keep monologuing to a minimum. I do appreciate that. My inventory is chock full and 7 retainers full of gear and crafting items. I'm telling you, crafting is where the problem is at. So half of this stuff up here is cosmic exploration. And I let go some of my retainers for monetary reasons. So I have no backup places to even... Anyway. Let's click on Sphene. We should return to the back room. Shale and the others need to know what happened. Yes, I'll ask Wayakwe to meet us there as well. I mean, the Asians have the 2nd or 3rd highest body count we are aware of. Yeah, let me tell you, we've seen people before attempt to kill a bunch of people for, air quote, the cause. Been there, seen that. Winnie Weedy Wiki. This is Geode. Emotionally, dead inside Strimmer response.
Our dear Geode. The soldiers. If only I'd been able to control them.
Don't blame yourself, little kid.
The blame lies with Calyx, and with him alone.
Yeah.
It's all so senseless.
Well, it makes sense.
Upon us when we're already happy, living our lives. What does he even think life is?
It's living forever.
I'll never forgive Calyx for doing this.
Okay.
Or myself for being powerless to stop him.
Wait, where are you going?
To clear my head. Don't worry, I won't do anything stupid.
Geode wasn't doing anything stupid when he died.
Stay here and get some rest. I'll make sure Nostalgia stays out of trouble.
Thank you.
I agree with Ben. Burb is probably the most culpable, since what Burb did to the Asians spawned everything else.
Rushed in there. Many people are still alive because of you.
Yeah, don't worry about me.
And after adding what you discovered to the leads we've dug up, I'm hopeful we can determine where Calyx is hiding. But not right now.
I wonder if Shale and Geode had a thing. Not anymore. Very sad.
We need time before we can move on. Just a little time.
Yeah, the burb with depression.
Oh, Geode.
time off. Also, the Burb didn't just spur the Asians and cause them to do what they did. Burb also went to other civilizations within the world, within the universe, and wiped them out as well. Okay, Ishtola. Assume you know better by now, but I hope you're not planning to try anything alone. We're all here with you. It'd be cool if our warrior of light temporarily. I've spoken with Wuklamat. They've cut their meeting short to deal with the aftermath of this latest violence. Okay. I'm told that the members tasked with keeping the residents safe returned with the body of their comrades. They all risked so much. We made a swift patrol of the other levels and confirmed that Calyx had carried out a number of targeted attacks, all to harvest more ether, it seems. Shale can't talk. Galuja still feeling. Oh, the Omi? Yeah, that's true. Just gonna take a picture of this to ponder later. Another comrade gone. Some days it's almost more than I can bear. Geode was... He was an older brother to Nostalgia and me. Shale knew him longer though, and is surely taking it the hardest. And that's on top of what happened with Kakua. Do you think you could check on her? See how she's doing? She's like to put on a brave face if it's me or my sister. Sure. Apologies, my mind was elsewhere. We need to press on the hunt for Calyx, but I can't seem to focus. I should be better than this, I know. I'm a practical person. Is there anything I can do? You can't help yourself, can you? Still, I appreciate the concern. Kakua used to say the best thing to do with grief was to let it all out. So, I think I'll take myself over to Earth and Sky and say my goodbyes to Geode. Why don't you come along? I could use someone to blubber to if you've a shoulder to spare. I don't handle tears well, but okay. Right then, let's get out of Everkeep for a bit. I'm an emotionally constipated keeper who is stoic beyond all reason. Oh! Wow. I'm actually feeling like I feel like, is it just me, but in Dawntrail, they are really expediting the travel stuff. I just find that really nice. And since we're all in a party, we all instance together. Look at cute little Ben. I have such good-looking comrades. It's a fair trek on foot, so I've arranged for a couple of air wheelers. They've had their communication modules removed, so even Calyx shouldn't be able to seize control of them. Say the word and we'll set off. Oh, we're gonna do a riding scene. Ready? We'll be flying close to the pylons, so follow my lead. Mount the air wheeler. Yes, please. Moving out. Oh, I love these kinds of scenes. These air wheelers are Genolt's babies. You won't find a smoother ride. I know. Tab hooked me up with one because he's so rich and awesome. For years now, I've been taking one out for a turn whenever I needed to lighten my mood. Yeah. Sometimes Geode would come along too, and we'd end up racing. Does that surprise you? Our friendship always had a competitive edge. We would often talk about how one day we might fly our wheelers outside the dome. Phew, that helped clear my head a touch. You know, Nico, you might be the first person I've ridden with who wasn't an Oblivion recruit. As far as I remember, at least, the memories from my regulator days aren't exactly reliable. Come on, let's head inside. Hopefully the way will be clear of pests today. Now Shale has Geode's thing? Yeah, I mean, we might get attacked. What do you think? Let's get it. Let's go in here. Are we going to be attacked for the Geode thing? Is Shale going to join Geode? Miro's just smiling at me. Now this is the part. Okay, Deck, watch this. We're going to let Ben deal with this because I'm going to be an absolute pillow princess. It says, clear the way of monstrous intruders. Watch Ben deal with it for me. Bam. Look at that, Deck. Didn't have to lift a finger because our samurai right here is crazy good. Thanks. We can usually avoid such encounters, but sometimes they wander in and block the only path. Not that it slowed you down at all. I've never seen you fight up close before. Ha! You didn't see me either today. The surveillance feed clearly didn't do it justice. Now that was all Ben. Ahem. Hopefully that keeps the route clear for a while, shall we? Wow, you missed out. You gotta now rewind about 2 minutes, Deck, and you'll see exactly what I was talking about to you about people doing your quest objectives for you. I absolutely did the Pillow Princess move. Just to prove a point to you. Just so you know. Ah.
Whenever.
Oops. That was an accident. Clickle.
Will you raise a glass?
Okay. Let's do it. To Geode's memory. I will in spirit. I shouldn't be laughing.
Oh. What are the two of you doing here?
Pretending to drink wine.
You'd show up. Would you like to join us?
I suppose I could spare a moment.
You need to get a party. You need to get a friend to go do the MSQ with you, Sim. The only thing you can't be carried in is solo duty, but you can just put it on very easy.
Appeared some decades ago under mysterious circumstances, and it was Kafkiwa who revived our organization.
Interesting. Okay.
You and Geode helped her with that, didn't you? Tell us more about it.
Is this a trap?
You're keen to know too, right? What they were like back then. The mad things they got up to. That sort of thing.
Is this a carp? I'd like to find out about the mysterious founders of Oblivion.
It was actually right before the Reformation that I met Geode. I still wore a regulator then. I'd recently lost someone close to me.
You don't need the comma there,
Also
but
called a
anyway,
long stint
never
as an
mind.
adapter
Let's
to
keep
work
going.
at a bar of all places. It paid me to sit with patrons and keep them company. So Geode came in one night. It wasn't long before we got into an argument. First time customer, but tempers flared. And then one of us threw a punch.
You got
Ooh,
into a
domestic,
fistfight?
pre-domestic
What
violence.
were you even arguing about?
Damned if I know. We were deep in our cups. I think we were both just frustrated and angry at everything. By the end of it, we were both sprawled out in the street. Pair of drunken fools. Then this odd machine stopped to lecture us, scolding us for obstructing the foot traffic and not taking better care of ourselves.
I can't imagine you ever being in such a sorry state. The odd machine. That was Kafkiwa, I take it.
That it was. Once she was done upbraiding us for our unseemly behavior, she launched into a recruitment pitch. Kafkiwa explained that she wanted to protect the outside world from Zoralja's invasion, to keep him from bringing ruin to the place her beloved son lived.
Yeah, but who are the people who
If
first
we
created
were so
Oblivion?
intent on self-destruction, then perhaps we might consider risking our hides for a just cause. It was a lot to take in. I hadn't given much thought to what lay beyond the barrier, and learning that Kafkiwa herself was already dead was enough to make my head spin. But Geode and I were intrigued by her ideas, and wanted to see this future of hers come to pass.
I hate those commas. What a stupid comma. Comma triggered.
Geode often spoke of it. He told me that meeting Kafkiwa was what first taught him the value of remembering people.
Like he was sharing a holy revelation.
Oh, but back then you hadn't yet taken on Oblivion's name, had you?
Is that so? I just assumed.
It hadn't been Kafkiwa's intention to carry on Oblivion's legacy, nor adopt the cause your parents championed. Not initially, at least. She wasn't even aware such an organized resistance existed. She did, however, suspect the presence of other dissidents, those who objected to resurrecting the memories of the dead in defiance of the natural order. In the hopes of identifying like-minded comrades, we began searching the core system for traces of unauthorized access. And that's how we found it. An anomalous sector in the back of the Neon Stein. According to Melancholy, the door to that mystery had remained firmly shut since she took over the business.
The back room.
The back room. We forced our way in, only to discover that the hideout had long been abandoned.
Isn't that a bit sussy?
Although the occupants
Is
were
anyone
gone,
else feeling
the
sussy?
equipment they'd left behind contained records of a group calling itself Oblivion. After reading through their exploits and their vision for the future, we made the decision to carry on their work.
Thus were my parents' and Kafkiwa's hopes bound together.
I guess, like, her parents
Carried
might have
on
been.
by Shale and Geode.
Like, would that be her
We could
parents, I
never have
guess?
made it this far on our own, of course.
Like the
Not
people
without the
within
strength of
preservation
arms
who
and
didn't
your
want to
friends
preservate
provided.
anymore? How bold of you to drink a cup of wine like that. Have you not played A
Losing
Realm
comrades
Reborn?
is a hard thing, but being here, thinking back on the moments we shared, I could see their smiles, hear their laughter, I feel their presence and I know they're still with us. But these memories of mine are for me alone. Reminders of why I chose to do this. And why I'll stay the course.
I mean, I've thought a lot about, like, what's the point of having a human body? You know, putting your brain into, like, a shell, like Ghost in the Shell,
Right.
stuff like that.
Time we got back to work.
But, like, you always are going to be in danger of
It's me who should be
the
thinking.
reality of the universe, which is
Though the
entropy.
pain is still deep. I don't feel like I'm drowning in it anymore. Let's get out there and put a stop
Like,
to
all of
Calix.
these people need to
For
do,
you,
okay, guys?
for me,
All we
and
need
for
to do
anyone
is
who
transport these
ever
people to the
believed in
Aya and be like, hey, guys, check out these folks over here. They have some words of wisdom for you all. And the Aya are going to say, yeah, we figured out how to live forever, and we made our bodies glutinous masses, and guess what we found out? Life's not worth living! Miro's just smiling all the time at me. Appreciated you helping me through this, and not only the grief, you just helped me see that my comrades mean even more to me than I realized. I just smiled and nodded, bruh. Which only fuels my determination. Okay. I'll be spending every waking moment working to bring Calix to account for his crimes. I should hope so. I'll do my part, then you do yours. Oblivion needs you. Yep. We're gonna go kill him, right? I don't even know. I don't even know. Just randomly choose something. Oh my lord, 2 slots left in my inventory. Oh, stress. It's time I went back to locating Calix's lair. I have a new strategy in mind, but it remains to be seen if it will aid in narrowing down the possibilities. I'll ask Kryl for help. I want to re-examine the data, starting with that of her parents. After all, they were the first to break away from preservation and establish an organized resistance with Oblivion. Okay, so now we have a direct line. So we have a direct line from preservation, her parents leading the group called Oblivion, then Oblivion ending for some reason, and then the new Oblivion taking over. Of course, there could be more fuckery going on, but that's what we're going to live with for now. There must be something in there that can point us in the right direction. What are your plans, Nico? Some alone time with Graha, really. Maybe Koana, or just, you know, like a little trip to Shaloni. Nico, is that you? Apologize. Oh no. I've been making the rounds in the outskirts. I cannot help but feel as though something is amiss. Might I ask you to join me? Your perspective would be most appreciated. It can wait until you finish attending to Shale, of course. Seems your plans have been decided for you. Go on. I have others to speak with before I return to the back room. Are these people all real? We should poke them with needles before we leave. There was less mortality, more the fact the entire universe was going to end in heat death. Yeah, but they realized that although they were living forever, where's Ben? Is he still in there? They realized that even though they were living forever, it didn't matter because heat death was going to come anyway. He ran off? Okay. Well, I bought the cat mount, so I want to use it at some point today because... Wait a minute. Okay. Damn it. I have to literally be underneath it. Okay, you're overthinking it, Dick. The point that I'm trying to make isn't that is it possible or not. The point I'm trying to make is if you could put your body in and your brain into a a thing, okay, and not worry about whatever's going on in your digestive tract. The point, what I'm trying to argue, is that your body's still going to run on batteries. Batteries can run out. You can still get into issues. That's what I'm trying to say. I love this music. Nico, thank you for coming. As I mentioned, I would benefit from your worldly experience. Okay. Sussy. Why? Perhaps it is my imagination. But the townspeople appear to be acting oddly. That is, even considering the current state of affairs. As I am yet unfamiliar with the outskirts, I thought you might be better equipped to judge if their behavior is unusual or not. When you speak with them and see what you think, though I hope to be proven wrong, I fear something is not right here. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, please tell me you brought more Neo-regulators. Officially, they've been handed out already, but I've heard rumors there are a few left over. Surely the government still has some, or perhaps Queen's Fiend? I may not look it, but I was a hunter once. Back then, I hardly gave death a second thought, but now I know the truth is all I can think about. There has to be a way to hold on. There has to. You're not wearing a regulator? Don't you know the end is coming? Well, it's your life to lose. Me, I got myself one of those Neo-regulators and registered a little while ago. As soon as I did, a display appeared showing the number of registered users. Right now, it's just sitting at 4,168. The upper limit was 5,000, wasn't it? Seems that the total shot up right after those machine malfunctions. It's only a matter of time before everyone's registered. I pity those who aren't chosen, but I'm going to be an endless. I'm going to evolve and live happily ever after. Okay, so it's not as bad. I thought that all of them had been killed and they had been replaced by robots. But no, I think somebody got to them. That's what it looks like to me. Sure, it's still finite. No, I think what I was talking about is if you are afraid of death, okay, if you're afraid of death, the point, what I'm trying to argue, Deck, is that death of some kind will happen. You could live forever like the Ea, and if you don't know what I'm talking about, it is what it is. You could live like the Ea, and the heat death will still come. You could live to the end of the universe, and it will still come. Death will come. That's the point that I'm arguing. I'm not arguing when it will come. I'm not arguing we should never try. I'm not saying that. I'm saying to attempt to completely block it off all the time is insanity, because the longest end of the tunnel will still end in death. Greetings. I remember when you visited with Queen's Fiend. Come to check on our well-being, have you? Well, I can say that things are rather stressful out here as well. Without knowing if or when our machinery might turn murderous, the specter of death is ever present. People are terrified, and the clamor for Neo-regulators has reached a fever pitch. I personally was fortunate to have claimed a new device early on, and have long since completed the registration. Death has no hold over me now. Now, I must begin my prayers. The darkness grows closer, grows deeper, and we must cast it out. Okay, hear me out, but you're literally coasting on the backs of other people who have been harvested. Anyway, I guess people just care about themselves at the end of the day. That's really what it's all about. Where's the MSQ? Am I being stupid? Amen. Your cat's mount, meow, woke up my cat IRL. What is heat death? It's one of the theories on how the universe is going to collapse. Or explode. Some people are saying it's imploding. Some people think it's exploding. There's different theories on what's going to happen to the universe. And then you could be religious and just think that it's all just gonna get handled by God. It just depends on what you want to believe in. But essentially, there's a theory the universe will either explode or implode. So what do you think? Was I right to worry? Tensions are running high. Yes, that is exactly it. The people are overwhelmed by uncertainty and fear, and with each new registration, that fear inside them grows more insistent. How long until it drives them into full-blown panic? See, I was worried that they had all been replaced by Calyx. I think that would have been interesting. Nico, can you come to resolution? We have a problem. I'm already here with Limachi and Alphino. Heat death, it means permanent freeze. Okay, there you go. Ooh, Miro coming in. Miro's an astronomer. Like a legit one. Miro, do you hold to implosion or explosion of the universe? Or do you hold to, like, heat death, where everything just goes, like...
What's happened? Sorry to drag you out here, but I thought it best you see for yourself.
Okay, thanks, Miro. Uh-oh.
Death is your constant companion.
Oh.
Though you toil with diligence, death may come ere your reward is bestowed. Though your grand works be poised for completion, death may come ere you wake the following morn. Though you enjoy a life of peace and good fortune, death needs but one instant to claim you. Your bodies are weak. Your heart, your brain, every fragile organ rolls the dice from moment to moment. Sheer chance deciding if they function or fail. Be you stoic.
This is the voice of a hypochondriac speaking.
No virtues tip the scales in that fatal reckoning.
You guys already have Neo regulators on. Why are you freaking out?
The choice is made without reason. The end is cloaked in terror. That is what it means to die.
The end is cloaked in terror? I was there when my grandfather flatlined. It's not terrifying. Sometimes it's just sad.
Well,
Calyx.
It's a
There is
bit
no
dramatic.
shame in being afraid. It is that very fear which will drive you to conquer death.
Calyx used Black Pill. It's super effective. No kidding.
Let us set a new course for mankind. Let us preserve our existence unto perpetuity. Hope for it.
Smugly
Wish for
looking
it,
at each
pray
other.
for it. We will become endless.
Are they all gonna get raptured now?
With evolution's brilliance, will we banish the ever-present darkness of mortality.
Somebody should, like, start shooting at the display. Just saying.
change isn't easy. No one ever wants to take the first step. But this is the right path for us. What other way could there be? I'm gonna do it. I'm going to register.
Wow, Wuglamat! You couldn't have come at a better time. Please, you have to let us move to Tuliolal.
Yeah?
It's too dangerous to stay here. Who knows when the next century will turn on us? Even if we wanted to become endless, there are no more neo-regulators to be had. Fleeing is our only option.
If the solution was as simple as leaving, then we'd all have left already. Did you not hear the announcement? For the living, death is a foregone conclusion.
Yeah.
No matter where we go, or who we shelter with, we won't get another chance like this to overcome our fate.
Easy for you to say when you have that regulator.
The Landsguard are on their way as we speak, and arrangements have been made to see that you all will be safely evacuated. Tulishola will aid you in whatever way we can. So please, remain calm.
I want to help Alexandria. I want to save its people. But what can I do? I am not their queen.
Even these fictional people seeking immortality seem to be facing rather obvious reality that destroying multiple realities will only add to that limited number. Yeah, so I remember reading one time about multiverses, and someone stated that although the splits into multiverse might be infinite to a certain degree, they can't sustain themselves from the energy that's available. There's a finite amount of energy, essentially. So, you know, ultimately, everything dies, basically. And the sooner you accept that and move on, the better, really. Firstly, those deadly malfunctions. And now a citywide announcement. He has spent considerable effort recruiting his 5,000 endless, perhaps more than necessary even. We had the hopefuls who descended on Lamachi dispersed for now. We could see tempers in the crowd were starting to fray. This latest wave of attacks may not have been as widespread, but people are reaching their breaking point. We have to stop Calixon soon. Yeah. I'm sorry, I couldn't be there in time. Kral told me everything that happened while we were away. It's fine. We're coping. My apologies. The sign is not responding to any of our attempts to change the display or switch it off. Or, hear me out, I changed to machinist and we just shoot the display. Just saying. Calix has access to the core system, which means if he chose to do so, he could deploy the soldiers beyond the barrier. Even if our people learn to live with death and decide to leave the dome behind, they will not be beyond his reach. I wonder if we'll ever explore the split timeline. It would be interesting. That would be interesting. Or like have it come back way later. I'd hold off on that, honestly. I'd hold off to like, so we're going into the 7th expansion. So we're doing, let's say, 6 more expansions, right? So let's say that our current expansion is number 1 again. So I would hold off on that till the 4th. The 4th or 5th one. That's too nice of a flat screen to shoot. Save the flat screen! Yet if it serves to allay their fears even a little, I beg you, Wuklamat, please let them shelter in Tuliolal. We will welcome any and all who want to come. We've already begun evacuations, and we'll be able to pick up the pace once the Landsguard arrives. In which case, we had best spread out and keep an eye out on the crowds. The mood is tense, and we must prepare for possible violence. If you happen to determine where Calix is hiding, though, we'll be ready to move at a moment's notice. Surely we'll find a clue of sometime soon. He can't elude us forever. Remember, that's what the elves were coping with as well in the Silmarillion and in Lord of the Rings. They couldn't cope with the fact that they had to pass on. Very important message, really. Violence and fear. This is not the future she envisioned for our nation. Nope, but we just need to go and kill Calyx already. Just let's just go find him. Okay. Wuklamat assesses her surroundings with grim determination. Of Emmett and Elidibus. Yeah. Ben's gonna have a bit of a break. I might go fill up my water bottle. Since Ben is taking a small break. Okay, so let's take a small break for a second here. Sylvius is heading to bed because it's getting late. Thank you for coming, Sylvius, and hanging out and chatting. It's always great to hear from people, and yeah, it's fantastic to see folks show up. It's very heartening. I'm gonna leave the music on, and I'm just gonna go AFK for a second. working. Okay. Wait a minute. And here we go. Okay, so let's see. Who else do we got in here? So we got Ben. He's on break. I think Miro is still in here. Jonathan, maybe? Deck? Deck says at some point they'll have to turn on each other. Yeah, at the end. I think at the end. Deck, I think at the end of the day, people are going to vote for themselves. You know what I mean? In many ways, human etiquette is it's a luxury. It's rarely a sacrifice. People only have ethics when they have the luxury of having ethics. When push comes to shove, they'll always go for themselves first. I don't want to get ahead of Ben here or anything. Ben, are you ahead or behind me? Yeah? You're okay? Okay. I'll click on Wuklamat then. I would gladly welcome every last Alexandrian with open arms. Chaos 7 said, hello, been watching you a while, been finally able to catch a live. Oh, wow. Hello, Chaos. Welcome in here. We're just doing an impromptu 14 stream. Yeah, it's chaos. But what of the nation the Lake Queen was so desperate to preserve? What of that bright haven of peace and laughter? Wuklamat. I won't stand here and let her legacy be sullied any further. I will protect Alexandria. That was the promise I made her at the last. Yep. But she betrayed you, did she not? Why do you feel this obligation? It's the principle of the thing. I saw myself in her, I suppose. We both felt the people's joy as our own, yet alone, we lacked the strength to protect them. There's so much that I love in this world, too much for me to take in my arms and keep safe, and that made me afraid. I needed someone who shared that love and fear. So together we could do what we couldn't by ourselves. Yes, that's the lesson that Itachi learned. Or maybe it's simpler than that. Maybe I just wished that we could have been friends. Yeah, there's the Wuklamat we know and love. But I will say this, right? There's an archetype in Jungian, you know, kind of like the Jungian playbook, if you will, which is called the devouring mother. And the devouring mother protects her children from growing up and being empowered because she wants the children to rely on her forever. It's a form of control, and it's very subtle. And it manifests itself with as care. But one of the crucial things that you have to learn from the universe and from the male psyche specifically is to embrace the ephemeral nature of life and things that you can't control in this universe. Both the tyrannical father and the devouring mother are kind of different shades of the same desire for control. But the devouring mother has the appearance of caring for people, of wanting to protect them from reality, of harsh reality. So whenever you get parents who have encouraged their children to never be independent and self-reliant, that's usually somewhere along the line there's a mental health issue on the part of the mother, and she is undercutting her children's abilities to be resilient adults because she wants to be the one ultimately there for them at all times, subconsciously or consciously. And many times these women eventually at some point, they start aging out and stuff, but they will still kind of delude themselves into thinking that they're helping their kid, but they're not, in fact, helping their child. Anyway, let's keep going. So, when she turned to me in her final hour, desperate to safeguard Alexandria's future, I swore that I would see it done. In the end, I think you both found the friend you need. Yeah, I would be yours as well, Sphene. Whenever you fail or struggle to rise, I'll come running to the rescue, and you'll do the same for me. And you do the same for me. That's how we protect the things we love. That's how we'll protect Alexandria. You're right. You're right. And don't forget about me. Hello. Hello here, ladies. I am the handsomest cat boy. Oh, how could we? We'd not be where we are now without you. Absolutely not. Have you ever heard of the Burb of Darkness? Right, we got a bit sidetracked there. Yeah, no shit. We should probably be on our way. Do we patrol or see if Shale needs a hand? There you all are. Oh, there's Shale. Good. Galulja. Splendid. We were afraid we'd miss you. Alisane and the others said you were here. Good news, Nico. We finally found a chink in Calix's armor. Yes, we discovered laboratories on Everkeep's 10th level that once housed a preservation initiative. Containment Complex 1029. It's probably a dungeon. Or a trial. Or both. It's called, and it's been falsely registered as a distribution center. In reality, it hasn't recorded any traffic in decades. We don't think this is where Calix is hiding as such, but it may well contain clues that will point us in the right direction. I'm sorry it took so long just to get this far. If you're interested, what do you say we all go and check it out together? Solo duty? Question mark? Thank you for all your hard work. This is a huge step forward. Heh, and up. We need to take the lift to get to the complex. I've cleared... Oh, lifts. Oh, that's great. Nothing like an elevator. I've cleared this expedition with the relevant authorities and have one of our people waiting to operate said lift. Let's not keep her waiting. Yeah, we want to go in an electronic lift? In an elevator? At a time where the whole... Okay. Another laboratory? That's one per patch at this point? Yeah, I mean, that's par for the course, given the nature of this... That would be like saying another Light Warden? Another one? Why? Shadowbringers, why are there so many Light Wardens? That which lives is destined to die. Some old waka. That which lives is destined to die. Yeah. Yep. Ben is becoming aged. Ben, are you okay there? You just ran into the corner. I think Ben is, how many beers? How How many Rantan cans have you had, Ben? Okay, let's keep going now. I'm gonna just click on a couple here. It wasn't all that different to the story of how we stumbled across the back room. Okay, so Shale made me her assistant. She was teaching me the basics of data management. Okay. Sounds like Galulja played a big part in this breakthrough. I'll be sure to treat him to a fine feast once this is all over. Krau's wondering if this is going to be the laboratory where her parents had worked. No time to be squeamish. I couldn't remember any other lines from that old dungeon and raid. Raid the elevator. Ready to head on up? Next stop, the 10th level. I just wouldn't get in an elevator given what's going on. Like, I wouldn't get in the elevator necessarily. I don't know. RP walking into the room.
So this is one of Preservation's laboratories.
It's so dark I can barely see.
So Chaos, are you a FF14 enjoyer?
Just a moment. If I can reroute the power to the circuit.
You got the lights working.
Yeah.
Smell how stale the air is. This room hasn't been in use for many years.
I just finished this patch yesterday. Oh, nice.
That we managed to locate this place.
We'll see if we can finish it, but I'm not sure.
You may remember that my earring contained the control code for the gate to the Golden City. As it was Preservation that constructed the portal, we reasoned that the code to operate it might include a signature of some sort, unique to their organization.
So I took a closer look, and a line-by-line examination yielded a string of symbols identifying the code's author. We then began accessing the nodes for every door in FFXIV, seeking out control codes which contained those same symbols.
Okay.
After a grueling search, we finally discovered our prize behind door number 1860, the entrance to the facility in which we now stand. I'd probably still be at it if Galulja hadn't been around to assist me.
I took breaks, but Shale never stopped working. Not even once.
Energy tonic time.
Those concoctions would probably do me more harm than good, but I appreciate the sentiment. In any case, this next part will require your helping hands.
Okay.
We need to spread out and search for something that may lead us to Calyx.
Ooh, mysterious music.
We're more than happy to help, of course. But I wonder, won't he realize we've found this place?
It's highly likely, and personally I hope he does.
Do I have a class tomorrow morning? No, I do not. I don't think I do. I'm just going to double check, but I don't think I have anything in the morning. I think it's Wednesday mornings that I now have. Let me see. I'm just going to double check. Yeah, my first class is tomorrow night. Ugh, students handing in homework. Every time I look at my phone, it's like depression. There's always some homework to check. Let's see. Oh, sorry. Okay. I've learned of a certain device that could help us do just that. I'll explain how as we proceed, but according to the information I was able to dredge up, the device in question should have been installed in the director's office. Now, as for where that might be, yes, this map matches my data. Or data, however you want to say it. This room we are in is the Researchers' Commons, located in the western side of the complex. Director's office is to the northeast of here. This room, so we should cut across the circular chamber in the middle, yes? Yes, we should, but unfortunately for us, the interior door is locked. We'll need a security key with appropriate clearance to open it. Judging by the mechanism, it'll probably be a card of some kind. Can't you know, work some magic? I'll try my best, but this type of lock is well before my time. It may take a while to crack it. And in case I can't, you might want to look around and see if anyone left a security card behind. Considering the state of the place, it does seem like they abandoned it in some haste. I shouldn't be surprised if we found one. Very well, let's go get to searching, shall we? I expect we'll have the most luck looking where the researchers kept their personal belongings. Why was that in... Close cooperation will be necessary to overcome the obstacles barring your path forward. Helpful hints will appear in a different color. Pay close attention to the information provided your comrades should you find yourself unable to proceed. Okay. Personal belongings. Yes. Let's go through the desk drawers. People put personal belongings in there. Level 1. Try it on the door and see if it opens. Okay. Use. You hold the card-shaped object up to the scanner. Wow. It's open. You did it, Nico. Yeah. And a good thing, too. I was getting nowhere with that outdated circuit. I'm curious, though. Why would they abandon a facility like this? It was run by a director, Demetrius. Or so the terminal there told me. Demetrius. Perhaps there are more answers to be had once we venture further inside. Anytime I see a Greek name, I start going like, Arr! Then let's continue onwards. The door to the director's office is across the central hub. Personnel protocols. Materials Distribution Center. Keep this in mind and conduct yourself accordingly. Each employee must perform their tasks within their designated workrooms. Okay, carry your security card at all time. Equip your regulator all time. Preservation retains the ownership of and the rights to modify the memories of all registered personnel. Yikers. Research objectives. Access denied. Okay. Leadership personnel. Demetrius, Eos 4, and Redacted. Okay, well, let's keep going. Try the card. Shale's going, but I don't think it will be the same card. We're gonna need another level security card. Yeah, we're gonna comb through the rooms. We'll find a way together. Yes, we don't need to encourage each other. We're all adults here. Let's keep moving. Let's keep moving. Okay. So I'm gonna go in here. I bet I'm gonna get a level 2 in here. And then once I get the level 2, I'll move on to level 3 in the other room. Experiment 148. Submitting inference candidate 201930 to be considered for efficiency preview procedure review. 201930. Oh no, numbers. Oh, I'm not good at remembering numbers. Maximum value of 11,509. Ugh, I hate numbers. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, fuck me. Okay. Let's, I'm probably, my years of playing Myst are like kicking into high gear here. So I'm just gonna write these down. 11,509. And 9234. Okay. I think I have all the pertinent data down. I think. Okay. Surely this device wasn't made to hold people. Yeah. Okay, well. Why are you referring to Calyx as them? I'm pretty sure Calyx is a him. Although I will become endless as per our ascendancy protocols, I will preserve this historic number along with my few remaining worldly effects. Preserve the number. Yep. Okay, so it's the middle number. Okay. The way this room's set up, canister inserted into the large device looks to be a soul cell. Could this be where they conducted their experiments to create endless? Ah, but we could probably spend days investigating this complex. Finding a way into the director's office must take precedence. Speaking of which, Galulja mentioned a locker over in the corner that you couldn't open. Perhaps you could take a look. Okay. Locker. Before we take a look at the locker, skim through entries. Today I began my employment at Preservation. The organization was unfamiliar to me, but when the recruitment letter arrived, I had a gut feeling this work would be far more fulfilling than any orthodox medical practice. My instincts were correct. Master Calix's philosophy is the refined ideal of notions I've only ever vaguely entertained, that mankind must evolve beyond the shackles of its flesh and blood existence. I had a meeting with Director Demetrius today. I've heard others praise his genius intellect. Yet he seems but a guttering candle in comparison to Master Calix's blinding brilliance. This morning I was permitted to access the top floor and observe the working of living memory. As predicted, the shortage of ether required to sustain the Endless is reaching critical levels, yet Queen Sphene insists on continuing her ineffectual flailing. Our Milala colleagues, including the Protolab chief, have been behaving in a decidedly suspicious manner of late. Should I report my concerns to the director? Oh, that might be Kryl's parents. From tomorrow, I've been assigned to assist with a research project in the Dawntrail lab. We've scheduled to conduct a major experiment, the details of which have been kept ignorant. It would seem prudent to back up my memory data. Okay. Number pad. Yes. We're going to enter in combination. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, so let's go with 1, 1, 1, 5, 0, 9. Confirm. Wow. I'm loving this. I'm loving this. Guys, expansion saved. Oh, I love this kind of shit. Hidden object game. Come on now. Nico, you got the locker open. Yes, I'm a Myst player. I played Myst 1, and then I played Riven, and I played Myst 3 Exile, and I played Myst 4 Revelations. And you found another Riven security card. Oh, but does that say level 2? We need a level 3, didn't we? Don't worry. Yes, yeah, don't worry, guys. You're in the hands of a pro. Leaving notes, losing the cards. I guess I imagined they'd be more, what's the word? Bloodless? Mechanical? Giggle. My parents were once part of Preservation, if you will recall. It would seem the researchers who agreed with Calix and his philosophy underwent the conversion to endless entities. But I assume those who could not or would not eventually left the organization altogether. Oh, I almost forgot. The researchers kept journals in their data tablets. The one I read doesn't explain much, but something big happened to the complex, and afterwards it was decided that everyone would become endless. The writer was really happy about this. You can tell how much they admired Calix and his work. The entries ended after that, but maybe you can read more in the other tablet there. Right, let's move this investigation to another room. Well, we have the Dawntrail lab and the maintenance facilities left to search. Both are accessed via the southeast corridor. So it's back to the hub and the locked door across the way, which will hopefully yield before a new security card. I'll take the old one if you like. I doubt we'll have any more use for it. Sure. Okay, whatever. Alright. Your puzzle game introduction was Broken Sword. I'm not familiar with that Tiamat wing. But yeah, I love this kind of stuff. I would read an entire library on the history of the Dani and then find out it wasn't a puzzle at all. Yeah, that's me. That is definitely also me. I'm like trying to read between the lines. Okay, so I read all that I could for that. Okay. Yeah, that's... I think this part of the MSQ was probably one of the best things that MSQ has done since the solo Dodie from In From the Cold. Yeah, I agree. Yeah. Personally found it fun. Yeah, I'm finding this really fun. I too like the puzzle components. I honestly think going this route, taking a little risk here, doing something a little different, totally support this. You know, maybe there's some people who are like, ignore them. Ignore them. It's fine. This is fine. This is something new. It's something a little different. Okay. Doing a little puzzle work here and there. Another one that I really liked was in Endwalker, the Thancred one. With the stealth stuff. That was also kind of... Is that in from the cold? But anyway, I like the stealth stuff for that. Okay, now we're going to get to portal levels of difficulty, right? Oh man, this is getting me into wanting to play. Interesting. Okay, so let's go into the other room first. I hope Ben is okay. Ben, what are you thinking about this? Do you think it's lame? You can be honest. I kind of like it, I'm not gonna lie though. Shale, there doesn't seem to be any power here. No, none at all. It's possible this energy for this room is on a separate conduit, which means there should be a contingency for opening the door. Look here, there's a sign above the card scanner. In case of emergency, backup power can be rerouted from facilities. Facilities room is down the other branch of this corridor. Let's see about getting the power restored to the Dawntrail lab, shall we? Oh yeah, I've already been in that room. Okay. Yeah, in from the cold is the end crawling. Yeah, I love that one too. That was really good. That was really good. There's some big flashy floor tiles. Yeah. Tarot lab. What kind of experiments? You know what, Cryo? Less we know, probably the better. Okay, shale. It gives me time to eat your hot dog. That's awesome. I think I played TLJ, but I don't remember much. Engaging power supply. No good. It's returning an error. There must be preliminary procedure. According to this error code reference, if the power supply has been interrupted for an extended period of time, then we need to reconfigure both the emergency generator and the circuit control panels. Yeah, they're probably going to make this super easy for people who are like, what? They haven't played one single Nancy Drew. They haven't done a single hidden object in their life. It's the same model as the one used in Heritage Found. But how does it send power to the other lab? I see. Energy cable attached to the base of this terminal leads down the hall, directly to the Dawntrail lab, which means we need to connect the generator to that cable. Oh, this is Pipe Dream. Okay. Okay. I'm clicking through this because only people who are like needing their Naruto flashbacks. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Yeah. We're going to have to like basically we're going to have to turn the panels on the floor so that so like right here, you can see that it connects here. So what we're going to want to do is let's do that. And let's do that. Nope. Okay. Let's see. Thinking. What does this look like? Nope. Nope. I wonder if nothing can stick out. I wonder if nothing can stick out. Like the easiest... Wait a minute. Oops. Okay. feel like that square is going to work there. What about this? Yes. Do they all have to connect? Probably. Okay. We got the circle. You got the... Okay, so it's probably this. Oh my lord. If all Savage raids were like this, my life would be so easy. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Did you ever try to play Blueprints? No, I haven't bought it yet. It's on my wish list on Steam. They can't make them too difficult? Yeah. We did it, Nico. The Dawntrail lab should now be fully powered. Well done, everyone. If I may, Shale, could we access a certain data log before moving on? I was checking their storage shelves, and one of the labels caught my eye. Preservation in the Early Days is the title. Of course, it'll only take a moment to bring up the contents. Ah, it looks to be a text-based account. I'll read it out. Preservation. An Alexandrian Institute for Technological Development was founded by Calix, an 11-year-old child prodigy. Oh, this kind of reminds me. Did anyone here play Tactic Advance? Because Tactic Advance is I never finished it. But essentially there's a kid in a wheelchair who's essentially physically disabled. And when he goes to the realm of the book, he ends up, his fear and his dislike of reality back in the real world causes him to enact change on reality to a certain degree, I guess. Anyway, it's very interesting about how people who are young and who aren't able to handle the reality of being, you know, disabled or facing death or whatever, and how they try to warp reality to suit them. Approval for establishing the organization came during Alexandria's involvement in the storm surge, with Calix's design for new defensive solutions funded in large part by the Treasury. As the conflict grew in intensity and casualties mounted, Calix funneled Preservation's resources towards the perfection of memory storage. Research into this field continued even after the storm surge came to an end, with Calix eventually electing to preserve his own memories in a virtual domain. So this account is from before he embraced his endless existence, hundreds of years ago. I met him only once before the storm surge began. I was attending my father, who was then the reigning king of Alexandria. Calix could not have been more than 10 years of age, required constant treatment for his debilitating illness, yet still he published theories so highly regarded that even the royal family was aware of his achievements. This seems very unrealistic, but okay, let's roll with it. Life should not be lost to the injustice of death. Even now I can hear the single-minded will behind his words. So it was that when war came to our kingdom, my father was quick to commit his unwavering support to this somber youth and his proposals for preservation. Several years later, the ensuing violence brought the death of both my parents. Overwhelmed as I was by my sudden succession to the throne, I suspect they spared me the reports on endless research and other less urgent matters. So you had no way of knowing what kind of person Calix was changing into. Did he change? I wonder. Perhaps he has ever been the type to value ideals over compassion, and I failed to see it at the time. Or perhaps he did change, and is still driven by those same deeply held beliefs, that mortality is cruel and unjust, and his role is to deliver mankind from this fate. Whatever the case may be, we cannot allow him to shape our future. Let's press on, shall we? If I've done my job correctly, the door to the Dawntrail lab should be accessible now. I'll give everything a once-over just to be sure. Not your first time doesn't count. I want to play Blueprints. I really do, Jonathan. I just, as everyone knows, I'm really short on time. I want to do the Dawntrail reviews. I have some other things I need to do. There's a lot on my plate, but I'd love to one day play Blueprints. That Alexandria, we can see how smart or stupid I am. It's great. Yeah, Preservation though. People idolized him. Okay. The energy current seems stable enough. Still, you should let me handle this one. Security guard. Okay. La la la. Here's the card. Let's go, Mario. Right, now get this door open. Here, smooth as silk. Let's head inside and see what awaits. Okay. Gods above, isn't that... Oh, it's a version? The key to interdimensional fusion. That looks to be a schematic on the monitor. And they used it to make another key, but isn't it missing the shard inside like the one Nico has? Ah, we've been laboring under a misconception. The key was originally a Malala relic. Once this treasure came into its possession, Preservation began working to harness the power to cross dimensions. Aside from the crystal, we can see that all the vessel's components were constructed here. So what might that tell us? The crystal itself is the key. That would be the logical conclusion, yes. It is as my parents explained. The key remains shrouded in mystery. Preservation augmented it with electrope, but never grasped the technology's underlying principles. To this day, not a single person understands the mechanics of interdimensional fusion. Not who imbued the key with its power, not when they did so, nor why. Asians. Alligans. Somebody. Now it makes sense. Calyx can track the key because its vessel was made by Preservation. I believe there is much we may learn in this room. On her next visit, I have to enlist Ystola's assistance for a thorough investigation. Yeah, let that woman in here. I, too, am curious about a great many things, but pinning down Calyx's whereabouts is our priority. Hopefully, there is a security card here that grants access to the director's office. The research conducted in this lab appears to have been highly confidential in nature. Some of the personnel must have belonged to the organization's upper echelons, and that means higher security clearance. We should spread out and look for any cards they left behind. Remember, anything less than a level 3 is no good to us. Okay, so I'm going to start looking. Let me see. We got a storage crate over here. Document binders, other miscellaneous. Okay. Yeah, why are these plastic printers? That's hilarious. 3D printing, guys. Someone could set up an Etsy shop in here. Okay, Sphene, what are you finding over here? Okay. Alright. Clamot. Okay. Ryle. Wheeled shelving unit and a cabinet drawer. Chill. Cabinet drawer. Okay. Got that. Okay, no other things I can click. Okay. Calyx is a shard of Alpha. No. Oh, a level 3. That should get us into the director's office. So, what was it you were hoping to find in there again, Shale? You're saying that a certain device was going to help us? Right, I haven't properly explained myself, have I? I'm looking for a data relay. After we discovered this ostensibly abandoned complex, I performed a cursory investigation which detected a connection to an outside network. When I traced the data's routing, I confirmed traffic from a web of Everkeep's security cameras. Considering the way Calyx is always one step ahead of us, we must assume he's quietly seized control of the city's surveillance system and has been using it to monitor our activities. To monitor what you, as the keyholder, are planning. I always feel like somebody's watching me. But since Calyx is the ultimate recipient of those transmissions, the flow of data is like a river that we can follow back to him, which is why I need the data relay. If I can analyze the device and see where it's rerouting all the surveillance traffic, oh, then we can find, yeah, then you can pinpoint Calyx's position. It's very smart. Okay. That said, he has done nothing to impede our progress, which makes me think I might be on entirely the wrong track. Maybe the reason he isn't stopping us is because he can't. Back in the old castle, Calyx said he was measuring Nico's strength. What can he possibly dream up that's stronger than him? Another version of me? Oh, speaking of a camera, there's another thing I meant to mention. I found evidence that someone deliberately disabled the surveillance feed in this room. The most recent recording was also crudely deleted. I was able to restore the data, though, if you'd like to see it. Okay, I'll start the show then. Alright, flashback now.
Are you really planning to leave?
Yes. The idea of eternal life. It's begun to frighten me.
I struggle to renounce our conventional wisdom. Death is the means by which life prunes its branches, leaving the trunk to grow strong and tall. We die so that our species may flourish. What would become of mankind were we to halt that process? If unending stagnation is the fruit of our labor, then perhaps we strive for the wrong thing.
Your argument is a rejection of Master Calyx's vision.
Yeah, I wouldn't have said that out loud.
I suppose it is. Perhaps such dread would not plague me, were I capable of sharing his perspective on the subject.
But I cannot. He and I are too different, in too many ways. I lack his extraordinary genius. I had no illness threatening to cut my life short, no singularity of will to cut away all distractions and focus solely upon research.
I have nothing but respect for his determination. The way he overcame his prognosis and seized the means to transcend death itself. But I'm not convinced that this obsession with living is the right path. That's why I've decided to leave preservation and put all my effort towards building a legacy for the next generation to come.
Okay, based.
Surely you...
Yeah. See, this is why you never say something like that. If you're in a cult and you wake up and you realize...
There can be no exceptions.
You never say anything. You just leave. You just nip out the door. You're like, I'm going out for some milk, okay? Bye-bye, Scientology people. Bye-bye, Kool-Aid people. If you start talking about, well, this is what I think, you're going to end up dead. Poor girl. Poor lady. She only wanted to leave, and he executed her. Yeah, that's what happens when you're in a cult. I checked the images against personnel data, and the man who pulled the trigger was Director Demetrius himself. Oh. Everything I could find on him pointed to a deep infatuation with Master Calyx. What? Nani o hanashite imasu ka? What? Oh no. This is another Asahi situation? But creepier? The cameras in this room have been out of operation ever since that incident. Given that the recording was erased, I can only assume he was trying to conceal his grisly deed from the other researchers. I'm not surprised, given how my parents described their defection from the Institute. They spoke of rushing me through a portal, even as Preservation's agents closed in on them. I dare not ask what became of them after that, but if it turns out they were captured by their pursuers... Yes. Respect. They did not regret their actions. They did it for you, Cryle. Right, the Echo. Knowing you saw them as they were, your words give me great comfort. Yeah. Oh, Cryle. Yeah, I mean, her parents did what they had to do for their kid. Worry not, Sphene. Thanks to the Haven of Living Memory, I was at least able to meet my parents and learn what they stood for. It is enough for me to carry on. Even now, we don't know how the conflict unfolded between your parents and the Preservation, but what we do know is that your mother and father cleverly expunged every last trace of their movements. They made sure no one could cross into the source or threaten their child's safety. Yes, very, very brave. Stunning. Right, let's press on, shall we? This tale behind the key deserves a fitting conclusion. To the director's office. Yeah, I like that flashback. That was a nice flashback. Lots of people are dying in this patch. They're like, you'll be dead. You'll be dead. You'll all be dead. Okay. Final key time. Is everyone ready? Turns out Kryle's parents are actually evil. Gold card. Here we go. Let's head inside. Don't be shy, everyone. Speak up if anything odd catches your eye. You could come with me. I might have need of that security card. Okay. Sphene. There's a report on reducing people to ether and how much energy can be harnessed per individual. Gross. Very gross. My apologies. I was thinking about the key. Yeah, that crystal? It's probably one of the Infinity Stones. Something odd. Something odd. Clamat was very particular about how he decorated his office. We got incense, vases, and some kind of gem display. Oh, okay. Maybe the puzzles aren't over. Not the data relay she's looking for. This office is also smaller than the map suggested. I'm positive we're in the right room. What am I missing? There's a fake wall. Can I ask you and the others to search the office for any clues? Okay. Office shells. Secure room lift access. It requires passwords to be input simultaneously at terminals in the Proto Lab, Deutera Lab, and the director's office. Okay. Beverage station. Having lain dormant for years, the now active coffee maker has already entered a self-cleansing cycle. Appears to have no other purpose beyond brewing coffee, though it remains to be seen when it will be able to do so once more. Yes, that's right. My guy's storage case. Okay, empty souls. Among other personal effects, you find what is presumably the director's data tablet. A closed locker stands next to the table. Examine the data tablet. Search the locker. Okay. I will trust on Miro on this one. Oh! Can I open that door again? Thank you, Miro. That was a good one. I wish I took a screen cap of that. Oh, that was great. That was great. That was something else. That was something else. That was something else. That was like really creepy. That was good. That was like a horror show, honestly. You can open it again? Okay, I can't wait to open it again. We're gonna open it again. Skim me through the contents. Okay, so let's look at daily reports. Nothing of note. The key triggered an explosion today. Temporary interdimensional portal verified. Continued attempts to stabilize the core energy reactions. 13 researchers sustained fatal injuries in the explosion. Memory faculties of 4 personnel sufficiently intact for endless conversion. Remaining 9 designated for ether reclamation processing. That's a nice way of saying you don't get to be endless. You can just have your body sucked out. Nothing of note. Rejected resignations of 2 Malala researchers. Major incident. Details in full report. Those 2 inept Malala broke with the preservation and absconded with the key. Though the fugitives have since been caught and eliminated. Okay, so there we go, Jonathan. We were too late to recover the relic. So, the Malala, that's her parents. They broke with preservation. They grabbed Kryl and the key, shoved it into Galif's arms, raced back to probably, close the door, the portal, and to, be a bait, right? Because they don't want the people to then go after the key with Kryl and Galif and everybody else. And they were caught and eliminated. But why would they be uploaded into Endless, though? That is an interesting question. Maybe Queen Sphene was doing her devouring mother stuff, but I don't get why they would take time to upload to 2 traitorous people. The only reason we retained our flesh was to serve Master Calyx as physical instruments to conduct his experiments. Deprived of the object of our research, our existence serves no further purpose. I dare not imagine the depths of his disappointment in me. Oh no. The complex is to be shut down. All personnel will have their bodies reduced to ether, which will be allocated for further experimentation. Memory data will be archived. Any endless conversions will be subject to Master Calyx's discretion. If he does not deem us fit, then we are not deserving of eternal life. That's sad and shitty. All personnel have undergone processing. Once the shutdown protocols have been completed, I'll proceed with my own corporeal dissolution. As long as the key remains in the physical world, we must keep this complex in pristine condition, whether it be needed for experiments or otherwise. We must be ready to support future operations in whatever capacity Master Calyx requires. To that end, facility equipment will be maintained in stasis mode. Furthermore, a critical component for secure room access will be stored separately to defend against unauthorized entry. Okay. Open the locker. We gotta do this one more time, guys. Ready? Set. Go. Screenshot. Okay. Here we go. Screenshot. Well, I think it's safe to say that this guy is borderline PDF. Like, majorly PDF. Kind of creepy. Very creepy. I love it. It's great. I love this kind of shit. I love this shit. Thank you, Miro, for such a helpful tip. Yeah, nothing creepy here. Nothing to see here, guys. A hidden elevator. That's my guess. Perfectly normal locker contents. Yeah. With instruction for accessing a secure room, no less, seems we need to enter a password on 3 different terminals at the same time. There was no such room marked on the map, was there? No, a precautionary measure, no doubt. If passwords are involved, I expect the access lift itself is concealed too. Concealed. By electrope, you mean? Ah, could it be that wall? I thought it seemed odd when I walked past. Oh, right, she was standing in the corner, feeling odd. Remember what Kakua used to say, Shiel? Never trust an electrope surface. Yes? Okay. You can pass right through electrope. It's an illusion. Truly? It never had that property in my time. Nico is having a little fun, I think. What we mean is electrope can project a false appearance. My cat boy's like, I'm just too beautiful. In which case, it shouldn't be too hard to... He's too beautiful to be smart. In which case, it shouldn't be too hard to disable. Okay, let's disable the electrope. Okay. Another door! But the lock is another story. Yeah. Didn't the note lay out the password protocol? I say we go ahead and try it. 2 people should prepare the lab terminals for input while the rest of us look for passwords here in the office. I'll take the proto lab. I'll take the Deutero lab. Are we splitting up? Really? Is that smart? Actually, it might be better if you stayed here, Sveen. Your knowledge of Alexandria and its people could be needed here. Yes, you're right. If the passwords are hiding behind clues, that might be something I can help with. I can help too. I lived my whole life in Alexandria, after all. I'll take the Deutero lab duty, then. We can keep in touch via communicator to match our timing. Okay. Alright, splitting up. That's like horror movie. Mistake number 1. Nico, you'll have the honor of entering the office password. Once we've determined what we need to input, take your place at the terminal. I'll stand by to guide Wuklamat Kral through the process. Okay. You know, there was that display plate over there, the one with the gems. I thought since it was made of electrope, it might have some other purpose. But I couldn't find any switches or buttons to make it do anything. Maybe you can figure it out. Okay. All right. Cluttered side table. Okay, we might come back to that later. Solve the puzzle. A green stone that's Alexandrite. Okay, so we now get a green Alexandrite stone. Easy GG. Yep. Sphene, what do you got? Okay, she's looking at passwords. I'm gonna do the jewelry display. Yep. Gemstone fits snugly into place. Almost immediately afterwards, the glowing lines of a diagram appear on the display, accompanied by a short phrase. Decorative pattern, an arcane circuit. Floor plan of this complex. Uh-huh. Okay. Alright, Sapphire. Protolab. Garnet. Tarot Lab. Alexandrite. Director's Office. Okay, so Proto is Sapphire. Deutero is Garnet. Director's Office. Alexandrite. What's this down here? Following words appear to be handwritten. Knew the jewel would come in handy. Let me see. Heed the stones. This must be about the special meanings Alexandrians have for gems. It's an old belief, I think, where each type of gem means something different. I bet if you asked Sphene, she could tell you more about it. Okay. Wow, we got a double layer. Cancel. Double layer going on here. I'm loving this, guys. I'm eating this up. This is like Christmas come early. Okay, symbolism of Alexandrite. Protection. Are you thinking this has something to do with passwords? Yes, we got some other ones. Yes, they all have meanings. Protection. Sapphire represents honesty. And Garnet symbolizes devotion. I wonder if it's like the length of the word letters? Or is it just the words themselves? Okay. Okay, so what is the password for the Proto Lab? Is Sapphire and honesty. Deutero will be devotion and protection. I really like this. This is really fun. I wonder if people hated this. I like this a lot. I think Party might enjoy this section too, but I'm not sure. Sometimes things go well with her, sometimes not. That secure room is the only place we have yet to search. If the data relay is anywhere, it has to be there. We'll venture in as soon as Wicklamat and Kryle rejoin us. Okay. If she ever gets this far. Savage but true, Ben. Savage but true. Wait a minute, Ben. I'm just gonna do something. Wait 1 second. Okay. We did it thanks to you, and a little bit thanks to me, I hope. It was team effort. It was a team effort. Sphene holds the meaning of eternal light. That is interesting. Eternal light. When my parents named me, it was with their wish that I become an unwavering beacon of hope to our people. To think on it now, I've ever shared that destiny with my other self. Chaos said, not gonna lie, I fumbled and skipped my way through this. I probably would have liked it, but I've been checked out of the experience for a while. Hey, that's fair, Chaos. Not everything is everyone's cup of tea to begin with, right? But I'm not gonna lie, I'm enjoying this because I like me some puzzling. I really do. I think this is a fresh way to do a quest. I'm not gonna lie. I really appreciate that they tried with this. I have a lot of criticisms about some things that have been going on since Shadowbringers. And personally, this little section here was really fun, to me at least. But I understand if it's not everyone's cup of tea. Alright, let's get on the lift. Although I still think taking a lift is kind of, I don't know, sketchy. But it seems like we got off the... Oh! This is familiar. Now we're in a box of a room. That's great. This isn't a trap.
Doesn't look special to me, but this is definitely what we're after?
I have a bad feeling, guys. Like, we're in a tiny room here.
It is. But whether or not it will suffice for our purposes is another question.
That's a nice laptop there.
The Endless are created using the memories of the deceased. But as memories are, in essence, collections of data, the resultant entities have no physical form. These data entities, as we might call them, have only two methods for interacting with the material world. One of these we saw in Living Memory, where the Endless are granted temporary bodies through the use of corporeal ether. They become much like solid ghosts that one can see and touch. The other method, which Kafkiwa employed, is the remote operation of a machine. But where do you suppose the Endless are to be found when not inhabiting a physical body?
In a terabyte of hard data?
The Endless are memories, and if memories are data, then...
In a world formed of data. And electrope somewhere? I don't know. Clicking something.
Yes, we suspect they reside in a virtual domain, one contained entirely within an electrope-based machine. We've seen such a realm before, after all.
Yeah. Living memory? Question mark?
Oh, you mean like the Alexandria made from the Endless Fiend's memories? It all seems so real.
So this virtual domain, it would also be housed within the Meso Terminal.
But how? I thought we shut down all the terminals in Living Memory.
Unless there's a backup. There's a backup.
You did. And Kafkiwa's program performed just as she intended. The Meso Terminal itself was deactivated, as evidenced by the failure of the device which was keeping Spheen's body in stasis. Be that as it may, we face a master of electrope engineering. That he managed to partition and protect the sector harboring his own memories is well within the bounds of possibility.
Let us say that the Meso Terminal does indeed contain a second domain, and that Calyx himself resides there. This city, on the other hand, exists here in the Source. That being the case, I thought perhaps we could prevent his remote interference by closing the gate to the Golden City, and thus severing the connection between worlds.
But what about the zone and the fates?
Except I tried to close it once already when I visited Living Memory. The process required administrative authorization, a restriction I assumed at the time had been imposed by the Queen.
Or Calyx.
But now you think Calyx might be responsible.
Yeah.
just as I suspected. Even now, security transmissions from throughout the keep are being tapped by the core system and routed elsewhere.
To the meso terminal?
Almost every single one has you as its focus. He's keeping track of the key holder's movements.
I mean, have you seen Nico? He's like incredibly attractive. Calyx.
Time's up, and what a waste of time it's been. Hoping to find me by tracing security data? That will not be necessary. Through a not inconsiderable effort, I've taken your measure and prepared a force sufficient to subdue you.
Oh, okay. That's great. I got Phoenix down now.
Come. I invite you to the upper reaches of the meso terminal. The storage device which holds my memories is there.
Wow, he's like just coming out.
Break the memory bank and victory is yours. I, in turn, will seek to wrest the key from you with any and every means at my disposal.
And if we refuse this invitation?
I will wait and continue to convert Alexandrians into Endless.
Yep, that seems pretty. Yep. But did you count for my Catboy bros?
Consider
Yeah.
the urgency of the situation and make the wiser choice.
Answer me one question, Calyx.
She's gonna try to talk
The
no
Endless
Jitsu.
Queen. When she was queen, you had her face an impossible task, then manipulated her into using the key when she was at her most desperate. If you can do all that, then why not whisk it away when her plans went to ruin? Why let it fall into our hands?
That's a really good question. Wow, good question.
He pours salt in the wound. That disaster was a miscalculation on my part. As her end drew near, Sphene and her restructured memories had become one with the terminal's control systems. In that singular place, in that singular moment, she wielded an authority greater than mine.
Oh.
Thus she was able to shield you, the neighboring sovereign to whom she entrusted her nation's future, and the hero to whom she entrusted that priceless key.
I look super, super. So in that one moment, she...
I am unsure to what degree she perceived my presence, but she knew that someone was watching. Does that satisfy your curiosity?
Interesting. Very interesting. That makes that Sphene way more complex now. That's really cool.
It does. And I'm satisfied that you will take nothing more from this nation.
That's my football World Cup trophy.
Not one more future. Not one single smile from another child's
I thought you were into hockey,
You
Ben.
hear me?
It's your Mighty Duck trophy. He doesn't even talk. What a Chad. That's so cool.
Sorry for losing my temper, but there's only one way we can deal with people like Calyx.
Yeah, we're just gonna go spank him. I'm gonna die a lot. Is everyone prepared to laugh? The Stanley Cup. You're still English, says Ben. Uh-huh, 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 uh-huh. What if I came to your house and I stole your hockey jersey? What are you gonna do then, Ben? Appropriating Canadian culture. I'm kidding. I'm kidding, Ben. I'm kidding. He's wrong if he thinks he's taken our measure. We have the power of Dynamis. And extremely hot cat boys on our side. Not to mention there's Miro and there's a samurai. His name is In a Minute. He's very tiny. You might not be able to see him. His hair is a totally fake toupee that will come off at a moment's notice, but like, yeah.
If I may, I realize it is not my place to say this. Even so, I must thank you both.
You're welcome. Oh. Oh no, I'm not crying. I'm not crying. I'm really not crying.
How grateful I am to have you as our champions.
I don't know why I'm starting to feel emotional. This is a really stupid moment to feel emotional in. That's weird. Maybe I'm on the cusp of going into my hormonal time of the month. That's weird. But anyway. Don't worry, guys. I didn't cry. It was close, though. It was very close. May not have been by the method Shale was hoping for, but at least now we know where to find Calyx and what we need to do next. Yep. Let's go spank his little butt. Let's also let him know that his friend is a PDF. Indeed, while I'm curious about Preservation's research into the key, that is an investigation for another day. Like, maybe we should take a look at the crystal inside. Be like, hey, was it made by Asians? Was it... What was it? Do you have a high enough level? Oh no, Jonathan. Oh no. Oh, fuck me. Okay, well, that's nice. They threw us right into the back room. Shale's been out of sorts ever since we got back. I don't think she liked what Calyx said, but don't worry, I'll do my best to cheer her up. Okay. It was my other self who entrusted you with the key. Though she could not change who she was, the consequence of her final choice linger, empowering us to shape our own future. I've passed on the short version of events to our comrades so we can all prepare for the challenges ahead. The situation isn't the best out there, but at least you've come back to us safe and sound. Let's send Y'shtola back there. Yeah, we're gonna stop Calyx. Damn that bastard Calyx. He waited until I was this close before snatching away my moment of triumph. In that infuriating, condescending way he spoke to us. We'll see whose time is up, you smug little weasel. You tell him, Shale. You tell him. Anyway, I know things didn't go to plan, but we learned a great deal about preservation. That knowledge could come in handy in the days to come. Though I may not be able to contribute much to a direct confrontation, I mean to see this through with you all, providing whatever support I can. Very lovely. My cat has... my cat has decreed my game time is over, but we are closer to the dungeon at this point. Yeah, you tell them, Silva. Oh, okay. Are we needing to stop here? Ben, what say you? It's 12:30 by my time. What's the item level needed for the dungeon, by the way? Ben wants to keep going. Okay. I can go for another half an hour. Well, I mean, technically I could go all night. 7:20 or 7:25. 7:20 or 7:25. Let's see where we're at. Oof. 7:21. The trial 7:25. Okay. I want to continue on, but first I'm going to see if I can fix the the mild troubling. If we have the current, if we have, he says, if we have, like, yeah, nah. Current 750 tombstone view. You assume that I have time to be grinding that kind of shit out. How many tombstones do I have? It's probably not gonna be good. Let's brace ourselves, folks. Oh, that's bad. Nope, it's bad. Okay, let's first take stock of what I'm wearing, because what I'm wearing is probably absolute. Oh, my tome. Oh, Lord. And my gil is really low too, so I can't just run out and buy the newest. Could I craft my way into a summoner? Is there a crafting? Can you craft bullshit? Do I even have a higher level? I probably don't even have high enough level crafted gear. Damn it. Well, okay, let's take a look. 720, 720, 725. That's underkeep. So I should have just grabbed underkeep shit then, I guess. Oh, wait a minute. 745. I'm gonna equip that. Hello. Update. That's my I actually did finish. You can all pat me on the back. But I did finish the yeah. Okay, so I just did that. What did that do? What did that do for my character? Let's see if it pushed me up far. 727. Okay, never mind, folks. We're good. We're good. Saved by my book, literally. People. Saved by my book. It paid off to actually do my relic. Accessories. It's saved by my accessory. Okay, accessories are cheaper. Good point. Thank you for reminding me, Tiamat. Let's see what we got here. 725, 710. I could probably actually pick up a ring. Let's see if I can pick up a ring of some kind. Is it heliometry? No, that's the pink shit. Yeah, that's a bit... Let's see. 750. Rings. Yes. Let's pick up a ring of casting, actually, just to add some. Oh, that's painful. Okay. Let's just throw a ring on there, just in case as well. Just to... Yeah. So that's going to take me up to 730. People are clapping. Okay, saved by my book. Because I'm going to be honest, guys. I've been a little busy with my life. I'm not going into details on it, but stuff has been happening, and I barely have time for gaming. It's just, that's the way it is. But I will say this, when I come back into Final Fantasy XIV, I'm reminded all over again why I love coming back, seeing my beautiful boy, seeing other beautiful boys. Hello, Miro. And, you know, just, yeah. All right. So, Ben wishes to go a bit further, so we will continue pushing. Today, Nico and Chieko's mission is to support Ben. Where is Ben, actually? Where is he? Where's the little nugget? Wait a minute. I have just the emote for you, Ben. Wait, I just need to find it. Where is it? You feel me, Miro? Too busy? Yeah, I've been too busy. I'm not gonna lie. I've been too busy. The reality is like, grinding is very difficult for me. So when people talk about like, I want more grind in my MMO, it's very hard for me to get on their side because, where did you get that emote from, Miro? It's really nice. I like that quill. Probably some content that I haven't done yet. I just, PvP. Nice. Oh man, I gotta do that too. Oh man. Oh, where am I gonna find time, everyone? Oh. I'm gonna... Oh, I'm so depressed. Okay. All right. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. I understand if you can't keep going, Miro. I get it. But if you need help running the trial and stuff on Miro later, then I can... The problem is I don't want to say I can help heal or tank with you, because I'm going to be honest, I'm going to be absolute trash. So I would only be DPSing with you, so I don't know. Anyway, let's keep going. We briefed Aaronville on everything that's happened and sent word to the others. We've now but to consider what our next actions will be. Trials duty support? I'm already ranked 23 in the PvP series. Oh, Jonathan, congrats! Tiamat, do you do PvP as well? Calyx has offered you the opportunity to confront him directly. And though it feels much like striding face first into an ambush, we have little choice. If we are to destroy the memories he supposedly has stored in the upper reaches of the mesoterminal, that is where we must go. While I'm still upset at being deprived of my moment, I nevertheless did my due diligence. I can confirm that the relay we found was indeed transmitting surveillance data to a device somewhere in living memory. Okay, some interesting music. When you go to fight Calyx, pray let me fight alongside you. Okay. I may fight for the memory of Otis and Zelenia, and for the other Sphene I may have become. Most importantly, for my beloved kingdom and a joyful tomorrow. I'm not promising to keep her safe. I can barely keep myself safe. No reckless heroics. Always use your Phoenix down on your friends as well. No needless danger. I'll be coming with you as well, of course, Wook. And your fellow Scions will accompany you into battle. They have already left for living memory. I'm more than ready to do the same. What are we waiting for then? Let's go. I'll keep patrolling the streets for signs of trouble, especially from anyone wearing neo-regulators, says Aaronville. Should you need anything from me, I'll be on standby here in the back room, says Shale. Galulja saying the obvious. Okay. Oh, Nico, Kral and I think we should talk to Gaussen before we leave for living memory. Under Calyx's direction, preservation has helped shape Alexandria's society for centuries. Taking him down will have serious consequences, and we need to warn the officials in charge about what we intend. Justifications aside, we shall be acting against the wishes of all who desire to become endless. Exactly. We don't know if Gaussen will approve or oppose our chosen course, but either way, leaving without a word is the wrong thing to do. Come, we should be on our way. Resolution first, yes? Be safe, everyone. We'll see you when it's over. How much money do you need to stop working? It's just the way it is right now, right? Our economy is not good to anyone here. I'm not gonna lie. I think all of us are feeling it. My situation is no worse than anyone else, really. Some of us can live with our parents. Some of us cannot. I could not, simply because I would not be able to stream anymore. I wouldn't be able to talk to anybody after 10 p.m. if I stayed with my parents. They're very lovely, but their house is made of paper, so I couldn't even chat with friends after 10 p.m. It just was not... It was just not gonna go. Goslin's wearing a neo-regulator. He'll have some thoughts to share on the subject, I wager. Yeah. The air is thick with a sense of unease. Not at least around Goslin himself. Yep. Government officials must be fielding demands from all quarters. I do not envy Goslin his position. But whether or not we live with our parents or whether or not we're on our own, I think I can say with or without a job, times are tough. That's for sure. Like my current job, for example, I'd have to add more hours to stay in this apartment on my own.
I see. A difficult situation. In the absence of an official sovereign, I agree that it is not Preservation's place to dictate the future of our nation. However, I also cannot simply take a side and declare my support for your efforts to defeat Calyx.
Is that because of the new regulator you wear?
I've yet to register it. I find myself caught between the fear of dying and the desire to carry out the duties of governance. My greatest concern is how we shall stem this ever-increasing terror of mortality when becoming endless is no longer an option. And that's to say nothing of the recent slaughter committed by our own soldiers. The fact that such violence was perpetrated for the very purpose of creating endless will, paradoxically, make it more difficult to endorse your chosen course. It may not seem logical, but for those who lost friends and family in the attacks, halting the creation process altogether would render the deaths of their loved ones utterly meaningless. Is it not cruel to rob them of what little solace they could claim, when we have only just learned what it is to mourn? Tell me, how are we meant to overcome such tragedies?
You cry it out. You get some therapy.
Others to teach us for a start.
Oh, wow. Mina-san. Nani o shiteiru?
For the longest time, we've been protected by Queen Sphene and the systems put in place by our forebears.
The children are growing up?
The hardships and responsibilities of life were distant things, and we felt entitled to our comforts. Even as we barely noticed those who risked everything to keep us sheltered.
Yeah, it's like Yulmore.
But no more. From now on, we need to learn on our own.
Yep.
How to live with the promise of death. How to endure the pain of loss.
I suggest therapy.
We may never learn to love such things, but we may learn to survive them.
Unless you're also dead, in which case you don't have to worry.
Beyond the barrier, even the Alexandrians old, they've all had to live with these fears. There's no reason we can't do it too.
That's called self-respect right there. That's great.
What are you all doing here?
Yeah. Aren't you supposed to be evacuating?
Malachite called us in, and the Oblivion members briefed us on the current crisis. You don't stand idly by while your house burns down. We came together and thought about how we could help.
Long story short, we've decided to join the fight alongside Oblivion. I say fight, but we're well aware of how little use we'd be in actual combat.
Okay. All right. Self-aware. Self-aware.
A matter of ideas, on the other hand. Now that we might be qualified to do something about.
All right.
We'll talk to our neighbors and do our best to quell their fears. Convince them to make the most of this life and enjoy all it has to offer.
Yeah, just YOLO. You only got one life, bros.
Perhaps that will help to ease your burden.
It certainly will. Even if a few are assuaged by your words, it will make things easier.
Just be careful out there. Everyone gets gunned down and dies. Is that the new gathering gear? It's kind of cool looking.
Those who've already registered will be difficult to sway, but there are still many who waver.
Yeah, what about talking to this Gossin fellow over here?
Those are the ones we'll concentrate on.
Like, you could start with Gossin right here.
Gossin, if you truly care for the people of Alexandria, then now's the time to start thinking of ways to prevent more deaths.
But I'm aging, good sir.
Were I to become endless at the expense of my countrymen's lives, I would regret it for the rest of my existence.
Yeah, you'd probably carry that with you. Wow. Symbolic. It shoots out a beam and just sucks his body away.
Forgive my weakness. When the people have lost their way, it falls to the government to support and guide them.
Oh, how very interesting.
Alexandria can rise above this sorrow and find its way forward once more.
Why the comma? You don't need a comma there.
Is that not so, Your Majesty?
Indeed it is. No, that wasn't... what I meant to say was...
Calm down, Sphene.
Lamity, you used her name.
Just say it louder. I don't think they heard you all the way over to, like, you know, Everkeep.
The perfect resemblance to our beloved Queen Sphene has not escaped our notice. Yet we also understand that you are not her.
Wow, these people are elevated. Their brains are literally exploding.
Secret, unable to share who you really are. That must have been hard on you.
Like, you can take your hood off now. I wonder if we're going to get the hood up, hood down.
Tell us all about yourself.
Glam.
I imagine yours is a rather outlandish story, but we're eager to hear it all the same.
Aw, heartwarming.
You're one of us, an Alexandrian, and we don't abandon our own.
Hopefully a visor option? Yeah. Yep.
I promise to return. And when I do, I look forward to speaking with you all.
If we die together. Let's see. Gossin. Good man, good man. I know it's hard. I know it's hard, but like, you gotta work. I'm loving the music, by the way. I'm really enjoying the music in this expansion. I can't wait to find all the tracks and get them into my playlist. The final push came from Alexandria's citizens and their bravery in taking the first step towards change. You didn't need that comma. Anyway, speaking of which, can I ask you to lock that Neo-regulator way where no one can get to it? That should prevent the registrations from reaching the target number. I should be glad to do so, but I fear it would be to no avail. According to our most recent surveys, the number of Neo-regulators in circulation exceeds the stated 5,000. I surmise the surplus units are to account for those like myself who have had a change of heart or are otherwise hesitant to register. Oh, dealing with potential plot hole. That's good. That's nice. That does sound like something Calyx would do. Well, we'll have to face him either way, so no point in delaying the inevitable. On to living memory. Yeah, they got someone a little bit smarter on staff. 'Cause Calyx is behaving a bit more smart, which is good. Would you rob us of our directive to murder other people? Isn't that hypocritical?
Things seem much the same.
But is it though?
So listen, you have nothing more to fear than any other normal day. Deep breaths. We'll get through this.
Dies instantly. Don't worry, hot chick. We can go find a place and bang.
You'd be telling them much the same if you were here. I suppose it falls to me now.
Aaronville dies. I'm just expecting tons of people to die, but it's probably not going to happen. He put a memento of his mom on his bag. Ugh. Okay. Well, that's special. That's special. He is a mama's boy. I honestly like the theme that the game constantly has, which is about taking responsibility. You can't let other people take responsibility for all of the choices you're making in your life. And that means you can't force them to make choices for you. And you can't make other people into tyrants over you. And neither can you force them to you can't force them to like take responsibility for the choices you made. You have to take responsibility for your own choices and then move beyond with that. Brings tears to my eyes. The only thing that brings tears to my eyes about this place is this place has the worst drop rate for the relic weapon currency. So busy, it seems an age since we gathered in such a manner. We make for a formidable group. You're here, Graha, so I feel very formidable. Yes. Oh my gosh, is this the trial? Are we running this with all of them? Oh, by the way, Miro, you know the cat thing? It has a 3. It has 3 thingamabobbies. I'll click on Y'shtola. The wall has receded to provide a convenient entrance into the structure's interior. There was no such ingress when we were here, so we must assume Calyx has since manipulated the terminal's electrope. All to facilitate his most gracious invitation to the upper levels. An invitation I'm eager to accept for the sake of all who love Alexandria. I will not yield nor leave them to despair. Okay. Oh. Oh, my inventory. Oh, my lord. Is there... Oh, lord. Okay, let's see. This is gonna get brutal. Let's just go over here for a second. See if I can, sell that. This is gonna be gross, guys. Usually I'd go to Doma. But, you know, it is what it is. Keep. Sorry, guys. This is gross. This is terrible. I know it's terrible. We should be doing this in Doma. Nobody got time for that. Just look away. Close your eyes. Pretend this isn't happening. Oh, this is sad. This is very sad. But it had to happen just in case I pick anything up in the dungeon. Oh, that was brutal. Oh, I didn't like that. Oh. Oh. Oh, yeah, that was bad. Okay. Shall we make our way to the terminal? Okay, let's make our way to the terminal. Some things aren't so much as force as just changing what is easiest for them to decide, like the leader you just convinced to do the right thing. Gaussen, his name was. Yeah, you can convince people, but you cannot take responsibility for them, and you cannot let them blame you, and you cannot let them force you to take responsibility. You can talk to people and then you walk away. Yes, I remember. Y'shtola says, living memory is steeped in dense lightning ether of the ninth. This pervasive energy must be what the terminal utilizes as a power source. Sphene. I remember little of my awakening. The paralysis yet lingered, and my eyes could barely focus. Raha, the best. When we shut down all the minor terminals, we watched as endless fade away. I do not believe that was a performance staged to deceive us. As for the meso-terminal, however, it had already grown dark by the time we had returned from the virtual domain. While I'm loath to admit it, 'tis possible its true appearance was hidden from us in our absence, which is why we must bring this tale to its denouement by our own hand. Now, okay. It hadn't occurred to me that one might physically enter the terminal, although I suppose it makes sense when you think about it. Yes. Okay. Wuklamat. Oh no, it's the music again. Oh no. Oh Lord. Well, here we are again, facing yet another battle to decide Alexandra's fate. For 4 centuries I slept here. Upon awakening, I found the world as I knew it had changed. I was so frightened at first I couldn't recognize a single thing and thought everything I loved had gone to dust. Yet, beneath the unfamiliar surface, much remained the same. For that, I give thanks to Otis and Zelenia and the Royal Knights, who laid their lives on the line to defend our way of life. I thank every Alexandrian who believed in our future and passed on our legacy. I thank my other self, who so loved this kingdom of ours. And I thank you all for kindling this hope in my heart, this courage to take up arms and fight once more. Turns out she's actually also fake. Heh. So let us make our stand together and fight for what we hold dear. Okay, let's go. The kind and gentle Queen Sveen was too weak to serve her people, and so she will serve them no more. Freed from conscience, I shall become a ruler that can protect Alexandria. A devourer of worlds. Yeah. Together we stand. Together we fight. You have my gratitude, and surely Otis and Zelena will join us in spirit. Let's head inside and finish this. In the upper reaches of this terminal awaits the device which holds Calix's memories. It falls to us to make the climb and destroy it once and for all. Aye, and we must bring matters to a definitive end. We will not suffer him to cause Alexandria further harm, nor claim the key. The Queen entrusted it to Nico for good reason. And besides, 'twould be a tragedy indeed to relinquish a relic with so much research potential. You should have given it to Jonathan, or like Ben, or Miro, or like Tiamat, or, you know, Chaos. Anybody but me, honestly. But okay, apparently Calix thinks he's taken your measure. I urge you to correct that misguided assumption. I'm crying on the inside. I wholeheartedly concur. Roll left. Yet would still counsel caution that he would be so bold as to extend an invitation bespeaks tremendous confidence in his preparations. Okay. Okay. Well, let's go. Into the midst of dreaming. Alright. I'm excited. How are we doing this? What's your desire, Ben? This is Ben's night. Do you want to go solo? Or do you want us to go together into the... Your cat was wanting attention. I told her I wanted to keep playing. Was gonna... I thought you were tired. Okay, so what does Ben and Miro want to do? Fight, 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 fight. Okay, I do want to ask a question, guys, okay? Can chat help me without being spoilery here? But you know, like... Would I be able to do this again with all these people, like, in duty support and stuff? I know that's a stupid question. Like, would I be able to do the trial again with all of them? Or is that a one-time deal? Can their world be reclaimed? I have questions. I think they've left enough strings in regards to the crystal of the cup and the questions around the 9th reflection, Jonathan, that leaves us, you know, it leaves us. You can do dungeon and trial repeatedly. Trust, yes. Duty support as a specific group. This is the dungeon. Duty support is available for both this and the trial. Okay. It's just that, like, I want to make sure I can run it with the characters if there's, like, special bullshit going on. Oh my gosh, the all-rounder is in this dungeon. Okay, so are we going to want to go in together? My only question is, do we... Like, are we all playing DPS? Because that's a problem. Like, Miro just learned this the other week or whatever. Like, I don't know. Miro is going to tank. Ben, do you want to run this with Miro? You kind of want to duty support to learn? Okay. All right. I would not call yourself an expert. Okay, why don't we run duty support? Let's separate and let's see how we do. I'm okay with running duty support. I honestly am. I might tweak my I'm gonna leave party. I'm gonna duty support, folks. Buckle yourselves in. Get some popcorn. Because we all know what happens. Zoomancer. What in the f is that? Zoemancer? Zoomancer? Okay. All-rounder. I'm fine. Is she the only tank that we have? Internal screaming. And I bet... I bet I should have probably upgraded my warrior. Let's be honest. Yeah, nowhere close. Okay. All right. We're going in with Wuklamat, guys. I'm sorry. I tried. But it's not going to happen. We're just going to go in. Yeah. Where are you at, bro? Yeah. Okay, I'm going to go in. Somebody get a kill counter going. Let's see how much I suck tonight. Okay, let's hear the music. Let me know, guys, if the music is a bit quiet for you, and I can pump it up a bit more. Wow, very epic music. I'm liking it.
Ah, you've come. I'll begin by wearing you down.
Okay. Well, I'll have you know. No, I won't. Wait a minute. No, I won't. I'm probably gonna die multiple times, guys. Let's all be real here. Sorry. I hadn't thought I would go so late tonight, to be honest, so I was going to watch some Naruto with my sister, but, didn't happen. Oh, well. Okay. Let's get on with it. Let's see.
Hold on.
Take this.
data station. What is the preservation's purpose? The answer to that question is simple. To ensure the survival of mankind in a world beset by lightning aspected imbalance. This means securing a place where people may live in safety, as well as establishing a treatment for Levin sickness, which plagues us. Many approaches were considered, but in the end it was a youth of undeniable genius, who discovered the most brilliant and complete solution to all the challenges we face now. Except for the part where, like, he's a complete psychopath. And kind of antisocial. But yeah, it's great.
I've created new areas for you. Not all at once, but they will follow orders. Kill and survive.
It's all good.
And so forth. Here, I shall prepare the stage for battle.
Take this.
I'm loving this music. I agree. Who said it's like Heaven's Word? Yeah, it's very good. It's like chanty. It's like a return to Nobuo Uematsu style. Maybe it's a riff on an original track.
Take this.
This is really nice. Oh, I want this track on my phone right now. Luke, what are you doing? What in the ever-living... Oh my lord. I put them... You know what? For that, I'm just going to be spamming Ruin. It feels climactic? Yeah, it does. Okay. Wait 1 second. Just... Sorry, guys. Just doing something really quickly. All right. I don't want to die. Levin sickness person. Lala's dying of sickness. Medics. Oh, we're killing medics now. Okay. Fuck the rotation. Who cares about rotation? I can barely feel my legs. She's disabled. How are you disabled? Electrope disabled. Levin disabled, actually. We should be... My chest hurts. Aw, that's sad. This is very sad. Very, very sad. Too bad Nico is emotionally deficient. Okay, first boss. If unsure, follow the others. You say that, Tiamat. You say that. Wait till you see how I play. Then you'll understand why. But I will say this, even though I die a lot, I have never ever shat on the developers for making stuff spicier. I do try my best to be... Wait, they're not? They're not? Okay, what's happening? Where are we going now? Okay. Okay, there's gonna be a knockback. Okay. What? Chirurgeon General. Should we be going here? Where are we going? Okay. I'm following the others, but even when it comes time to following the others, I can still suck. Everyone knows this. Everyone who watches me a lot knows I'm going to suck. It makes a lot of people feel good, probably, about themselves, honestly. But I'm one of the people who do suck my first time out. I have, like, zero intuition about any of this stuff. Like, right now, I'm literally playing blind. No idea what's going on. No idea. I'm just going to follow Graha. This is all I'm doing. As long as Graha's doing something, I'm just gonna literally run wherever he is. That one I can read. I know what that one's doing. Yeah, that side one's that one I can, and I get the knockback thing. But like how? Oh wow, everyone's okay. Yeah, Graha, help people.
Brace yourself.
Guys, I think no, I shall not. I'm gonna fight. Okay, 0 deaths, guys. Strummer win.
No matter. It served its
OMG. OMG, guys. OMG. I actually did a boss without dying in Dawntrail. It's a miracle. It's a Christmas miracle. According to Master Calyx, it's not the body which provides life to a living being, but the soul. Furthermore, it's the memories etched upon that ephemeral giver of existence which encapsulates one's true self. Based on these principles, he has proposed a methodology for preserving souls using electrope technology. As souls are composed entirely of ether, he asserts that storage via contemporary means should be eminently possible. Experiments conducted on criminal subjects and volunteers have in fact already proven successful in capturing the ether released at the moment of death. Mankind, as we know it, has taken a great leap forward. Wow, this is like playing Portal 2, really. I got everything but the 5-sided symbol. Yeah, no clue. Sorry, I'm just... Okay. Let's go in here. Let's smack some bitches. I'm also playing the most brain dead class that you could probably play. Although I discovered that playing warrior in the dungeons feels really good. Like, I'm feeling more confident doing it, even though I bet if I showed my warrior gameplay to Xenos, he'd probably have a conniption. Probably, like, lose all of his beard hair. But, like, playing warrior with duty support, you can do a lot if you're running with warrior. Like, even if you have Alphano with you, I feel like Raha has more output, but that just might be white mage, you know, superiorness. Excuse my white mage bias, but anyway. Warrior is best tank. Yeah, I'm thinking about going back into Occult Crescent as a warrior, Jonathan. because I have been reading some stuff on Occult Crescent, and they said if you run it as a tank, your experience is like instantly better, and it might have more survivability for someone, you know, derpy like me, because we all is Wukulamat forgetting to use. Okay, because we all know how rough things are. Graha heals better than Alfie, hands down. Yeah, bless you, Alfie. But the only sage who heals well, in my opinion, is Koa. My delightful sister. She's a great sage healer. I feel very confident whenever I go into a dungeon with her. But yeah. I do OC with War. If you get Berserker Phantom Job, it's just too easy. Okay, maybe I'm going to do that. See if I can go back in there and feel better about my life. It's just, I was struggling to feel competent. And feeling competent is important for me, I think, as a... It's part of my it's my personality flaw.
I need not compel them to fight.
Okay. Preserved prisoner. Well. Okay. Go for it, Wook. Can we double pull? What do you think, guys? Let's do it. Let's take a risk here. Come on, Luke. Wook, you got this. You can take on a whole bunch of people. I wonder if I can put Phoenix on her. Yep. Okay. She's good now.
Allow me.
Okay. Yeah. Now we gotta just focus down on as many people as possible. Ooh, they got the motif from the previous. No, 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 no. We need Alex Mukalis in here, giving us a detailed breakdown of. Too angry to die job. I'm not gonna lie. I like the animations. There's only a few classes where when I play it, I'm in awe of myself. And Warrior is one of those few classes where I'm looking at myself doing the animations, and I'm just like, I'm Bamf. I'm rugged. I'm like a twunk. I went up from femboy to twunk. What is going on? And why are their faces erased? He doesn't want them to get doxxed. Ooh, second boss. Okay, okay, here we go. Oh no. Oh.
Shall deal appropriately with criminals.
Okay, well.
Your sentence is death. How long can you defy it?
Okay, what's happening? Are we okay? Okay, I'm just gonna. Which one are we focusing on, folks? I'm confused. Does it matter?
Criminals may run, but they cannot escape.
Oh, no. Oh, this is not good for my Ifrit phase. This is not good for my Ifrit phase! What phase? Oh no. Oh no. Okay. I'm gonna just stand out here. I'm gonna hope. I'm gonna die. I have no idea. I have no idea. I can't clear this as DPS. Okay. Now that one is interesting. Is that like, should I be targeting the hollow thing on the side? 1-on-1 times 4. Okay, so I just focus on the one that I'm supposed to be fighting. Okay. Okay, thanks. That's all the, hopefully that's all the thing I need. Okay.
How long can you defy it?
Okay. I'm gonna just focus on mine then.
Criminals may run, but they cannot
I think there was
escape.
something on the side that I had to. Okay. Oh no. I think there was something on the side when he did the hollow thing. Okay, I need to go out. That. Okay, so this thing right here, this Hellmaker, I think I need to take it out. Oh no! Damn it. Okay, that's what, 2 deaths now? But I know what I'm doing-ish. I can't clear this as DPS. I am determined. I will pass this, guys. Maybe. We'll find out if Chieko's gonna mold.
Your sentence is death. How long can you defy it?
Okay. I think I have it. I think I have it. It would probably be easier if you're doing this as a warrior, not gonna lie. But we got what we got here. I hope Ben's doing okay. He's playing from New Zealand, so his ping is shitty. Okay, so I'm gonna go in between here.
With every note of my being.
Okay, I got that. Oh. Okay. Survived the first round. I'm gonna probably die very soon. Okay, we're back to this. Oh no. Well. 3 times, guys. But now they're starting to layer it. Thank you, Miro. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Thank you. Solo bosses? Yeah, see, look, Deck. Using his raiding brain. Deck gets it. You should try to get up here, Deck.
How long can you defy it?
We can nurse you through it. By then, I'll be pro at this. By then. I promise you. I should probably use my thing because I'm
Criminals may run, but they cannot escape.
okay. Scary. Can't go too near the purple, or he pulls you back. Sorry guys if I'm not talking a lot. I am not a capable multitasker. My apologies. Like I'm not like one of those kinds of women who can do multitasking. Multitasking is crock anyway. Right? Right, guys? Oh, no. Okay, okay. Ooh. There's some give in here. There's some give. I think if you're really comfortable with your class, whatever it is, I think you could figure it out in time. Who's last? Okay, what's she doing over there? Sphene, what are you doing? What are you? What is she?
Good. I bid you continue on.
Am I tiring? Depends on your cognitive capacity. I don't think I have high cognitive capacity. I'm fine with being completely non. Sorry, Wook. We're gonna do a double pull here, if we can. Hello. Hello, boys. Help Wook out. Keep the tank alive at all costs. Go, go, Graha. Yeah, that's the trick. You don't... Yes, you're absolutely right. It's about automating it. And I will say that I do think there are lots of dungeons now where I can do it automatically. It's just I'm a slower learner. And I will admit to being a slower learner. It takes me a long time to figure things out. When I was younger and I was studying in school, I was also extremely slow. Slow but steady. That's what my mother said about me. I wasn't very excessively bright. Like I wasn't quick on the uptake. That's what I will say. I played WoW for so many years. I've never automated my rotation. So the thing about summoning is it is pretty brain dead. The only thing you might want to think about on occasion is like the order that you might want to do some things in, depending on the mechanics that are coming up. That's about the... Did I miss any chest? That's really the big deal with summoning is you want to think about what could I pull off when, but that's about it. Summoning is probably the most brain dead class you can play, honestly. We have succeeded in transferring a soul stored within a specialized electrode device into a mechanical soldier, resulting in full control and function. Oh, was that Otis? No longer need we fear the erosion which lightning energies inflict upon flesh and blood bodies. Yet despite this crucial breakthrough, Master Calyx remains unsatisfied. He would divorce memory from soul, siphoning the soul's ether reserves while granting eternal life to the individual's memories. Unfettered to a soul, memories can not only be stored but also backed up as data, and these will be beings of pure information. His foreshortened lifespan was perhaps very perspective needed to conceive of such a unique evolutionary path. How about we let the souls go back to the star? How about that? So then they could, I don't know, live again as someone else. crazy notion. But anyway. Alright, where are we going? My samurai rotation has been auto since Shadowbringers. Yeah.
The desperation will serve well.
Ben is a confident samurai, that I will say.
The enemy is at the gate. To arms, good soldiers. Protect your kingdom.
Okay.
Hold on. Hold on.
Now main machinist as my DPS? Oh, really? Okay. That's where you're feeling like your favorite kind of fantasy / confidence lies.
Allow me.
I wonder if Chaos is still here. But what do they main? WoW has a lot of procs depending on class, so you can't really automate. Fell out of love with the... So I actually played Summoner right before the changes, Tiamat. And I never played an MMO like this before, really. So Summoner pre-change was a mind flip. And I had no idea how to use my dot properly. Things were a little rough. But I'm going to be honest, I don't like giving up all the time. Sometimes I need to go away and take a break. But I think it's a shame when people don't give themselves time to learn and make mistakes. And I do think there is something to be said about some gamers in the WoW, in not WoW, I shouldn't say that, in the MMO community can be extremely impatient with slower learners, and it causes, and then there's lazy people, right? There's like leeches who just want everything handed to them on a silver platter. So between the less than patient, you know, gamers and the pillow princesses, shall we call them, I think it was easy to see why some changes were made. That being said, I will say that I do think it is helpful to have one easy class for each role, for each like, you know, like caster, physical ranged, physical melee, tank and healer. Like, I just think it's a good idea to have one easier one for so that some people who struggle with performance, like I do, feel more confident to get used to the mechanics of the game, and then, you know, eventually move upward to other classes that are more interesting.
Very well. If one by one they fall,
So I personally, when the changes were made to Summoner, I embraced it. I didn't complain. But
rise to defend your nation, your people, and your loved ones.
uh-oh. Is this... What in the world? The immortal remains. Memory meld. Is this like all the people? You're killing all of their memories?
And meet the foe before you.
Okay. Right. Alright. I play everything, but I mainly like Red Mage, Black Mage, Bard, Summoner, Dragoon, Dancer, and Pictomancer. Yeah. Cool. Yeah. So I'm more open to working with dots and things like that, but I do like it if there's one easy class per grouping, so that learners, people who struggle with learning, or people who have lower abilities or skills can still feel like they can play the game without being punished. If we're going to make the content harder, we gotta have some easier classes. One class is going to have to take a hit in that regard. Should it have been Summoner? Maybe not. But I do think that it's inevitable. Especially if you want to have that casual audience locked in for their money. So let's be real, the casuals are the ones going to spend. Okay. I don't know. I'm going to go in there, though. Let's go in.
Amalgam of memories. Let us see how it fares.
I'm gonna just stick with
the story.
Uh-oh. This is giving me Omega vibes. Okay. All right.
Countless lives are lost in a senseless conflict.
Not our problem.
The war swells in scope and intensity.
Oh, I should have helped Graha. Epic fail. Epic summoner fail. What's happening? I can't take it anymore. Save me. Bro, you haven't seen what I've seen at the edge of the universe, okay?
The bombs rain down without pause or mercy. The spark of life is dimmed with every blinding flash.
It's going to be ages before I even notice any lore-relevant details in this thing.
Death is everywhere, pillaging the promise of the future.
Oh no. Oh well. I've been doing so well so far. Watch me fail now at the last minute. Woo! Oh lord. Oh lord. Hubris! Hubris! Where's my... Yeah. That might have been popped off a bit too soon. Wait a minute. Is Sphene going for a... Is Sphene stealing my fucking... Oh well, I guess it's better if she does it, not me, because everyone knows what happens when I try to go for a limit break. Everybody knows what happens to me. Graha living on the edge. What a Chad. It's like, I'm gonna dance on the edge. I'm gonna tiptoe. Oh. skip Garuda. And I'm gonna go straight to a healing phase. Guys. Except they turned into ethereals instead of digital people. My other primary 14 jobs are Paladin and White Mage over the other roles. And for anyone interested, playing Elemental Shaman in WoW, says Tiamat Wing. Interesting. I don't know what happens to her. Why don't I know? Hello, Herman again. Bish stole my LBs. For real, for real. She's like going in there the whole time. She's the queen, Ben, okay? Though recently played the heal spec for far more in my raid group. Ah. Hog, yes. Okay, so I died 3 times, I think, in the one boss, but honestly, I'm going to say this is a Nico win, but I wonder if stuff was easier. I'm gonna honestly... I don't think I improved, guys. Let's all be real here. Okay, treasure coffer time. What is that? Micro Crow. I got a minion. Okay, wow, that's crazy. That is insane. It was easier than Underkeep? I think so. The fact that I didn't die as often should tell us all it was easier. She's gonna turn evil now.
The endless he
Oh,
sent
no,
against
never mind.
us. They were from the time of the storm surge, before I was placed into stasis.
Yep. He's using their memories against you. It's called emotional manipulation.
As far as we know, the only sector to escape the shutdown was the one containing Calix's memories. Assuming a chronological system, every other memory stored in that sector would belong to people who lived around the same period in history as he did.
Calix, how long have you pursued this madness?
We seem to have exhausted his defenses for the moment. I say we take advantage of this lull to press on.
Oh, my Catboy's too hot. I mean, what? MSQ. Focus, focus. Obviously. MSQ too hard. I'm going to be honest. I had a lot of thoughts on that one, and I struggle because I do feel like I'm slower. But at the same point in time, just because you're slow doesn't mean that you can't eventually learn. So maybe we should be patient with each other and ourselves. That's, I guess, my takeaway. It's like, maybe the content doesn't need to be easier. Maybe we let the people play solo if they want to. Make that easier.
In the early stages of Endless Creation, we established several core tenets. One is a prohibition on memory duplication.
Uh-oh.
Despite the inherent risks, I agree and abide by this. Memories are the essence of the self and should not be diluted.
However, comma.
We each have our goals. You seek to destroy your target. I seek to reclaim the key. Shall we forego the posturing and begin?
The 11th sickness that they're referring to comes from the 9th reflection.
I do not mean to lose.
Not from Aetheris slash Hydaelyn slash the original reflection. It comes from the 9th.
Why do you pursue your evolution with such fervor? What do you hope to achieve with this eternal existence?
Your question is meaningless. I have ascertained a superior path to mankind's preservation, and that which must be done is that which I can do.
He's basically like, I can do it, so therefore I should do it. Yeah, a true sociopath. That's great. Love it.
Surely you have seen it. Traditional survival strategies are at odds with an increasingly complex society, leading to a breakdown of order. This course promises no liberation from pointless conflicts or inane tragedies. Physical traits do not represent the limit of our potential. Why then should we relinquish that potential when our hearts cease to beat? I realized it was past time that we corrected our heading. Nothing more.
Yeah, it's in another reflection. It crashed into our reflection. So it crashed in. So it's now part of our reflection, kind of.
And your plan is not a part of it.
It's hard to explain, Sim. But
Let you harm another Alexandrian.
But Alexandria is technically on the 9th, and it's now kind of crashed into our reflection in one little location. In Canada. Oh, trial incoming.
A summoning.
Is he going to replicate memory? He's going to break his own rule?
What now?
Uh-oh.
What was that? A chill? No, something else.
Semi-fused with the source, but not rejoined. Yeah. Uh-oh. Oh, no.
Across Alexandria, a certain emotion is taking hold.
Depression?
The fear of death. Terror for the eternal darkness that will, without fail, engulf the lives of every living thing.
This is what Sim's mind looks like when he realizes he's not going to get something before the end of the WoW event. Sorry, Sim. I had to crack that joke. Uh-oh.
I got it! I got one!
Just finished the dungeon. Congrats, Miro.
That's how many people he said they were up to.
A piece fused. Yeah. Yeah, that's why Ben said semi.
I made it just in time.
Just the tip.
Now to register.
Yeah. They're trying to dock into our dimension, Sim.
Touch me now. I'm free of all that crushing fear.
I can't wait to kill these people. I mean, what? What? We need to pull Frey out of our bodies. Time to die, folks.
All who have acquired a neo-regulator.
You are now dead.
Our total of 5,000 registered users. The day of deliverance you were promised will soon be upon us.
Give it back!
Robbed citizen.
I don't want to die. I don't want to die. You think that's what I want?
Take me, Rala.
Remember now. Remember your fear of dying. That terror will carry you across the threshold. Make of you an endless. Your prayers will birth a miracle which commands death itself.
Are they like summoning a primal?
What in the...
It's like, is this a cult? Uh-oh.
What's going on?
You are very lucky, Lala boy. You just don't know it yet. I kind of hope that the people who have been possessed are going to, like, all die. That would be fantastic. Just as a warning. Like, just kill 5,000 people. Boom. Are we going to do our dynamis? Are we going to dynamis?
The requisite ether is simple. I need only reroute lightning energy from living memory. Then I encourage the populace to define its form through hope and thought and prayer. Such an abstract method, however, is rife with unpredictable elements. What I wanted was an entity that could defeat you with utmost
they're gonna call something like me out.
To that end, I set strict parameters for a...
Are they gonna copy my memories and then I have to fight myself?
It was a laborious task, one that required almost more time than I had. But I managed it in the end.
Are we going to...
Everything is in readiness. I bid you, come forth.
Are we going to summon, like, another Nico? Okay, we got hands.
What is that?
Wait a minute, it's a lobster? It's Azim. It's Azim's Asian form.
A primal summoning, and one defined by a concept, no less. How did he learn such techniques?
Okay.
Keep these close.
Oh, that's nice.
That is a false deity, brought into being through the prayers of the desperate and the hopeful.
They're like...
The talismans will protect your minds from being enthralled.
Yeah. Okay. Nico X Dark Nico? You know it. You could say it's a death cult? Yeah. Played FF9? No. I have not, Tiamat. And you know what, Tiamat? I'm beginning to think that it's a blessing that I didn't play FF9 because I heard a complaint from somebody who was upset because they knew what was going to happen because they had played FF9. So they didn't like the expansion because of that. So I will win! The key will never be yours! That's BS? I don't know. I don't know, Ben. That's what I was told. They were like, as soon as I figured it out, it was done for me. And I was like, oh, I'm the type of person who could be spoiled, and if the story's still good, I will love it regardless, because for me, it's the journey, not the end. The Ageless Necropolis. Ooh, I love that. I love that title. Oh, man. Is anyone else feeling the vibe of this music? I really like it. Okay. All right. BRB bio? Okay. We'll wait for me. Wait a minute. Let me check chat. Is Miro back? Is Miro back? Miro's back. Okay. Welcome back, Miro. I hope your bio break was good. Tiamat says that's fair. This is not parallel to 9 whatsoever. Yeah, I don't know. So, I'm going to assume that at near 2 a.m. my time in the morning. EST. Should we even be trying queuing up for this? Maybe we should just go in. Let's see what happens if we just go in separately. NPCs. Is Graha in this list? Yes, he is a tank. Okay. Y'shtola and Alphino are healers. Okay. Alright. I suppose Graha is the person who, like, can replace everybody else, basically. Okay. You know what? I'm just gonna go in. Is Miro and Ben okay with that? Just gonna go in on my own. We'll see how many times I die. I hope that's okay. I'm just gonna register. Okay, Miro. Well, totally understandable. Totally understandable, Miro. You've been a champ today. I appreciate the ride on your awesome 4-person mount from, I think, Occult Crescent. And Primals came back for this boss. I can't deny I got a little excited. Ooh, okay. Register for duty. But rest well, Miro. Whether or not you're going to stick for the stream, that's a-okay. Are we going to get some rock music in here? I love me some good rock. Let's see what we got.
Those who obstruct evolution shall suffer the rotting fate of all flesh.
Oh boy. I have a feeling I'm gonna die a lot. Where is Y'shtola? Where's Y'shtola? Can I mark her? Signs. Excuse me. I'm gonna hope that she can see things and know what's going on. Alright. Having cheated everything, I hope. Alright, guys. Let's go in.
You are bound by the limits of flesh. It will betray you. Drag them to their graves.
Oh, oh, that hurt. Oh, that hurt.
There.
I couldn't run in time. Summoner does have a small mobility problem, but, you know, it is what it is. They betray intent. Uh-oh.
Do you not see? Death is upon you. Perhaps this. Kill them.
Oh.
Brace yourself! You'll not escape this!
Bothersome.
Well, Y'shtola's been slow so far. I'm gonna keep an eye on Graha as well.
Kill them.
Yeah, it's nothing. I don't feel like it's nothing.
Fear, eroding your strength.
Do I feel it? How many stacks do I have on me? I'm sure there's some lore references up in here that I have no idea about. Oh, that hurt.
Reduce you to ether.
I'm gonna use that. Oh, I lost my bone stacks, everyone. I lost all of them. Oh, hallelujah. Okay. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I need to be dealing with the hands? Oh, Lord. Oh. Useless member. Useless member. Absolutely unhelpful.
Accepting death is the greatest sin a life can commit.
Did not even realize.
The endless darkness engulfs you.
Oh, okay. We're not meant to panic over that. Okay. Okay. Uh-oh. Hold fast to your reason. Hold fast to your reason. Graha's asking me to hold fast to my reason. Oh, no. Okay. Oh, no. Did I just use waste? Phoenix down. Phoenix on. Damn it. Minus doom. I escaped the abyss. I like this. Okay, I wasted Phoenix, but, you know.
But there are ways to change that. There. Those who do not resist death deserve it.
Well, I'm resisting death. It's just, you know, like, I'm not resisting death to an unreasonable degree at the cost of other people's lives, which is really selfish, but, you know, very human, but selfish. Okay.
I am prepared for you.
Okay.
Kill them.
What? Uh-oh. And I died. Okay. If I was playing a white mage with the dash that white mage now has, it would be much, much nicer. But it is what it is.
You are bound by the limits of flesh. It will.
But I got quite far. So 1 death so far. Put it on my sheet.
Drag them to their graves.
Oh.
There.
Okay, wait a minute.
see, death is upon you.
Wow. Okay, so that's controlled by the tank. Holy moly.
Perhaps this.
Okay, so this is number 1. What is that? Okay, so that move in. Move in. No. I'm trying to read what's going on, but no go.
Kill them. Fear compounds fear.
Oh, they're talking about... The NPCs are literally trying to tell me what to do, and I'm like, can't even, don't even know. Oh, man.
I will reduce you to ether.
Okay. I think I have Echo now, right?
Are you all right?
I lost my Von stack, and I garnered less Von stacks than I had before. Okay. I now know better to help with this.
Accepting death is the greatest sin a life can commit. The endless darkness engulfs you.
Okay, so now I'm gonna go... I think my add'll hit in time. I think. I remember when I was first trying out my first Savage tier, well, my only Savage tier, I should be clear, in Endwalker, I remember when I fought Phoenix that they were like, "Where's your addle?" Because
Still alive. But
okay.
there are ways to change
Don't
that.
mind healing me. That would be great. Thank you. Thank you.
There.
Okay, what side are we? What side are we? Yeah, that's right.
Those who do not resist
today,
death
Satan.
deserve it.
What is this? Is this in or out? In or out?
I am prepared for you.
Okay, is it in or out? Oh no, I feel
Kill
so
them.
scared. Haven't learned this one. I'm also afraid to use Ifrit at this stage. Why did I... Move out. Maybe move in. And maybe move out. Ah! Scary!
Fight, if you must.
Oh, holy moly. Oh no.
There.
Oh my lord. I'm literally running around like a chicken without their head. Zero head on this chicken.
You struggle in vain.
I somehow don't have a Vuln stack. That's like a miracle at this point.
I have you now.
Who's going to be doing the limit break? Is Alice doing it?
It will only continue to
Bitch!
grow.
Well, I mean... Okay. I mean, that is what she does.
Kill them. Fear compounds fear, eroding your strength.
He keeps saying stuff, but it's like, no, bro. Living on the edge. If you guys ask me, wow, Chieko, how did you do that? I'll tell you, I do not know. I literally do not know how I'm doing that sequence.
I will reduce you to ether.
Yeah, that's right. So anyway, while I was Savage Tier raiding, I learned that every now and then a judicious use of Addle does sometimes help mitigate a little bit of the... just a little bit of the AoEs. It's not, like, amazing, but it can just help a little bit with the healers. when I did my short stint in Savage Tier.
I am prepared for you.
Uh-huh. 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 What are we doing here? What does that mean? What does that mean? Is that inside or outside? Outside. Inside. Outside. Inside. Put your inside in, put your inside out, put your inside in, shake it all about, do the hokey pokey. Oh no. Where am I? Where am I? Oh no.
There.
Oh no. Oh no. Help me! Help me, Obi-Wan! Oh my lord.
You struggle in vain.
Saved. Saved. By Y'shtola and Alphino. Probably more Y'shtola, let's all be real here, but... Oh, okay, this is different. We're on this side now, huh? Ah! Good night, Herman. Thanks for hanging out. Even though the stream took an... See you in the cutscene? Okay. How are you doing, Ben? How are you? Did you complete? I don't want to go ahead. Something doesn't feel right. A primal of all things. Is that truly the end of it? Good question. Ben, are you in the cutscene? All good, Ben. All good. I'm glad to be able to help cheer you up. You're in the cutscene? Okay, so I'll leave the duty. Alright, let's go in. Let's go in, broskies. Let's see what's going on here. I'm excited. This has been... So far, I've liked this patch. You have to shit the bed for me to not like it at this stage. They have to do some last-minute shittery. Let's see what happens here.
Is it over?
Is it over? Okay.
Now, the memory bank.
Okay. Oh, there's a shield.
It's shielded.
I invited you to destroy it. I did not say I would let you.
He's just a memory, though, guys. I don't know if we can do anything about that.
Strength cannot be gauged by ordinary means.
No. Have you heard of Asm?
As much.
What? Oh, it's a version of her.
What did you do to it?
You burbed her.
The ignorance is almost laughable. You do not understand that you yourselves are to blame. You brought death to my creation. What do you suppose happens when a being manifested by the fear of dying experiences that terror firsthand? It grows stronger.
Is that partially Sphene? Oh no.
I feel it again. That same weakness.
It will rise again and again until the lightning which infuses this entire world has been drained to its last spark. You fight a losing battle.
God damn you.
Wait a minute.
Harnessed in this manner, does it not demonstrate just how powerful mankind's aversion to death truly
Wait,
is?
we're not affected by it?
You will not prevail against this foe. I, meanwhile, will continue my crusade against mortality. So long as our memories endure, we may live on. That is the promise I offer.
Is Wuklamat going to do something? Or Sphene?
So long as our memories endure. This is wrong, Alex. You twist the meaning of those words. They are not meant to teach the living that physical death is nothing to fear. They are meant to offer comfort to those we leave behind. I know that litany all too well. I heard it time and time again over the course of the war. Help me, Shale. I must speak to Alexandria. Make my voice heard.
Nahe, don't you recognize me?
Uh-oh.
Nahe!
Oh no.
What's happening? What's wrong with them?
They entered the death cult.
Alexandrians, please, heed my words.
What now? Another broadcast? I know that voice.
Death can be frightening and terrible. I understand the desire to forget, to seek eternal life and be freed from fear. Yet, we live in this world in the here and now, the bearers of memories varied and rich. Our worries can weigh heavy, and there may be nights when the darkness feels like more than we can bear. But if we can endure those dark hours, the world will always brighten come the dawn. And in the chill of that new morning, will the memories of loved ones be there to warm us and carry us forward? So do not forget their passing. Let them be our courage. Fear not a life well lived. For one day, the memories we leave behind will be the warmth another needs when their morning finds them.
It's like Raha said in Shadowbringers. We walk to lead those that come after. Are we gonna solo duty this thing? Did they put 2 trials in here?
What is this reaction?
It's called having actual psychology, my bro. He's actually like afflicted with like schizoid personality disorder.
Eliminate her.
Oh, wait a minute. I'm actually protecting someone with a book. My literary soul.
Memories cannot be duplicated, but they can be transferred.
This is primal stuff. I think this is what Jonathan's talking about, maybe? Maybe not. Jonathan's a primal, so... Oh! They're just doing shit now. We're just having a massive action sequence.
Leave the primal to us. Hurry and take care of that memory bank.
Uh-oh. Nanio? I mean, that's what a warrior does, really. This is like maniac berserker fury. Berserker fury. Oh, her palms are bleeding. That's cool. That's kind of ratchet. Wuklamat dies? That would be an interesting way to end this.
I gave her my word! I promised I would protect her people!
Super Lala Block? That must have looked so funny, Ben. Yeah, Zoe Mancer. Zoe Mancer. Working together. Togetherness. People are exhausted. Alice is going ham on this thing. Okay, but the thing is going to just recharge, right? The thing is just going to whatever. Where's my cat boy?
The others.
She broke her hands. That's a lot of blood. They're making up for all the not blood that happened in previous expansions. Wait a minute. Am I going to get a cool cutscene? Is my Catboy going to look cute? Wait a minute. Am I going to do a cute thing? Oh my lord. My warrior of light was a hero. That was so good. Look at my man. Look at my darling boy. Oh my lord. My ovaries are kind of like doing a thing right now. This is like Warrior of Light fantasy while working with people. I honestly think we can have a bit of both. We can have a Warrior of Light being cool while at the same time, you know, having people working together. There's like a balance that you have to strike. Do you remember what I talked about in my video? The Warrior of Light isn't the only person, but they act like they are the only person.
It won't be long until your fever rises. We need to see you back to Tuliolo and into the care of a chirurgeon.
Yeah. Let Alphino take care of her. LSA 1, Wool 100. The scene is class specific. Oh my lord. Time to play it as all the classes.
My promise.
Oh, wait a minute. Did you see the glowing Sphene feet? Oh. Oh. You could see the glowing feet. She was there in spirit. Oh, that's so tasteful. That's really beautiful. Oh man, that was such a good ending. Okay, let's go. It's finally over. I believe Calyx was working to transfer his memories at the end there, but he vanished at the exact moment the device exploded. We must have stopped him just in time. Or did we? After dealing that, everyone knows in Ghost of the Machine X-Files, it's never gone. After dealing that last blow, I haven't a drop of ether left to spend. Thank you for seeing it through to the end. Just good to be out of that terminal, but what of you? No injuries or lingering ill effects? Aw, sweet Graha, I'm going to take you home and take care of you. Yes. Let's bask in a victory a moment, shall we? We can take stock once we have a chance to recuperate. Ben is like getting pumped up over there. She has yet to regain consciousness, but worry not, Lamachi will be fine. I wasn't worried. I've been in touch with Valquana, and he's made arrangements to convey her home, by which he means to come and fetch Lamachi himself, apparently. Given the extent of her injuries and exertions, she'll likely spend many days abed. That's fine. Oh, Buklamat. You just can't help yourself, can you? Like a certain someone that said, we couldn't have done it without you. And once she had the barrier down, you saw to it that Calix's stored memories were destroyed along with the memory bank. Which means preservation is no more, I pray. Yeah, that's... Let's go back and check everything. Let's see if there's any remainder thing beeping. Any flashing light that's left over. No longer will Calix dictate the course of our people. No longer will our grief be locked away or forgotten. The freedom to feel joy and sadness, to feel all that we're meant to experience, is in the hands of Alexandrians once more. I can never thank you enough. When we're rested and ready, we shall have to conduct a thorough investigation into how Calix came to know that summoning ritual. Aye, for where there are primals, the Asians are never far. Yes, remember how Yoshi-P way back said, have you counted for all the Asians in the convocation? And we must consider that those who offered up prayers during the summoning may very well have fallen under the entity's sway. Well, nothing that a certain Porksy Angelo can't fix. I shall wait here with our patient until Val Kwana arrives. Feel free to go on ahead and tend to Alexandria's needs in the meantime. Yes, we should get going. I'll contact Shale en route and ask for an update on the situation in the city. Shall we make for the outskirts first then? We can check on things there before heading into Everkeep. I honestly think it could have been one of the Asians who prompted Calix to get as far as he did. Because there's still no way that a 10-year or 11-year-old is that intelligent all on his own. Expect I shan't be waiting long. After hearing of Lamachi's injuries, Quana sounded fit to launch himself here by siege engine. Well, that's sweet, isn't it? Very sweet. Those hooded guys that ain't sheet or possessed him. Yeah, they could have possessed him, honestly. Speak with Sveen in the outskirts. I liked that. I liked all of that. That was extremely gratifying. I'm in instance 1, by the way, Ben. I've given Sveen an abridged explanation of primals and their enthralling influence. Too much detail would overwhelm her. Okay, yeah. That is fair. I was able to speak with Shell in Aaronville. I'll share the news with everyone in just a moment. Thank goodness, things are much calmer than anticipated. No signs of recent violence. The soldiers have been behaving at least. Okay, I'm just gonna wait for Ben to get here. You're confused? I'm also not sure, but maybe there's some random thing that's going to happen at the last minute that's going to be like, ah! Unless maybe Miro was gaslighting us and like trying to like fake us out? I'm not sure. Oops. Okay. About the... You said you're molding. In Discord, you said you were molding. Were you molding in excitement? She said she did not like this. Who did not like this? I'm confused. I thought Miro said they were molding. I'm confused. Maybe I just misread it. Oh, my Lanta. Nope. Shay and Sim have been chatting. Okay, let's see. Confused. How far up was it again? Anyway, whatever. I was molding. Yeah. Miro was molding. Okay, Miro was molding. I'm not gonna get caught up in this. I'm gonna keep clicking. Nico, everyone was teaching me what it means to be enthralled by Primal. The outskirts seem untouched by trouble as far as I can tell, but what if something awful has happened? Deep breaths, Fiend, Aaron, and Shale have brought me up to speed. First off, just as we feared, those who adopted the Neo-Regulators appear to have been enthralled. Great. So far, however, they've not shown any hostility towards others. I suspect this was due to the calming effect of your broadcast. Government administrators are presently working with the rest of the citizenry to bring the afflicted into the care of the authorities, and I'm happy to report that this seems to be proceeding in a largely peaceful manner. And because we have Porpsies, we are not worried. Which is all well and good, but the city officials are understandably requesting an explanation of events. Raha Kryl, would you be able to handle that? Certainly. We shall return to aid with treatment efforts forthwith. Meanwhile, might I suggest you look in on the people you fought so very hard to save? It may ease your mind to see the fruits of your efforts firsthand. Thank you again. How very fortunate we are to have you as our allies, says Sveen. Okay. Yeah, Miro said I was molding. Who knows? We will find out. Let's see. Maybe they shit the bed in the last few quests. We'll have to mobilize Angelo and all his siblings. Yes. It has never been easy for me to explain primal summoning to the layman in a clear and concise manner, but 'tis a skill I must hone. I'm to uphold the students of Baldessian's good name. Don't stress it, Raha. Let Raha and I brief the officials on what to expect. I think Sveen might like to have you nearby for a little while longer. If every person who was equipped with a Neo-Regulator was affected, then we have no less than 5,000 patients, even with an army of trained mages. Rehabilitation may take many moons. I mean, legit. This is the best case scenario. The fact that we even have the ability to exercise a primal's influence would have been unthinkable not so long. Could you imagine if this had happened in A Realm Reborn? We'd just be killing everybody. Why not speak with Mahusa? She works the fields. As one of those who came to see you off before our clash with Kalex, she will surely be glad to know you're safe and sound. Thank you, Cryo. Okay. Alright. I know you wanted to kill all of them. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I don't mind a little bit of generalized death. But I also think death is a cheap way to like create sympathy for a situation. So part of me is like, it can be fun when it's well done, but on the other hand, it's really cheap and I don't always like it. So it's weird. Back to the beginning. Okay, so let's get into it. Look who it is. Good to see you again, hale and hearty. Sorry we did not get word to you sooner. How is everyone? Well, nothing terrible befell us as such. The Neo-Regulator crowd did all start acting strange at the same time, though. Pepoane was one of them. I'm told the authorities are tending to him at a medical facility. You needn't worry. With the proper treatment, we'll soon have everyone back to their normal selves. I sure am glad to hear that. I'd like to not lose any more friends, if it can be helped. I also hear that the Queen Sphene, who tried enticing us to become endless, turned out to be an imposter. What kind of heartless villain preys on people's insecurities like that? I don't know. Have you seen the Asians? Yet, despite the danger to yourselves, you and yours made sure to put a stop to it, if I understand things correctly. Yeah, that's what we did. Then we owe you a debt of gratitude. It's up to each of us now to make the most of what you've given us. Yeah, let's work on this together. We are alive because of you, and while we live and breathe, our future is ours to decide. Your broadcast was a message of hope for me, for everyone. Sphene's like, oh. Now, I really should be going. We still have to keep things running without Pepoane and the others, and the outskirts need all the spare hands they can get. I'm off to work so that we have a custom deliveries quest line ready for you all, probably, at some point. Is there anything I might do to help heal the enthralled? Quite a lot, in fact. I could very much use a mage of your ability. Actually, this would be a good opportunity to round up other arcane practitioners and teach everyone how to use Porxies. The knowledge will come in handy for treating Levin's sickness as well. Wonderful! I shall petition Gossan to spread the word. Our outskirts tour is cancelled, 'twould seem. Well. By the way, Nico, Alphino told me that Kwana arrived to escort Naimachi back to Tuliolal. Alphino himself will be returning to Alexandria momentarily, so between the two of us, I think we can sort out the treatment arrangements. Given all that, I had a mind to ask you a different favor. Would you mind looking in on Galulja? According to Shell, he's been running around the kingdom, determined to personally solve every problem. Last she heard, he was pitching in over the drift downs with Erinville. If you ask Tapu, I believe her name was, she should be able to point you in their general direction. Okay. Alrighty. Good luck, ladies. I'm off. I am off. Thanks for hanging in there, Miro. You've been a champ. You hung in there way past your bedtime, bro. This might almost... I wish I could give medals to my viewers, because Miro is breaking personal records here, for real. Holy moly. Grand card. Mystic Memory of Gaskins. Striking, slaying, scouting. Wow, I could give all of these to Ben, but I bet they're untradeable. I bet they're untradeable. I'm here with so many previous medals, you can't see my face. Don't encourage them. You ain't giving me your crap. I really wish I could give little medals to my viewers. Are you ready? We can fly. Well, a few hours is probably fine. It's the 2 to 3 days that are the problem. Just don't get in the habit of it, right? I'll probably go to bed soon after the stream, not gonna lie. Oh, I know that voice, and happy I am to hear it. We all pray fervently for your safe return. Looking for Galulja, are you? He was here, asking if we needed help with anything, or if we had noticed anyone who had been acting strangely. He sounded exhausted, so I told him we were fine for the moment, and insisted he take a rest. I can only hope he will heed my advice. I believe he ran off towards the ruins of old Alexandria. He always did seem to like it there. Okay, so... where Otis used to live with him. Hey, Galulja.
Oh, welcome back.
Oh, voiced. Hey, bro.
It's been a trial, hasn't it?
It's been a trial.
We heard from Kona. He said that Lamachi is in no immediate danger and should make a full recovery.
Vow of resolve indeed. Resolve to be as reckless as ever. She might spare a thought for us helpless spectators from time to time.
You and Lamachi and all the others fought so bravely for Alexandria. And what did I do?
You're still a kid.
Useless, even with the king's authority.
You're still a small kid, bruh.
If I were strong, more people might still be alive. But I'm weak. So weak.
Those who know weakness first often become the strongest. You can't go through life thinking you got it all figured out. You gotta start at level 1 in a realm reborn.
We all start somewhere.
Actually, there's something I'd like you to see.
Let's see. Is it Otis' sword? His dad's blades?
My father and Otis' swords.
Oh wow, look at me remembering.
I asked Lamachi to bring them here.
Wow, my memory, somehow. Crazy.
I've decided to train under a Landsguard soldier and become a swordsman.
Wow, okay. Your dad was really good, so genetics might be there.
That's a big commitment.
I'm still not sure if I want to be the King of Resolve. but I want to be strong enough to protect the people I love.
Emotional damage.
So I'll train as hard as I can, and then I'll come back here. When I'm ready to take up these blades. That's the path I've decided on.
Okay. Good luck with that, because in this game, nobody grows up and gets a bigger character model. So
I look forward to seeing your progress.
I don't know how that's going to work out for you, since you're probably going to be a kid forever. But good luck with that.
When I'm bigger and stronger, you'll spar with me, won't you?
Turns out that the kid ends up like as one of the evil people at the far end in like 12 years. Do you remember that time back in 2025 when you promised to spar with me and you never came and sparred with me? Well, I'm sparring with you now. He's got little Jaja's grandson, all right. Adult Gabu. Time skip, time skip, time skip. I don't know how his physiology. No one knows. No one knows how his No one knows how this is going. You know what I mean? Okay, sorry. I'm gonna just wait on that. Thank you both for listening. I'll take it one step at a time and stick with what I know for now. Like cooking the meals that Otis taught me and keeping everyone's bellies full. How does that sound? Or you could sleep. Sounds like a fine idea. Everyone's been working hard, so I'm sure a good meal would be much appreciated. Well, I think we passed a milestone here. What about the back room? If you haven't already, I'd expect Shale and the others would appreciate you stopping by to say hello. Yeah. But what if, guys, Calyx is not gone? Just saying. Okay, let's go in. Well, now I have a new dungeon to learn, and I could maybe gear my warrior through that dungeon. That's what I'm thinking. I could go in there over and over again. I don't know. We'll find out. Okay, ready? Ready, Ben? Actually, I'm gonna put away my carbuncle. Alright, I'm gonna click on the doorman. You heading to the back room? Yes. Cryle. We had the same idea, I see. I thought we might be nice to catch up with our Oblivion friends before we delve into more serious matters with the city officials. Eco. Oh, thank the stars you're safe. I heard the reports, of course, but there's no substitute for actually seeing it. Welcome back. We have so much to thank you for. Shale is visibly relieved at your safe return. This might be the last quest, guys. Now that everyone's back, I say we pause a moment to savor what we've accomplished. Been through much in these past days, haven't we? It's an understatement. We've seen the end of a years-long struggle for Oblivion and for myself. We lost many people along the way. Kakua and Geode would be happy for us. Oddly enough, fulfilling our purpose has somehow left me with even more work to do. The government has tasked me with conducting a more complete survey of the containment complex. Well, what can I say? Suffering from success, Shale. The preservation facility, that lab, where they studied the key, certainly demands further investigation. I can understand how those experiments may have led to the discovery of reflections, yet they fail to explain Calyx's knowledge of primal summoning. I fear that he and his hunger for interdimensional travel were only one facet of a greater puzzle. There is still someone or something out there that may pose a threat to us, like an Ascian from the Convocation that we have not yet met. In any case, I think it's prudent we secure ourselves a spot in Shale's next expedition to the 10th level. Right, I have a meeting with city officials to attend. It would be cruel to leave Graha to answer their barrage of questions alone. Oh, save the cat boy! Can I go with Graha? No? Oh, okay. I'm here now. I should return to my work as well. My first job will be to analyze the data we pulled from the containment complex 1029 and locate other facilities of interest. I can only hope the information we uncover will serve Alexandria and the future we want to build. Wherever we end up finding, however, it's like to take some weeks to put the city back to rights. All these ambitious plans aside, I think you've earned a rest, don't you? Oh, the anti-rest game players are going to have a little mauling. I don't want to take a rest. Our break room is yours to bunk in for as long as you like. Say the word and I'll help you settle in. I'm not into women. Or men passing as women. There's some booba there, I think. Ready for a cot and a fluffy pillow? Wait, are we going to have a sleeping scene? It will likely be some time before the city returns to normal. You may choose to remain in the back room and watch over the proceedings. Sure? Okay. Graha is dying from paperwork.
What an absurdly long report. Even working together, it took us an age to finish.
Well, to be fair, it was a rather absurd series of events. The mystery behind Grandfather's letter took us further than we could have ever imagined.
Truly. It feels like a lifetime ago that it all began.
Right then, one last bit of proofreading. Where was I? Ah, yes. The chaos which had gripped the kingdom of Alexandria was slowly but surely giving way to order once more. The thorough investigation conducted by Oblivion was one of the primary factors contributing to this recovery. Its members uncovered multiple preservation research facilities, allowing for a comprehensive study of regulator design and function. Thus have we come to understand that memories pertaining to the deceased were not erased from the minds of the living, but in truth, merely locked away.
Oh, handy.
Gaps in one's memory were to be avoided, as inconsistencies would arise during endless conversion and cause instability. When the time came, restoring these buried memories would be a simple matter of transmitting a signal from the Meso terminal.
Oh, okay.
Acting on this discovery, the Alexandrian government announced plans for a memory restoration initiative, open to willing participants. This reignited the discussion surrounding mortality, as people continued to debate how best to face the inevitability of death. No matter the answer at which they arrive, it is certain to herald a major shift in the nation's philosophy. Yes, that matches my understanding of events. Excellent work, Raha.
Oh my lord. My favorite cat boy.
I'm glad it serves. Shall we make our way over then?
Baby. I love Catboy emotes. I'm eternally enthralled by them. I have a severe primal enthrallment by Catboys in general.
Officials requested the assistance of those familiar with the processes involved. So it was that our party and Sveen, who had eagerly volunteered, accepted the task of escorting the city's representative to living memory.
Before you go.
Yes, I don't want Xenos to come back. He was great for what he did.
To say that we haven't made this decision lightly.
But it'd be cool to see another Reflections version of Xenos.
Not only to honor those who are gone, but to make whole those who are still here.
It's actually Sephiroth.
So no second thoughts. We'll be waiting.
If anything tries to harm you, you knock it flat. Come back safely, our Sveen from another time.
Yes! Be safe! I'll see you soon.
I thought maybe you muted and that party came into the room. No. I'm trying to be quiet because our room doors are open. I think. And it's getting late and I know she needs to go to sleep and wake up early. Zerulja disrespecting Xenos Garlemald is one of my problems with the character. I recently replayed the scene where he's talking about Garlemald.
The disruption caused by the dome's arrival, the people in the surrounding region have since reclaimed their normal lives.
We'll talk about it after this cutscene. All very nice. Nothing abnormal here so far. We're going to see some Sheriff Catboys. That's Ben's laundry right there. Dryerless. Are we doing like a de facto walk through the different zones? I'm okay if we just do Catboy Town. Can we just like hit Catboy Town? Oh my lord, we're going to Catboy Town. I'm going to see the sexy Catboys. My distant cousin 6 times removed.
The Taral which Galul Jar Jar united is nothing if not resilient.
I'm pretty sure my Catboy is like literally burning up from a horrible suntan. A sunburn. He's like gonna pass out from heat stroke any moment.
The winds
Indigenous
of
cat
change are
boys.
fickle. A sudden gust, often the bearer of challenging trials.
Are we going to see the sheriff?
But so too do they spur us onward, keeping our feet ever moving along.
And his kind of hot deputy? Oh, here he goes. Here he goes. It's the evil bandit guy. It's great. Oh, this is great. Hey, boys. I'm going to come back later with Graha and Kwana, okay? We're going to paint this town. Yeah. You keep hustling, bro. It's because Zeralja is fairly ignorant of the outside world. He is ignorant. I rewatched that scene, and I'm still going to hold my viewpoint, which is I have no problem with him throwing, having beef with Garlemald and shitting on Garlemald. I'm fine with that. He was shitting on everyone, to be frank. My problem is his motivations are still lacking.
Be on your way to Yaktel, then.
Yes, we've just come from making arrangements with the dirigible master. Preparations for the flight are still underway, so I'm doing a little sightseeing. My gratitude to the Landsguard for providing us with the permits we need to visit the Skydeep Cenotaph.
Of course. We'd hardly refuse a direct request from the vow of Rayson.
Our vigilant comrades at the gate will see you safely through.
Size difference. Keeping my eye on all of you. Both heads. Hey, Kwana. You and me. Shalone. Graha. Tonight. Beer.
She is still convalescing, I take it.
Indeed. She's presently confined to bed and permitted no visitors. Weakened as she is, we cannot be too careful.
This puts her out of commission for the next expansion. Next patch. No, Wuklamat. She's still convalescing, guys. Oh, well, that's too bad. Good luck, Wuklamat.
I realized her condition was so serious.
7.5. Is Wuklamat here? No, still convalescing. Like her hands. I'm terrible. I'm terrible. Hey, Kwana. What's with that?
Greetings! What a rare pleasure this is. Is something wrong? Your friend looks like she had some bad news.
She wanted to visit the vow of resolve.
He probably sees Garlemald as weak because they failed in Conquest. Yeah. Yeah. He actually thought he was going to do better than Garlemald.
I see. I'm glad there's nothing terrible afoot.
Oh, that's cute.
And yet, where there's a need... Sorry, I just remembered a pressing errand. Let's talk again soon.
Zeralja is high on his own supply. That, Jonathan, is correct. That is correct.
The Alexandrians, I understand, have teachings similar to that of the Yokui. Our flesh may wither and die, but so long as we are remembered, we are never truly gone.
Yeah.
My father's last words.
Oh.
I've long considered their meaning. The living can find strength in the memories of those we've lost. They can help us rise to meet our trials in the present. That was
certainly true of myself. So I have faith that the people of Alexandria too will be stronger for their grief.
It may be as you say. If we did not remember our lost siblings, we would not be where we are now.
Yep. There's that.
Or be who we've become.
Yep.
We all have memories like that, I bet.
I wonder what Azam is remembering. Specifically. Like, the Azam part of ourselves, what they are remembering. Oh no. Okay.
Well, we made it. The journey was so smooth as to be almost disappointing.
Nepo baby. Yeah, that's what he was.
I can only agree. Especially after our first visit felt so fraught with danger.
It's the curse of experience, my friends. Before we know it, the extraordinary becomes every day. Life is an accumulation of such things, both the happy times and the sad.
Right. Let's go over Shale's instructions on performing the memory restoration. The first step is to reactivate all the terminals at the same time. This will supply the ether necessary to operate the equipment, without creating any new Endless, of course. Once things are up and running, we use the Meso terminal to transmit the signal and unlock the sealed memories.
Nothing can go wrong.
There are 5 terminals in total. Might you lend us a hand with one, Sphene?
Yes, I can do that. Not to butt in, but would you mind letting me take it?
Oh. What?
Lamichi!
Should you be up and about?
I'm fine. My worrywart of a brother exaggerates.
Okay.
Mablu came by to fill me in on your plans. After that, I couldn't stand being cooped up a moment longer, so she helped me sneak out of the palace.
Good lord. They were like, she's dying. Unless this is a fake Lamichi.
I'm so glad to see you're well.
Sorry Kona made you think I was at death's door. I was keeping up with reports and know what's been happening in Alexandria. I made the decision to erase the Endless, and bore witness to their final moments. And though it's only a tiny fragment,
I'm also got whiplash here.
I feel responsible for making sure that they're remembered, that their legacy is passed on. So please, let me help with sending the signal.
You've made a convincing case, but do take it slowly. The way is not without its perils.
I'll be careful. Thanks.
Very well then. I leave these tasks in your capable hands.
I just feel like something bad is going to happen any moment. Does anyone else feel like this? It's like going too swimmingly. Like too swimmingly. Like something bad has to happen. Like someone's going to die. Some Calyx is going to come back. That's true. They just might be going for a happy ever after.
All right, everyone. Begin.
Yeah, 0.3 patch is usually much more straightforward, but still. I might also be projecting what I would do to people, because I'm a terrible writer. I hate tragedy, reading tragedy. I don't read tragedy and I don't read horror. But do I sometimes read it, write it, and like to inflict it on people? Yeah. Wait a minute, are we gonna get old? Are we gonna get the old place back? Is everything gonna change? Permanently? Please say yes, because this place was dire. Oh. Oh, thank goodness. This place won't be so terrible to do fates in.
Was
oh
the
my lord.
sight we saw no more than a trick of the light?
Wait a minute, is it gonna revert? Oh no.
Or was it a gift? The terminal's parting miracle?
Yeah, she has to say goodbye to her parents as well. She lost someone. Erinville lost someone.
But those days are gone. We chose to move forward.
They're watching you from the heart of Atheris.
We hold fast to our memories of sorrow and of grief.
Yeah.
That we might live full in the present ere the time of departure comes.
I hope they keep it this way.
Let's go home. To our beloved Alexandria.
Bronze Dragonflight controls time. I would never go back to the other... I would never go back to the other... I would never want that choice, frankly. I want it to be like this permanently. This is like Ghost in the Shell. Happiness. I prefer this. Loads better. If you want to go back to a previous zone, you just new game plus it and sit there for a bit. Hello. Hopefully they volunteered for that memory. They would if 14 cannibalized content. Yeah. Sorry, we've got to do this because, you know. Oh, some people are crying. Oh, there's a lot of people crying. Such depression was our intention. What is this emotion that I'm feeling? I had a husband.
Mother, you protected me.
Oh.
I remember now.
Oh.
In soft golden light, the memories of the lost returned. There to be clutched tight by loved ones, never again to be surrendered.
am humbled by all you have done in service to our nation. On behalf of its people, I offer our most heartfelt gratitude.
We were only too happy to help. There are still problems left to solve, of course, but you've taken an important step forward.
We have. It's as if we were frozen in time, but now the ice has begun to thaw. Alexandria will thrive again. Mark my words.
What will you do now, Sven?
Ah, yes. Well, that will depend on Gossen. With your permission, I wish to continue living in Alexandria. Those dear to me laid down their lives for this nation in bygone days, and I fought alongside new
No,
heroes to defend
no,
it.
Deck. You can't
continue
leave it that
serving
way.
it if you
can't
let
leave
me.
it that way. No, it's not the same thing.
So please, accept
WoW
me as
has
one
its
of
own
your
specialness
citizens.
there. But you can go back and experience it again if you want to experience it again.
That will not do.
What?
I see. I suppose my presence would cause too much confusion.
Now hold on a moment. You have to reconsider. I'll vouch for her myself.
Oh dear, do forgive me. I've caused a misunderstanding. What I meant to say is, it will not do for you to be an ordinary citizen. The people have been most insistent that you take your rightful place as queen.
As queen?
Oh, you gonna go back to monarchy?
When despair held us in its thrall, it was your voice, your words,
Back to the monarchy,
which
boys.
led us to salvation.
Queen Sven returneth.
We would not ask that you perform the same duties as our previous ruler. The structure of both government and nation is to be re-examined and
Probably a more
revised
symbolic
such that
head.
the
Let's be
burden
real,
doesn't
like
fall
Nanamo.
upon you alone.
You're gonna have a
If that is
parliament.
acceptable, we implore you, please live among us and lend us your gentle guidance. The Alexandrian monarchs of old cared for us and fought for us, and you stand proud among them.
I'm going to be really blunt, Sim.
But I... Oh, what of Galuja? You have him, don't you?
Don't worry, he's gonna be your husband, Sven. It's all good.
Alexandria has 2 thrones to fill now. What one ruler might struggle with, the 2 of you can accomplish together. Guluja's still young though, so don't expect too much of him just yet.
You're promoted. So I'm just gonna pause here for a second. I recently did a grind for Atma, Demi Atma, and I went with the Fate route instead of doing Occult Crescent for reasons. If this zone had been transformed, it would have at least been a sight for sore eyes. Doing the Demi Atma grind in here, and there was a lower drop rate for me for reasons. Doing the Demi Atma grind in here previously was poop on a stick. The voices of the past will be your guide, just as they guided me.
Yes. Yes, you're right.
But it's nice that Sim can do that in WoW. I just don't need it in 14. But I'm glad that Sim can do it in WoW.
For centuries, my other self bore this tiara, and with it the hopes and dreams of Alexandrians.
Do we...
I
Uh-oh.
will not let them go unanswered.
Do you want to put that tiara on?
I will heed the wishes of the people.
What if that tiara is a bad
Peace
tiara?
and prosperity for Alexandria as my
Oh no, it's
foremost
not.
purpose.
They're playing Smile.
accept the
It's gonna be
role of
okay.
Queen of Reason.
Okay, they're playing Smile now. Which I'm fine with, actually.
It's not an easy road, but we'll walk it side by side. That way, neither of us gets lost.
Wow, they really toned it down in the background.
Thank you. Thank you all so much.
Maybe my music is turned down too low. That was an appropriate time to use it. That was a very appropriate time to use that song. They just used it in an inappropriate moment. I would have held off on using it, like in Stormblood. I would have held off using it until the end of the expansion. I think we talked about that already during my streams. Okay. Grand celebration. Wow, Wuklamat has assured us. We're witnessing a turning point in history. Galulja will be happy. I'm just waiting for the other shoe to drop. Thank you for your kind encouragement, Nico. Wuklamat is right. Ours will not be an easy road. But with your words to lend me strength, I shall take it one step at a time. And Tulialal will be there to support you. Speaking of which, I should be getting back to the palace. I'll make my next visit an official one. No sneaking out under Quana's nose like this time. The vows of resolve and reason will both come, and we can discuss our futures together. I look forward to it. Shall we begin the journey home then? I expect some confusion among the citizens with restored memories, and I would be present to offer them aid. Nodding. They go back and everyone's depressed. While I believe this marks the end to my role as guide, I was intending to accompany Wuklamat back to Tulialal. But what are your plans, Nico? Didn't you have other matters yet to attend to in Alexandria? No, you need to stop by the palace first. Quana's been wanting to thank you properly, but with everything going on, he hasn't had the chance. Please come back with us, or I'll never hear the end of it. Yeah, I'll make time for Quana. It would be funny to put a horrible twist after playing this music, though. It would be hilarious, Dick. I would do it. With that speech she made, she was getting this promotion if she wanted it or not. That's true, Tiamat. Okay. I didn't... Smile was just used at an inappropriate time. If I was the team, I would go back to the first time it was used and I would take off the singing track and just use the backtrack. It's such an easy fix. Somebody, please tell them for me. It's so easy. Oh, Quana. Aaronville. Okay, Aaronville's... To be fair, it was just that one time. Yeah. Honestly, they could just fix it so easy, everyone, and it wouldn't be a meme anymore. Okay, is this voiced? No. It's good to be home. Thanks for coming along. I just got here too. The Lance Guards and my training would begin right away, so I'll be staying in Tulialal a while. We believe in you, Galulja, and whenever you need advice, your aunt is always happy to give it. Yay! Oh dear, our vow of reason is out of sorts. He's like, no, I can't be mad at the hot keeper Catboy from across the salt. Can you blame me? Lamachi, you were supposed to be convalescing in bed. So, you would study the way of the blade, Galulja. Is that not allowed? I will permit your training on one condition. You only practice swordplay in the presence of a grown-up. Oh my, Uncle Quana. Yes, Quana, I promise. It won't be too long before you're good enough to train without a minder. You take too much after your sire and grandsire for that. Nodding. Yes, I use books. Wait, so if you're back here, does that mean everyone already got their memories back? Not everyone. Some people opt to have ignorance, because ignorance is bliss. So that was that. My days of meddling in Alexandrian affairs are over. It turned out for the best. The former queen really did love her people, and it's wonderful that her love lives on in Sphene. It truly is. With that love as the foundation of her rule, the new queen will be a font of hope for Alexandria. There's no better way for a life and legacy to forever endure. Yeah. You'll be heading back there, won't you? To Alexandria? I won't pretend that I fully understand the workings of the key or the reflections, and I know I couldn't have stopped Calyx without you, nor fulfilled my promise to the Endless Fiend. Thank you, Nico, from the bottom of my heart. Be sure to come and visit us again in Tuliolol. You'll always be welcome here. It's time I moved on myself. Once I've made the necessary preparations and arrangements, I will embark on an extended journey. Oh. Well, I expect my days will be filled with administrative duties, much as they already are. I'm hoping to compile a comprehensive history of Tuliolol, however. The tale of our beautiful and resilient nation should be preserved for the future, with each successive generation adding their own chapter to the saga. Wow, Quana. I think I learned to be happy with who I am, Nico, even when I make mistakes and cry and look silly. And it's all because of the amazing things I've seen with you. They remind me there's always tomorrow. Becoming the King of Resolve is not something I need to think about until I'm older, but my father's authority did pass to me, so until that day comes, I'll study and train and do the best I can. You've really come far, Galulja, and you'll keep on doing us proud, I'm sure of it. I guess you have to go now, so be safe and enjoy your travels. We'll miss you. Send our best to Sphene and the others. Yeah, okay. Bye. The best music in the expansion was Footfalls when Vitra rocks up. Timing wise, yeah. Smile during the build a bomb scene is so out of place. Build a bomb. Yes. Once again, the first 2 times they use smile should just be backtracks. The 3rd time they use smile should be at the very end, just like they did with Stormblood. Okay. All right. This final form of living memory is the best version. It reflects the actual state of the 9th reflection. I personally prefer it, Jonathan. I'm not gonna lie. If they never have the previous version available for us, I'm okay with that. I can live with it. Shale. Alice say, when did Erinville leave Alexandria? Don't tell me he's embarked on some far-flung expedition without saying goodbye. You have had a busy time of it, Warrior of Light. Take advantage of this lull while you may. Astinian may prove difficult to track down. Raha. I hear Galulja has packed his bags and left to train in Tuliolol. Oh, I suppose you've seen him while you were there? Yes. Sphene. Yeah, more Erinville would be fine. Eiko, you're here. Yes, I'm back already. We were just discussing what is to be done after the coronation ceremony. Our heretofore isolated kingdom must join its peers on the world stage. The fact that Alexandria is, or was, a nation of the Ninth will be the cause of some consternation. May smooth introductions for the science to provide an explanation for its arrival in the source. Okay. Rest assured, Sveen, Atheris' leaders are well accustomed to hearing Alphino report on fantastical events. That's good. Once again, I'm in your debt. I dread to imagine what might have come to pass had you never come to our aid. I had other news. Those who participated in the memory restoration have expressed the desire to hold a funerary service. Okay. Rather than suppress their grief, they would embrace it, creating in their hearts a place for gentle remembrance. We have yet to hammer out the details, but I was thinking we might host the service on the highest keep of Everkeep. Ever since my time, we've believed that the departed continue their journey beyond the clouds. They actually go into the heart of the star, but sure. That line is something I wonder if the writers forgot the Scions broke up. I didn't think about it that way. Like, my initial reading of that line wasn't that, but I could see how that could be read that way, yeah. Yes, of course, I know of Zoraljaw only by name, but they will wish to mourn their kin. I shall be sure to ask them. After so long distancing themselves from the realities of death, the Alexandrians are to be commended for their courage. Yes, 'tis a tremendously brave thing they're doing. Perhaps our hearts can never capture a memory as perfectly as data in a file. Because, like, the Scions that are currently gathered there in that group who are talking, Jonathan, know that they aren't actually, in fact, broken up, right? Because Alphino said that they're not, in fact, broken up. So if they refer to themselves as being Scions and reporting to leadership, that's not saying that the leadership think the Scions haven't broken up. That's why it didn't trigger my thinking that way. But what precious recollections we do keep will guide and sustain us as we fulfill the promise of tomorrow. But that could be me coping. Maybe the writers did forget. You've busy days ahead of you, Your Majesty. Oblivion stands ready to pitch in as needed. Oh, and what of my investigation, Shale? I hope you've left some time in your schedule for me. Smile. Do you recall my first tour of the city after I woke? It was all so strange and frightening, but I've grown more at home here ever since. That I now feel part of this new Alexandria is in large part thanks to your patient guidance. And so here I will remain. Should you ever have need of my aid with anything at all, pray do not hesitate to ask. Sure. Some few of us will stay here a while as it happens. We've made several interesting breakthroughs and have no shortage of mysteries into which we would delve. And be welcome as honored guests for as long as you like. You are and always will be my cherished comrades. Or comrades. Aids. Raids. I don't know. That symbol still reminds me of like a simplified Asian. I don't know. It's just... It's an old sigil from FF9. Yeah, it's probably referring to an Asian. You could see the sigil on his lapel there.
This is absurd. I have neither heart nor lungs. I was overconfident. Prudent course would have been to wait until I'd calculated an insurmountable advantage. A rash decision. One perhaps influenced by the others and their developments.
So he's still alive.
No
I knew
matter.
it.
Learn from this setback, and next time...
Wow.
Next time? How much time and effort did I pour into this master plan? I had it. I had it. At long last, I was to open a new path. Those imbeciles and their damnable heroics.
Oh, we got the Assy in here.
Detected the stench of failure already, have you? Such a keen sense of smell. Yes, I will give my report, as is protocol. Be sure our Winterer peers are apprised of the details.
Winterer peers. Uh-oh. You know what this means, boys. You know what this means, boys. This means, if none shall know eternity, what waits for those who hold the key. I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that. I knew this was going to happen, right? Chat knew. Checo pre-watch. Okay, jokes aside. It was really, really, really obvious. Like, of course, this is like a traditional trope. The machine is not dead, yada, yada, yada. I'm fine, actually. I'm very happy with this because Calyx is really intelligent. If they can continue to write him intelligently, I'm absolutely fine with him continuing. I'm completely fine. And I could see where he could show up in another reflection doing more damage. So I'm absolutely fine. I'm just looking at, there was this one website that I was using. Wait 1 second. I'm just looking up. It was this really handy website. Let's see if I can find it. I wonder if it was taken down. Where did it go? The site disappeared? No, it was so handy. Damn it. Ah, damn it. Okay, so let's just look at a couple pictures here. Wait a minute. Okay. Okay, so we know these up at the top here are goners. So Pashtarat is still in play. Fendaniel's gone. But if we look close at Ultima, right? If we look really close at Ultima, that is such a good candidate. I just think Ultima, like it feels more inspired by Ultima. But what was Ultima an Ascian of? What was Ultima an Ascian of? Google. Ultima Ascian. FF14. Are they dead? It's a reference to the Esper Ultima, the High Seraph. Do we know? Was given to the Advocate of the Arts. Another one would be Pashtarat, because the bottom of Pashtarat looks like her crown. But my guess is Ultima or Pashtarat. Now, it could be a twist that the Ascian who's doing bullshit is in fact a shard of ourselves fucking around. Yeah, so here's the thing about Ultima. Ultima's mask was supposedly on Gaius's hip, but just because Gaius exercised that version of Ultima doesn't mean that other shards couldn't have existed as well. It was outright confirmed alien. Yeah. Yeah, I'm looking up the names of the convocation because I'm betting it's Ultima, but I could see it being Pashtarat, but I thought Pashtarat was gone. I mean, Nabriellis is gone. Iorim is definitely gone. Could be Dudalafon. Whereas could be. A Mariloff. That's probably one of it's got to be one of them, right? I love that he flat out says he pulled the trigger too fast because he was falling behind his peers' achievements. Yeah. Okay, so let's see here. Let's see what everyone's saying. Kryl, get the white R site. We got Ascians to jar. Legitimately, Jonathan. It was hinted in Ascian. Yeah, this is Ascian involvement. Like, I believe Yoshi P said, think about the Ascians that we haven't tackled yet. So, enough connections implied it wasn't a surprise. Yeah, Tiamat. If anyone's surprised, I'm like, yeah. I love that he flat out says he pulled the trigger too fast. Yes. I love the fact that he's remembering our face and he's freaking out. He should be freaked out. Ben said, "Thank you so much, Chieko. I really needed this. A bit more relevant to reality than I would have thought." You know, as certain scenes were being played, I thought maybe this was actually the right thing to do for this evening, all things considering, you know. It's good to remember. When my grandfather died, I was there at the hospital when they pulled the plug on him. And we sang as he flatlined. He was the only grandfather I knew. And I was his eldest granddaughter. And they put time into me as I was small. And watching that happen was one of the toughest things I saw as a 19-year-old in my first week of university. And I didn't cry then, and I didn't cry at the funeral, but I cried 2 years later in a parking lot with my dad, because deep down it impacted me to such a degree. And when you see someone pass on, it can hit you really hard. And my first year of university, being away from home, staying with my grieving grandmother, having to deal with my own emotions over my grandfather, having TV, and getting into anime and manga for the first time. It's no surprise Chieko failed 2 courses in her first year of university. Not English courses, by the way. I never failed a literature course. But it took me years to come to grips with my emotions on that loss. And it takes time for different people. But if I was asked, would you never want to remember them again? I think I would say no. I think I would be okay with experiencing that again and being able to remember my grandfather as he was, you know? And the memories of my grandfather are fading as I get older, but I still have pictures, and there are family members who tell me stories about him. And that's how we can embrace the good times and the bad times we had with those people. And, you know, my own parents are getting really old. My dad and my mom are getting increasingly ancient. And it's something that we all have to face as we go into our 40s, or in my case, my mid-40s. I think this expansion, has a lot of thoughtful ideas around death. So I don't think Gaius has the means to destroy an Ascian. He may kill a host, but he cannot destroy the soul. Yeah, I'm pretty sure, Jonathan, that Ultima is out there. Halmarut? And the origin of the director's name. Okay, so where's Halmarut? Okay. Alright. FFXIV Halmarut. Let's see. It's a special fungal and plant life. The phytobiology wing of Academia Nider was host to the research of the words of Halmarut. His whereabouts remain unknown. It was named after Halmarut the Arbiter, the sign of light, in opposite to Exodus, the Judge Sal from Final Fantasy XII. Okay, Demetrius. mythology? Devoted to the goddess Demeter? All of the signs are named after signs of light from Final Fantasy XII. Guys has no way to perma-kill an Ascian. Yeah. Okay, the origin of the director's name. Which director? Demetrius or... Crops, grains, food, and fertility of the earth, health, birth, marriage, and connections to the underworld. So Demetrius is linked to Demeter. Oh, she's the mother of Persephone. Okay. Okay. Alright. Okay. Fertility. Plant life. Earth, plant life. Right. Linked to... Yeah, she's the mom who went crazy when her daughter was taken by Hades. Mother goddess. Which would once again kind of support the concept of the devouring mother. So I get how Demeter is linked to Halmarut. Let's take a look at Halmarut. I just wondered if the Foundation sigil was any way linked to the... It's connected with preservation, and Demeter was the ancient in the role. Yeah, I'm just wondering if FF14 preservation logo. Where is it? Right here. It looks like a sword with wings. I mean, if you squint, there are like wing-like things with a thing in the middle. It's just that if you look closely at Halmarut, it looks like a man with a beard. Do you see that? I just don't know if they'd go for a man with a beard for Halmarut. But maybe. This looks more like a female. Altima. It looks more like a dress. A woman with a dress. But maybe they're psyching us out. And Halmarut could be still a guy, not a female. Turns out it's Dudalaphon. I just don't see a sword in Dudalaphon. I feel like I want to see wings. You know what I mean? Anyway. Yeah. Anyway. What time is it? Ooh, 4 a.m. I'm worried. I should go. But it was great hanging with all of you. No regrets. I'm going to exit out of here. Let's see. Yeah, I'll take that down as well. It was really fun to do this with you all. I really appreciate Ben being here with me. And Miro. Miro was a Chad. Miro stuck out so long. Miro usually like hits the bed at 12. I'm really impressed by everything, really. Yep. Okay. I think we did a great job. Yep. Let's see. I think I also hit some new highs today in stream. So when's the next time I'll stream? I'm going to be honest, I'm not sure. Next Sunday, probably. Yeah. Next time, Alliance Raid? Yes. But next stream, I'm going to do reactions. If I do a gaming stream, it will be on a weekday night. But I'm not promising this week because of extra work I gotta get done. But I'm so glad to be able to do this with Ben. And hopefully bring all of you guys a little bit of chill time here. A very chill time with Chieko. Yeah. Yeah. Alliance raid. Lots of death, I presume. What was my thought of this patch? I think for a Rocky expansion, this patch was really solid. What in the world is this button down here? Oh, these are phantom actions. I put them in here for when I was in Okal Crescent. That's wild. Sleepy, cheers. That's probably not the right thing to say. I'm baffled as to Miro molding even more. I'm going to be honest. I think this is about the best way you could have ended this rather rocky expansion. Honestly. By the way, guys, I have made a PowerPoint.
Hey everyone, welcome.
Sorry about that, everyone. I've made the PowerPoint. It's practically done. There's still a few things I need to do. But this is probably one of the most interesting pieces of research that I've conducted to solidify my gut instinct about Dawntrail. I don't know how the other creators responded to Dawntrail. I'm going to firm up my ideas. I'm going to put them out, and then we'll see about reacting to some other people's reactions to Dawntrail. But we have some very interesting observations to make. Very, very interesting. Very interesting observations. with lots of spreadsheets. Let me say that. I might do a little bit more research. You know, you can never research too much, but this is a start. It's very promising where it's at right now. But I might do a little bit more before I continue. But yeah, very, very exciting. Data, yes, deck, exactly. But honestly, if we're talking about Dawntrail, it's been disappointing for a bunch of people. But that ending was everything I wanted to see for my Catboy. So I'm very pleased. I'm very happy. And I'm so glad you guys were here with me tonight. So I'm going to end it here. And I will see you all next time. Okay? Thank you very much, everyone. And take care.